Me island, me treasure. Low out the war, now we been fighting forever. We been under the pressure, oppression. Me want to see clear skies, don't want nobody wait. I miss it from my wake up. No one cocaine on my cup. Wave right to my neighbor. Collective security will go. Me no want see no guns, no only papers. Send it straight to my PayPal. If I listening, beg you a paper. Please don't be a hater. Can't do this alone, should I be a stranger? Make you all I discuss.
Oops. Would you please stand for the national anthem? Thank you. Please remain standing as we invite Mrs. Mary Hector Chambers to do the invocation. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Gracious God, we come to you this morning with thankful hearts. Thankful, first of all, that you gave us rest last night and woke us up this morning in our rightful minds and enabled us to be here. Thankful too, Lord, as we remember with grateful hearts the success that attended the summit yesterday. Lord, we know that it was only because you overshadowed this with your blessing that things were able to go so well. And Lord, we know that you will be with us today and that you will ensure that all continues to go well. We thank you, Lord, also for the persons into whose heart you put it to have this summit. We know, Lord, that it could only have come from you, and that is why there is so much attendant success. So we ask, Lord, that you will cover all of us today, and that as we listen to your voice and do that which you instruct, all will go well. So we ask, Lord, that you will bless and keep all of us, all who will participate, all who are in attendance, because we know, Lord, that without you, it will not go well. So we ask that you will bless, keep, and guide all of us today, for we ask all this through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Thank you very much, Mary. Dr. the Honorable Horace Chan, Minister of National Security and Deputy Prime Minister. The Honorable Homer Davis, Minister without portfolio in the office of the Prime Minister. We call him Minister of the West. Ambassador of the Republic of Panama to Jamaica, Dr. Lasford Douglas, Her Excellency Angie Martinez, Ambassador of the Dominican Republic in Jamaica, Lieutenant Commander George Overton of the Guardsman Group, Mr. Charles Clayton, the Planning Institute of Jamaica, Superintendent Vernon Ellis from the Jamaica Constabulary Force, First Vice President of the Montego Bay Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Mr. Oral Heaven, panelists, members of the Montego Bay Chamber of Commerce, the organizing committee behind this summit, directors of the Montego Bay Chamber of Commerce, members of the media. Good morning. Mary Chambers said that she hoped we slept well last night. I could hardly sleep last night because I could not get what happened yesterday out of my system. It gave me such an adrenaline that I couldn't sleep. I have never felt so good about anything in such a long time. That I worry that this morning when we come, we're going to have so many people that we're going to have the same problem we had yesterday of having an overrun in relation to catering to the people for lunch. We had to put people in the rooms at the back to feed them. That is the kind of support that we got yesterday, and I was saying, Lord have mercy, we're going to manage this morning. But there's a lady in the room by the name of Charmaine Muirhead, who is a praying woman. And this morning she came and she said, listen, everything is going to be all right. Everything is all right. Because our minister, our own minister right here from the West, is with us this morning, supporting this because I believe that he believes in it. Gentlemen on the side, I want you to bring up back that logo that we have. That summit, Security Summit logo. I want you to look at that carefully. Look at the hands that are joined together. If you look to the left, it's Ambassador Martinez. If you look a little closer, you'll see Ambassador Lashford Douglas's hand as well, my hand, and Director Rush Ramchandani. We were at a party at Rush's home, and we decided that we would work together to make this happen. And they're here this morning. They have kept their promise. They were here yesterday. They're back today. Another thing that I worried about yesterday, and those of you who are in the audience will understand why I would worry. It's very difficult to come after anyone named Colleen Douglas. Colleen did such a fantastic job as your host that I became worried. I said, what is my diction going to be? Am I going to be able to portray the kind of thing that you need this morning? And then I said, you know something, Janet Silvera, your name is Janet Silvera. There's no failure behind it. Allow me to tell? All right. Anyway, I want to invite a gentleman who has been the chairman of this committee. He is the co-chair along with Dr. Sheridan Lee, who is the president of the Western Medical Association. My first VP, Oral Heaven, will lead the charge when I demit office as president of the Montego Bay Chamber of Commerce. So, you know you need somebody there to lead it when I leave. And this is the man that's going to lead the effort. I want to invite him to do the opening remarks.
Dr. the Honorable Horace Chang, Minister of National Security and Deputy Prime Minister. The Honorable Homer Davis, Minister without portfolio in the Office of the Prime Minister. Ambassador of the Republic of Panama to Jamaica, Dr. Lasford Douglas, Her Excellency Angie Martinez, Ambassador of the Dominican Republic in Jamaica, Mr. Dominic Riley, U.S. Portal Inspection Service Attaché, U.S. Embassy in Kingston, Lieutenant Commander George Overton of the Guardsman Group, Mr. Charles Clayton, Planning Institute of Jamaica, our President of the Montego Bay Chamber of Commerce, Ms. Janet Silvera, SSP Vernon Ellis, Deputy Mayor of Montego Bay, Councillor Richard Vernon, members of the Planning Committee of the Montego Bay Chamber of Commerce and Industry Security Summit, members of the Board of Directors of the Montego Bay Chamber of Commerce and Industry, sponsors, media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. What a day we had yesterday, on that day one of our Security Summit. For those of us who were here, it was a day of information, education, and enlightenment. A big thank you to all the speakers and panelists who did an excellent job. My friend Queen Africa was exceptional on our panel discussion, and she's here with us again today. We have a surprise for you later. Now, our jingle is so catchy. It's on everybody's lips. We can't do this alone. We can't do this on our own. No matter how hard we try, no matter how we try, we can't do it alone. The jingle highlights the fact that collective security is all of us' responsibility. This very catchy jingle was done by a son of the soil from here from Montego Bay, Nathaniel Brown. We are proud of you. Give him, yes. We are proud of you, sir, and we are confident that as you stay and continue to stay on the right side of the law, you'll be a mega star. Day one was excellent, and we expect nothing less from today, day two of the Security Summit, as we seek to find ways to stem crime and violence that plague our society. Ladies and gentlemen, time and time again, social anthropologist Dr. Herbert Gale has been bringing to our attention, through his research, the making of criminals in our society. Evidence points to what? To the home. It all begins in the home where hunger and violence are experienced, particularly by our young men. Homes make up our communities. Therefore, the communities must be our focus in helping to provide a secure environment for our citizens. We need to tackle poor family lives, such as those families where there is no father figure and where dire poverty exists in the communities. Because this is the root of the situation that transforms our youths into hardened criminals. Not having that father figure and the reality of serious case of poverty in our communities are the roots of the criminality we face today. It is therefore imperative that we address this monster by fixing our communities. It is our responsibility. Collective security, as was said yesterday, when you think collective security, you think I am because of what you are. The member of the Montego Bay Chamber of Commerce and Industry realizes the seriousness of securing our people and the future of our youths, and so we demand for our citizens, our youths, a life of peace and safety. Hence, this Security Summit, that where we pull on each and every one, the youths, the church, corporate Jamaica, and you can see the support from corporate Jamaica, schools, the government, and their agencies, the police, everyone coming together, working together. It is clear that as a nation, we must work together in fixing the family, because until we fix the family, that is, until we address the socio-emotional behavior and the socio-economic situation of our communities, will forever be churning out prospective criminals. Yesterday we saw the approach of our summit, protecting our youths and our culture and creating a path of prosperity for our people. Today, as we draw upon the minds of various groups, the minds of our youths of the parish, our educators, our overseas partners, and the minds of our legal friends, our focus is to come out of this summit with tangible ways, action items that will help all of us to live in a safe environment. The program highlights a number of things that we'll be looking at. we just need to look at the first panel discussion towards a model for safe schools and collective security for students. A global exchange on crime, violence, and citizen security, our second panel. And our final panel discussion, the legal system, legislative and procedural hurdles. Powerful panel discussions. I want you to stick around for those. Collective security, unity in action is our theme. We have work to do as we capture the workable points from this summit and work with the communities, work with social groups, the authorities in stemming the crime and violence that is killing our youths, killing our productive citizens, and stifling the growth and development of our city, our parish, our nation. The Montego Bay Chamber of Commerce and Industry is pleased to take the lead on this security summit, and I'm extremely proud to chair this security planning committee. Let me recognize the other members who have worked extremely hard and smart in getting us here today. My co-chair, Dr. Sheridan Lee, a dynamo. Please stand. And of course, our president, Janet Silveira, the lady who conceptualized the Security Summit. Well done, Madam President. Reverend Peter Burnett, Dr. Richard Keane, Reverend Everton Anderson, Reverend Peter Burnett, Dr. Richard Keane, Reverend Peter Anderson was here with us yesterday, Dr. Charmaine Tapper, Richard Telwell is somewhere around here, Director Nadine Spence at the door there, Director Paulette Neal, Colleen Douglas, who you heard yesterday, Lloyd B. Smith, who is not here with us, and last but by no means least, our hardworking director, Karen Benjamin. Thank you all for your direct dedication and commitment to this project, and we all know that this is only the beginning. Our work continues after this summit. And I think tell the audience that most of us on this committee only met on Tuesday and Wednesday. We did face-to-face. We never knew each other in person. But through Zoom, we planned this summit, and it is, as you can see, a success. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for showing up today. Our panelists are ready to share with you how we can work together in providing a secure environment for ourselves, our children, and our grandchildren. I invite you to listen, ask questions, learn, and share as we benefit from Day 2 of the Montego Bay Chamber of Commerce and Security Summit, Collective Security, Unity in Action.
Thank you so much, VP Oral. He'll tell you that he also learned how to use Zoom as a result of the Security Summit. I shouldn't say how to use it, how to maneuver Zoom. About 4 weeks ago, Dr. Lee and myself went and sat down with Dr. Horace Chang in his informal office at Half Moon. And after sitting there, we went there for 30 minutes. We thought we would spend 30 minutes, but we ended up spending 2 hours with Dr. Chang. Why did we spend 2 hours with Dr. Chang? Because he had so much knowledge, so much wisdom on what was happening around us. We were bowled over. In fact, having spoken with Dr. Chang, I left that meeting thinking I was not even slightly qualified to be planning a security summit. But he gave us his commitment that day that he would support us and that he would be here one of the mornings to speak, and he's here this morning. Dr. Horace Chang really needs no introduction to anyone in this country. He has made his name, he has made his mark. You all know who he is. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, help me to welcome our own Dr. Horace Chang, Minister of National Security and Deputy Prime Minister of Jamaica.
Thank you, our President and moderator this morning, my colleague, Member of Parliament and Minister Homer Davis, an MP in St. James, Ambassador of the Republic of Panama, our friend Mr. Douglas, and of course, a good friend from the Dominican Republic, member of the CARICOM region as well, Ms. Angie Martinez. It is said of the introduction, I think Mr. Heaven went through it completely, but as the Member of Parliament and Minister, if I skip anybody, sometimes it becomes a protocol issue. It's a bit long, but we'll go through it. Of course, recognize a number of people here. Lieutenant George Overton, who heads up the private sector, chairman of the private sector committee on anti-crime, and also the general manager at Guardsman Group. Mr. Dominic Riley, a member of our partnership team from the United States, who is here working with us and does extensive and important work in our fight against certain elements of the certain criminal elements in Jamaica. I've recognized Mr. Clayton, who comes from the ministry, himself and a team out of the PIOJ who does extensive work and has been working over many years to look at the issues of crime prevention in our challenged communities. They have done extremely good data. I've identified just about over 100 what we consider challenged communities, and with what has proven to be a very effective data set to be able to establish our most vulnerable communities in Jamaica. And it's a big part of our planning and development in seeking to deal with what is an epidemic of crime and violence in our society. The Montego Bay Chamber of Commerce, President and Vice President, Ms. Sylvia and Mr. Heaven, and I have to recognize the directors, but I have to recognize my own team, Superintendent Ellis, who is battling is a general on the streets in Montego Bay, carrying out a tremendous fight against the immediate criminal activity. From the Jamaica Consular Force, the entire team, he heads a team of nearly 900 personnel supported by the Jamaica Defense Force, and I mentioned that because of the tremendous effort they're trying to control violence in this side of the island, coming later. And may I recognize Queen Africa, who spoke yesterday. Among the cultural ambassadors, she's from Montego Bay. We have to claim her, a very important citizen. And music is an important part of our culture, which we can earn more from, and we can use more in developing our behavior patterns. In fact, the marketing tool for the Ministry of National Security, Live Good, which has been, we have not been able to promote as effectively as we should, was in fact the song was sung by a member of the DJ fraternity from Montego Bay. He's not very active now, but I know Queen Africa knows Shaney, who did that for us. And it's interestingly, the commander of the Washington Guard, which is a general in the Washington out of the United States, came, saw a sign and adopted it and wanted to use it in the inner city in Washington, D.C. Members of the media, well-wishers, visitors from across, good morning to you again. This morning, my response is to make some remarks on this issue, and the first thing I'd like to do is to really commend the Montego Bay Chamber of Commerce for initiating this security summit. It's very timely and a very good effort to get the inclusiveness required in taking on the crime monster that we are faced with. It's a good time, it's the beginning of the budget year, so also it's good for the ministry and the government to be sensitive to what's happening. Although one might say there's not ever a good time to, look at all the challenges we have in crime, but it is indeed something that requires a certain level of reflection and inward looking, and Montego Bay needs to do that. This year, the statistics are not particularly good. Ironically, Area 4 represents the most urbanized part of the corporate area and has, over years, I think people that are still here, had maybe the worst statistics for crime. Is this year, I said doing well, but is doing fairly well. In fact, the numbers would suggest at this point there are the exact percentage may be in the region of 15–20%, but the exact number is some 63 homicides behind what it was last year, which is quite a remarkable achievement for the corporate area. I know that certain techniques work more effectively in heavily urbanized areas and where the crime is easily diagnosed, because much of the criminal activity in the corporate area revolves around extortion and petty drug running, and that is mean turf control. Forgive me, I should recognize my principal from St. James High, Mr. Joseph Williams. Very important. Good to have you here, Mr. Williams. On the other hand, Area 4, which is host to the Friendly City, Center for Tourism Operation, and Montego Bay, and a growing center of economic activity, and really the Montego Bay is now the center of what I call the western and northern corridor for economic development in Jamaica, and will continue to be so given all the projections, have the complete opposite. We are now actually 60, well, I think it's 53 as of Tuesday, and similar in Kingston, so we're almost a mirror image of Area 1, where Area 1 has gone down by 53, we're going up by 53 between Westmoreland, Hanover, St. James, and Trelawney. So it's an important time for us to take a look at what's happening in and around Montego Bay. It's a challenge it's a question that the professionals like Dr. Gale have had to sit down and look at, and there's no easy answer. It was important that the community, as you're doing today, look at the situation with sincerity and begin to examine what are the differences and what can we do to begin to reverse this extreme propensity to use violence to resolve every issue. And use violence in a very personal way. Criminal violence is maybe the most personal activity you can deal with in terms of violence, robbery, but in this region, violence in particular. There's a tendency for every single dispute to be settled by something violent. In school, kids fight. We're seeing it across now in the last few weeks, a major problem. We know we're coming out of COVID when individuals were locked down, and there's a kind of exuberance to get back out. And our kids lost 2 years of instruction, which I think we still not have been able to analyze effectively what it means. But in the average child, if you take it from age 5 until 15, you're looking at a 10-year period of instruction. It's not just education in the sense of learning from the textbooks what you should do. That whole period of learning is what separates humanity from the rest of life. It's the instruction we give to our children that allows them to not only reason, but to learn from past experience and develop as civilized human beings. That's the reality of it, right? Animals learn by repeating what they're told instinctively. They follow their parents, literally. So the cow follows the cow, and they do what they're doing, and they keep doing the same thing over and over. Human beings evolve by learning and being creative and adapting to new situations. We have destroyed 2 full years of that. It's remarkable that in that period, even debate was taking place, should we get back to school? Quite frankly, if you ask me, we should be in school all the time. Viral diseases are around and will be around, and we have to live with it. Medicine have developed vaccines. Individuals must be encouraged to take the vaccine and continue with life. Our children have lost 2 years, 2 full years of instruction. It's at a time in the life at that age that is like losing 2 decades of your life. And it's going to be a very big call to make up for that. So the violence is emerging. The incident in Petersfield, a young lady is carrying a knife in her underwear to stab somebody at school. So there is out there this, what I'd call, unusual propensity toward using violence to hurt each other. So I'm going to briefly, without taking much time, we have to do 2 things. It's very simple. There's no magic solution to magical end to any of this, or magical solution, an easy silver bullet. We have to find a way, and I won't take long on that because we've been talking about that all the time, to ensure that we have the size, the equipped, and the trained policing to intercept the actual perpetrator of violence. There can be no room left, or there should be no room left for the one who is willing to scam some money, and the first is buy a gun and shoot the friend who argue with them. And the only thing can resolve that and begin to mitigate the damage is an effective police force. And we have to give the police support, morally and physically. The government is committed to ensuring that we provide the police with resources. We had a two-year gap because the budget had to be focused on the health issue for the last 24 months. But we have maintained our policy. We are restoring that this year, and we are seeking to, in fact, expand the police force to its appropriate size and to provide them with the tools required both legally and physically. And they're working hard. This is why I say it's a good time for Montego to reflect, because I think we have some of the most hard-working police officers in this region, in St. James in particular, but across St. James, Hanover, Trelawney, and Westmoreland. Yet there's this dramatic increase in the number of homicides, because there are young men who are willing to modify pistols into automatic weapons and just shoot at everybody they see on the road. Last week, again, I was in Montego Bay. I went to Norwood, and I had the unfortunate event of going to look to visit the community because of a shootout where some 8 people were shot. 2 died, 3 died. And the first person I met was a gentleman I knew well. And his response to me was, "Dr. Chang, is Dave that you sent to school?" That young man who had 7 CXCs, good grades, and could have gone much further. In fact, my earlier conversations were very simple. He wanted to pursue law. I couldn't afford to pay his law fee from my resources. I said to him, get a job, and one of the jobs we'll look at doing was to join the police force, where you would be able to take leave and get training. Young men join the police force to improve their CV, and nothing is wrong with that. Oftentimes we get up and we say police lose 300-400 people every year. There's about 300 resign because of age. Nothing wrong in young Jamaicans join the force, get training, and they move on. If they move up, or they move on. And absolutely nothing wrong with that, and we have no concern. We are expanding the force, and we think more young men will do that. But I said that because here he had done well in school, and the next thing he was looking at doing that, his life was cut short brutally, in a most brutal manner. Because someone ran the community and look at a group of individuals. They were sitting on chairs, they're standing and sitting inside the community just like this, and just fired automatic weapon in the middle of it, including a little 14-year-old girl who was standing in her bedroom. That's the kind of brutal activity that we have to, only the police can mitigate that. But to prevent it is where I spent my last few minutes talking, because this is where the summit comes in. Crime becomes everybody's problem. It's affecting all of us, and it can affect not only collaterally by direct criminal activity, it impairs the productivity of society. There are people in Norwood who don't wish to get the night shift. Ms. Henry is here. She has a problem fulfilling the night shift at the outsourcing center. Even when the jobs are going upscale, because the intelligent people, they want to leave their home to come in at 5 o'clock in the morning, so you begin to have a challenge in expanding the industry. There are people who don't want to work in the hotel night shift, because out of the worst service you provide in today's world is 24/7. It also impacts the government's economy. Although we're seeing expansion in the hotel sector, when you get high levels of violence and illegal activity, significant level of investment will pass you by. And it's not so much what you see going, it's what that doesn't come, because there are individuals you're looking on that don't want to do it here. In basic activity, there are people who don't want to put on Queen Africa is here. They will identify certain venues they don't want to have a show. They don't want to have a production because they're worried about the violence. Violence is like a cancer that impairs the whole body. The prevention side of it is where you have to focus the community, I think. So you have to give our police the support. Government provide the resources. We have to give them moral support. And that's important. There's a narrative in society all the time that when anything goes real, you want the police to solve the crime, but as soon as they solve it, you look at what's wrong with the police. We condemn our police officers. You'll always speak about the good one. Mr. Ellis is a good man, but then the police force, them evil, them corrupt, them like to go shoot people. we have to deal with that side of the police. There are young men in there who will be. We have 12,000 people recruiting from society. But the ease with which we brand our policemen in a negative way need to stop as a community. They work hard and they're at risk that they are fired on by gunmen. The other hand, however, the community can do a lot in resolving some of the attitude. We cannot be ambiguous about crime. We cannot be ambiguous about crime. We often know the young men who are willing to scam, and we think it's a joke, it's a Robin Hood activity. At once they say it's reparation. We cannot be ambiguous about scamming, any aspect of crime. They extort from retired people in North America. There's nothing good about taking away a retired professional pension fund and put them in poverty, although we are poor here. And when they get that money, you buy guns, give it to your friends, and you kill each other. There can be nothing good in that. Should be no ambiguity. And before you get there, we ought to begin to reach out to our kids now who are out of school for 2 years, and to the families, the single mothers who are struggling across the community. It may not be as severe as the corporate area because there's a lot of big informal economy in Montego Bay, but there's a lot of informal activity beyond criminal activity because we are a country that has, in any resort town, in any service center, there are a lot of spin-off from other activities which are legitimate, and we have to assist in guiding those families in terms of training. There are a lot of young women out there who would work. They dropped out of school early. Sheer challenge of poverty. They got pregnant, train them, and they will take on a job and do better than those who are already there. But they see a challenge. I've seen it happen. There's no, I find it hard to write about any Jamaican irredeemable. I think Jamaica is some of the most creative people. We accept that. Some of the most talented people. But when it comes to the community, we tend to overlook that and condemn some who are not failing. We should never condemn who are not succeeding, because our music dominates the world. Reggae is one of the few genres of music that competes with North American music, which is huge. That's a fact of life. It emerged from Jamaica. Our athletes dominate short distance running. We are world beaters. If we find and relate to our young people in a meaningful way, and out of the summit, I say to the President of the Chamber of Commerce, one of the things that can come is how we can begin to mentor our families, not just in our old schools. Those of us who go to Herbert Morrison, Mobile High, Cornell College, have established traditions. We must just write out and leave Mr. Williams alone to fight with St. James High because the child may have not as done well at the PEP exam. It's one exam. We will support the kids going to Mount Alvernia, Barracks Road, and Cornell Avenue, Howard Cook, but we mustn't forget the Salt Spring and the flanker, no primary and infant, Glendevon, the other schools where a lot of our kids feel they are totally neglected. In fact, the moment they enter the school, they feel they have been committed to a different life. Many will come out of those schools given the opportunity to be talented, productive Jamaican that we're proud of. In fact, that's where a lot of our culture comes from. So today we have to examine those facts. The CRP is here, our people from PIOJ, the spot valleys. As I said, they need support beyond what the principal can provide. And mentoring is something that I think the community can begin to do to ensure that those children in these challenged schools, in these communities, which have been stigmatized by society for years, but have some of our brightest people feel like, one, they are respected. Most crucial that we show respect for our citizens from what is considered challenged communities. Two, they must be made to feel they have an equity in the society. If they feel they have share in the community, they will not be as willing to destroy, damage the community. If they have respect, they themselves gain self-respect and they put a better value on life. too many of our young men are seeing life as not worth it. Too many times I've been told, Dr. Chang, you're doing good. I support you. My grandmother was a big-time laborer, but me not live like her. And the message was, I will do what I need to do to live better, even if I die younger. And that is the message we have to evolve, get out of their heads and help them to guide them that they can work an honest life and still do well. And that means us showing them the respect, engage them, working with them. To the extent they pay OJ, and I see the representative here, and we are doing that as a government, as a ministry. We have initiated new policy direction in terms of our social investment. We have a 25-school program we're taking the entire school community, and we have a number of other programs that we are working with parents and engaging training for young people at all levels. We want to introduce music in our schools. We want to focus on sporting and skill training. We have reconverted the Caribbean Military Academic Technical Institute now trains young men in operation of heavy-duty equipment, articulated driving vehicles, construction, so as to attract them because these are areas where they can make money. I see someone make a look fun of it, but this is what young men out there who are now involved in crime and are diverted. If they are offered the opportunity to earn a decent income where they can live comfortable and live longer, they will adopt it. And they'll do remarkably well. What they need is an opportunity. But at the very basic, they need some respect. They need to feel that they have equity in the society, and that will give them opportunities. That is a very simple formula, and the community leadership can play a big role in this. We know the schools, we know the communities. We have to stop stigmatizing them and give them the respect they're due. I want to commend the Chamber of Commerce for convening this, and I hope that I will see coming out of this the kind of MOU they speak of, to engage our community leaders, our business leaders, our successful individuals, and which there are many who have come out of these communities. Because the brightest kids I support and have to deal with are come out of Norwood, Flanker, Glendevon, and Canterbury, although it's no longer my constituency. We have had many university graduates, and they have come out and done well. Same time, yes, they have the other side of the coin. We need to direct more of them, and I'm confident if we get the full support of the community, the engagement of the business leaders, the engagement of professionals, and all those who are here who wish to see a different environment, we can convert it. The responsibility is ours. The fight against crime and to create an effective crime prevention system is everybody's business. Every child who's out there is our children, is our brothers and sisters. If we work together, we can reverse this trend and restore the kind of character in our communities. We can live good. That was a Jamaican expression we borrowed. The grandmother would tell in the extended family, live good with the neighbor. There are two symbols I like to quote from my grandmother time. Live good with the neighbor, and cleanliness is next to godliness. It will keep you healthy, and it will keep us alive and well, and grow up to productive people, and restore the camaraderie and the friendship and the kind of community that we all knew as younger people that we believed in and that we believe is truly Jamaican. Violence is not ours. It may have a legacy issue from slavery, all that, but at our hearts, Jamaicans are not people who like to hurt each other. They used to look after their old neighbor who doesn't want to go to arms. They look after children. We all do that. Now we have to restore that. Again, Madam President, I commend you for organizing this. All the directors, now we go from here and see how we can re-engage our young people in particular and our challenged families across the communities in St. James and Westmoreland and Hanover. You're at the center of the region. We'll work together. The police will work with you. The social work will work with the ministry, and the entire government and political leadership will work together as one team to get it together and restore the peace and harmony that's required in our city. Thank you again. Have a good day.
If I were younger, I would have enrolled in the Jamaica Constabulary Force right now. Yes. But I'm near retirement. So I am doing this type of work, type of social entrepreneurship in a sense. In fact, I plan to go further in it. Minister, we have already started to answer the call that you have made. We are signing a memorandum of understanding already today in this room with M&M Jamaica, where we will pay a small amount of money for them to have engineers working with their organization for 6 months. They'll train them, and then maybe they're good enough, they might continue to work with the company, or they can go on to working elsewhere. But that's one of the projects that we are proud to say has come out of this summit. 1, 2, we have Vida McGann from ITEL BPO, who is putting together a mentorship program that's different from any mentorship program that you'll ever see in this country. And that is one of those programs that we are also introducing coming out of this summit. Let me tell you something. I'm too happy, to be honest with you. I'm so happy, it's unbelievable. And if you look in the front here, you'll see the young people from the Anchovy and Cambridge that are here this morning to talk on one of the panels. So what we have done, we have included as many young people as possible in this summit because we know that it's them that we need to reach, in addition to, of course, the parents. I'm not going to keep you much longer, ladies and gentlemen, because we do have a gentleman in our midst who is going to be our keynote speaker. We're going to have to try and make up time later on. Mr. Charles Clayton, who is director of the Planning Institute of Jamaica Community Renewal Program. We call him a socialist extraordinaire. Sociologist, extraordinaire, with focus on development studies and policy formulations. Mr. Clayton has the distinction of being one of the crafters of the Vision 2020 Jamaica Development Plan. I mean, we could not have selected a better speaker to do the keynote address here this morning, could we? Ladies and gentlemen, please do the Montego Bay welcome for Charles Clayton, our keynote speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I don't know if you have set me up to with higher expectations than I can deliver this morning, but perhaps I'll bring it down to earth by saying what I'm here for. But first of all, let me recognize those people who have distinguished individuals here today. I want to recognize the Honorable Horace Chang, our Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of National Security. And I have been working with Dr. Chang for the last 3 years or so, and I can tell you that of his sincerity of the task that he's doing, he's really seized of the importance of that, and it's a pleasure working with him because I know how much he's engaged in this concern. The Honorable Homer Davis, Minister without Portfolio in the Office of the Prime Minister, Ambassador of the Republic of Panama to Jamaica, Dr. Lasford Douglas, Her Excellency Angie Martinez, Ambassador of the Dominican Republic in Jamaica, Mr. Dominic Riley, U.S. Postal Inspection Service Attaché, U.S. Embassy in Kingston, Lieutenant Commander George Overton of the Guardsman Group, First VP, Mobile Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Mr. Oral Heaven, and other directors of the Mobile Chamber of Commerce and Industry, members of the media, distinguished guests, our visiting students, ladies and gentlemen. I'm deeply honored to have been asked to be the keynote speaker this morning. I'm quite certain that I wasn't selected because of my oratorical skills. I believe that I was asked to speak at this time simply because of my familiarity with the architecture that we are creating for dealing with the situation in crime. And so my focus this morning will not be so much on oratory, but really on trying to dissect what it is that the public sector, the government, has that is designed to address the problem that we face. I have a vested interest in this in particular. I've been here in Montego Bay because many of you will not know, but I am deeply entrenched. My history is deeply entrenched in Montego Bay. My infancy was spent in Cambridge and then in Irwin, where I started my first school at Irwin Hill Primary. And then later on, I spent 5 years at the illustrious school on the hill, Cornwall College. And so I have my antecedents are here. On my father's side, my father is a Montegonian. His father is a Montegonian. I met my grandmother living on Haggett Lane, which is on the other side of town. And I had my aunt living on Paradise Row on one side of the family. On the other side of the family, my grandfather owned St. James Bakery, and now it's owned by my aunt and run by my cousins. Chin's Furniture, that's my cousin, uncle. TC Electronics, one of my uncles. So you can say I'm deeply, deeply established in Montego Bay. So I have a deep interest in seeing what happens here. When I was growing up as a child here, the Montego Bay I knew was a place that was rightly called the friendly city. There was not much that you had to worry about. You could sit at nights on Carl Wall, and the only thing that you'd see out there I'm sorry I have to mention this, were the prostitutes waiting on the cruise ship to come in. There was nothing more threatening than that. And there was a little man, for those of you who are older, who might remember, there was a little man who used to haunt the streets, and he'd particularly tackle the ladies, and he'd have a particular message for them. If you know, say, the wages of sin is death, and the gift of God is eternal life, and if you repent, or you will burn up. I don't know if you remember him. And at the end of his message, he would quietly whisper in the ears of the ladies, beg your 10 cents. After he had intimidated them, of course, the ladies were never reluctant to give him the 10 cents. But that is the Montego Bay that I knew years ago. Fast forward, and a lot of progress has been made. Mobay is a bustling city, very busy. You can scarcely drive through the city because of the density of the traffic. There's signs of business everywhere. There are new buildings, new businesses everywhere. And so there's that side of Montego Bay, which is prosperous, which is healthy economically. But in the background, we are haunted by the specter of crime. And it's not just crime. Crime is everywhere. And Jamaica's overall crime problem isn't really so bad. But we are concerned about one particular aspect of crime, that is criminal violence. And the minister hit upon something which perhaps is one of the roots of our problems. A propensity to violence that is in the society itself, embedded in our society. We seem not to be able to resolve our problems without resorting to violence. We reprimand our children with violence. We often threaten our children. I don't know how our children survive with their teeth in their mouth, but they threaten to box out all the teeth and hit them over the head. And sometimes you do that, really. So our children, many of our children, grow up in a violent environment. When somebody does something wrong, we resolve that problem with violence. If we catch a thief, that thief will be lucky to come out alive or with any of his limbs standing. I remember sitting in a taxi and hearing a taxi driver describing an incident in which somebody who suspected of a thief was caught in a well-to-do neighborhood. And he described the church elder, the doctor, the teacher, the nurse, all out there with their weapons to destroy this man. And the point I'm trying to drive home is that we do have a problem. And that problem is deep-seated. It comes from very far back. The society was established years ago on violence. We had the Spaniards here who were violent with the original people in Jamaica, the Tainos. And we don't even know if there's any surviving now. Then the British came and they were even more violent with our ancestors, with the African slaves. And so we were established on a foundation of violence from way back then. Nonetheless, we survived and we came out as a reasonably civil society, notwithstanding that the specter of violence remained in the background. Every now and then you'd hear of domestic violence and somebody would chop up somebody. Once in a while you'd hear that. Or you'd hear of a dispute with somebody and somebody gets stabbed. But something has changed over the years. A confluence of factors have made that an even more perilous problem. People point back to political history, international politics as part of the formation of gangs. And yes, you can look there, but this is not everything. You can look also to the formation of the international gangs, drug trades, which brings it in itself its own culture of violence. Because gangs, by their nature of their operations, keep order by extreme violence. So that has brought another layer of violence into our country. And then we have the formation of communities that have been linked to these gangs over the years, and the formation of cultures and subcultures within those communities that rely on force and violence to maintain order. And children have grown up in these spaces, exposed to violence from a very early age. They have themselves experienced violence. They have seen violence committed against their brothers, their sisters, their uncles, their aunts, their parents, and some have lost many of their relatives, but they have never been treated for the trauma to which they were exposed. And so they have grown up, many of them, maladjusted and unable to deal with situations of conflict without resorting to conflict themselves. In fact, using conflict as an outlet for the past experience that they have had that they were never treated for. You know, there was a small gang of people, in fact, and anthropologist Herbert Gale actually referenced this, a group of boys who targeted their mothers because their mothers used to brutalize them as children. Mothers sometimes get frustrated at the absence of fathers in the house. And I have to commend our men because I'm seeing much more fathers trying to play a role in the lives of their children in the inner cities now. But certainly there has been a history of neglect. And the mothers very often have tended to take it out on the children themselves who become frustrated. And they themselves take it out on their partners later on and on the wider society. And sometimes children also in these environments have grown up without the luxury of having a family setting. Without a family setting, there's not that protective layer that can provide resilience for the child against immoral temptations or against other influences that are external to the home. And children then rely on each other or on external partners to develop this kind of resilience. So they become subject to the influence of gangs. Gangs become their families. So it's much easier for them in those circumstances to become a member of a gang. And so these are some of the circumstances that have given rise to the proliferation of gangs and the proliferation of violence that we see around us now. It is not simply, well, yesterday, our guest speaker, our keynote speaker spoke of some other issues, our own neglect of looking at small problems that have become big problems now. For example, scamming and other things like those that we have turned a blind eye to because they did not seem so big at the time. They have become major problems now. So there's partly the breakdown of institutional frameworks for enforcement and for providing the protective environment. There's that side of it. There's a breakdown of society and its influence, which should have provided the resilience against that kind of temptation. There's that there, but there's also, as I said, these other factors that have played. The confluence of the international gangs, which have brought their culture of violence, the confluence of violence within the homes and neglect among the children. All these factors have played a role in creating the kind of environment that we're hiding from now. So it means that it's not a problem that can be solved with a wand. There's some people who believe that all we need to do is to resume hanging and it will all stop. You don't even catch them, how are you going to hang them? That's the problem. And the second thing is that there's no data around the world that suggests that those countries that have capital punishment, that those countries that have exercised capital country have a higher rate of success in terms of fewer violent incidents than those that don't. In fact, some of the most peaceful countries are those that do not include capital punishment in their menu of solutions. What it really requires is what we have been talking about all through this conference. You have heard it. You have heard it from the minister himself has spoken about it. It is a need for a societal response. There are many, many fronts on which we need to tackle. On the one hand, the government is doing a lot of work in strengthening the police force and in strengthening the institutions to manage the situation. But that alone won't help. We have this social environment that we have to relate to. And resources are scarce. And except we combine our resources, that social environment cannot be properly tackled. There are multiple dimensions to that. There are governance structures to be resolved. It is governance issues that lead to the formation of alternative governments within these communities, where the state becomes marginal and the community itself finds its own solutions, finds its own justice mechanism, finds its own mechanism for social services, where community members become disconnected from agencies of state. They don't know how to get their passport, they don't know how to get their TRN, they don't know how to apply for a job, they don't know what the health services will do for them because they have been divorced from all of this. So we need a corporate approach where the agencies from every angle will look at the communities, look at the different areas in which there are gaps. You look at the fact that the governance structures don't work. You look at the fact that the social systems don't work. The family structures are not there. Parenting support is not there. How can parents support their children in the absence of financing? These are things that we have to look at. You know, parenting programs generally speak to theoretical frameworks that work when the resources are there. But do you have the framework to provide them with the assistance when those resources don't exist? What do you tell your parents? You need to point them to the agencies of state that can provide support or to other mechanisms. But in a vacuum, they can't be good parents. You know, how do community members that grow up in this environment develop the values that will sustain them, that will make them resilient against those temptations? What kind of resilience do we need to put there? We need to create an environment in which they have trust in our organizations once more. Trust in the police, trust in the institution that serve them, trust that there's a mechanism out there that I can turn to without having to resort to illegal mechanisms. I believe that if they put their minds to it, they will find a way out. The scamming returns so much in a single event that there's nothing that can compete with it. So what is it that can make a child who is tempted to scam not do it anymore? There are a number of things that we need to look at. One is deterrence factors. What can deter them? Is it the penalties or the threat of being caught? The threat of being caught is more important than the strength of the penalty, although they both go together. If you don't believe you're going to be caught, then you can make the penalty anything you want. Nobody will believe you, so they'll just go on doing it. So we have to combine adequate penalties along with the possibility, likelihood of being caught, along with useful alternatives. It's not enough to say, get a job. People can work these things out for themselves. Sometimes the jobs that they can get are marginal. If it's going to cost you more to go to work and to buy lunch than the job pays you, or all it can do is take you to work and buy lunch, but it can't pay your rent, it can't pay your light bill, it cannot do your maintenance, then the person works out in their mind, there's no point in this job. It is too marginal. So we have to find jobs that can offer people livable wage, along with the fact that we must have strong deterrence, and along with the fact that we must have the likelihood of being caught, we must also have alternatives that offer livable wages. This then becomes a viable option to people. So we as a society must craft the environment in such a way that we can persuade people that this is possible. In consultations I've had with young men in the communities, many young men in some of these communities do not believe that they're going to live past the age of 30 or 35. And so they're anxious to get everything done now. There's anxiety because they won't live very long anyway. So it has to be done now. We have to persuade them that there is a possibility that goes beyond that for them, young men and women, that it doesn't end at 30 or 35. There's a possibility of a long life in front of you. And there's a possibility of a comfortable life, maybe not luxury, but certainly a comfortable life without having to resort to the risk of getting involved in these criminal enterprises. These are the issues that we have to resolve. So faced with all of these factors now, what do we do? Throw our hands in the air and say we can't do it? Or just talk and talk and talk? Well, I'm happy to report that there is an architecture for dealing with this problem. It needs your support from many different angles. If I should start at the very top, our national planning framework is Vision 2030 Jamaica, at the very top. And that has 4 goals and 15 outcomes. Goal number 2 speaks to Jamaica being a society that is secure and just. And within that framework, we have 2 outcomes. One we call governance, and the other we call safety and justice. The National Crime Plan sits on both. We have a broad plan for Jamaica called Plan Secure Jamaica that sits within that framework. That's the biggest architecture for Jamaica. And beneath that, we have a plan for crime and dealing with the crime, which is called the Citizen Security Plan. That Citizen Security Plan has 3 broad pillars. One is safe environments, the other is crime prevention, and the third one speaks to community development. And within those 3 broad thematic areas are subsumed a number of other sub-areas to which we can align ourselves as we work towards supporting the plan. And supporting that architecture, we have a number of other institutions. We have the CMOC, the Crime Management Oversight Committee. That Crime Management Oversight Committee is a multidimensional committee that is advisory. It has private sector, it has public sector, it has opposition, it has government, everyone on that one. That sits as an advisory committee that monitors certain things that is happening. Then we have the business group, which acts to ensure that things happen within the plan. This is comprised of senior people within the public sector. And that then works as an avenue to give oversight to what is happening. When problems arise, those people, senior people, can make decisions to make things happen on the ground, lower down. That business group sits there. Then we have the Violence Prevention Commission, which is an advisory group that is designed to be a think tank. It looks for best practices to offer these as solutions that we, as public sector people, can adapt and help in solving the problem of crime. And then we have a number of other supporting frameworks. Within that framework, we have the Community Renewal Program. The Community Renewal Program has as its primary function providing the information that is needed to support this framework. We collect data that supports the architecture. We make sure that the government has community-level data and it has national data that is relevant to decision-making within that architecture. And to do that, we have developed a number of tools. We have, first of all, an indicator framework that supports the Citizen Security Plan and the Community Renewal Plans framework. That indicator framework has the indicators that we are using to monitor whether or not the things that should happen on the plan are happening and what impact they're having at the national level and at the community level. Supporting that, we also have a tool which we called the Community Renewal Index. The Community Renewal Index is a composite index that combines several dimensions, 5 or 6 dimensions, that are measured separately and then combined as one measure that is able to say how a community stands in terms of its renewal, whether it is at this stage or that stage, or whether, and what elements are involved in giving it a good score or a bad score. So it helps us to measure where we're going, whether our community is moving in the right direction or the wrong direction. We have another tool which we call the Community Readiness Assessment Tool, which is a Caribbean-wide tool that is designed to help agencies to see where communities are at vis-a-vis whether or not a community is ready for this intervention or that intervention. It helps in decision-making for agencies that want to support particular activities in communities. And then we have a database, a monitoring and evaluation database, Minister referred to it earlier on, which we are currently populating, which will provide information on the activities that are happening, where they're at, and how they align with the indicators and targets that we have under this framework. All of that exists that you may not be aware of. So the government is not sitting quietly and looking at the crime problem. In the background, oh, I'm sorry. I'm running out of time now. So having said that just to assure you that there's a framework There's a framework of support that exists within the government, and what we need is your support within this framework. You can contact me to find out how you can give more specific support to that program, but everyone here has a role to play. And I want to thank you very much for taking the time to listen. I'm sorry, time has run out of me. I've spoken a little bit too long. And I hope that I will hear from you in the near future as together we work to make Jamaica the place of choice to live, work, and raise our families.
Wow, thanks a million to you, sir. Let me tell you something. The reason why we have tagged it collective security is for the same reason that Mr. Clayton has spoken about. Collectively, we as citizens of this country want to support the Ministry of National Security, the Jamaica Constabulary Force, and the JDF in helping to reduce crime in this country. That is what we're all about. Earlier this morning, I welcomed everyone, and there's a young man in this room that I have so much admiration and respect for, and I never recognized him, and I want to recognize him now. Deputy Mayor, please stand, sir. I feel so badly about it. Mr. Richard Vernon. I'm so sorry, Mr. Vernon. It's not normal. You know how much this chamber appreciates you. So you know we would not have done that deliberately. Thank you. We now have in our midst our other panelists from the U.S. Embassy. And I'm trying to find his name here before I get into trouble. I think it's at the back, right. Mr. Dominic Riley, U.S. Postal Inspection Service Attaché with the U.S. Embassy in Kingston. He's the expert on lottery scamming. I want to welcome you to Montego Bay, sir. I know that you probably come here all the time, but you have never been in our midst, so we want to thank you for coming. We are now going to go straight into the first panel. All right, so we're going to take a 10-minute break. Okay, fine. So we are going to do coffee break for 10 minutes and come right back when we start the first panel discussion. Coffee break is right on the outside. Please don't spend more than 10 minutes because the first panel discussion is going to be very, very exciting. We don't want you to miss anything.
Of commerce united, we're strong. No matter how we try, we can't do this alone. Jamaica, we have to do better. Me island, me treasure. Low out the war, now we've been fighting forever. We've been under the pressure. Oppression, me want to see clear skies. Don't want nobody wait. I miss it from my wake up. No one cocaine on my cup. Wave right to my neighbor. Collective security will go. Me no want see no guns, no only papers. Send it straight to my PayPal. If you're listening, beg you a favor. Please don't be a hater. Can't do this alone, should I be a stranger? Make you all discuss. Start a trend like who famous. The day we unite, build trust. I did it, crime go down. Strong. No matter how we try, we can't do this alone. Jamaica, we have to do better. Me island, me treasure. Low out the war, now we've been fighting forever. We've been under the pressure. Oppression, me want to see clear skies. Don't want nobody wait. I miss it from my wake up. No one cocaine on my cup. Wave right to my neighbor. Collective security will go. Me no want see no guns, no only papers. Send it straight to my PayPal. Ooh, if you're listening, beg you a favor. Please don't be a hater. Can't do this alone, should I be a stranger? Make you all discuss. Start a trend like who famous. The day we unite, build trust. I did it, crime go down. Can't do this on my own. No matter how we try, we can't do this alone. Mobile Chamber of Commerce unite and we're strong. No matter how we try, we can't do this alone. Jamaica want to do better. Me all and me treasure. Low out the war, no we been fighting forever. We been under the pressure. Oppression, me want see clear skies. No want nobody wait. I miss it from my wake up. Lone cocaine on my cup. Wave right to my neighbor. Collective security will go. Me no want see no guns, no only papers. Send it straight to my PayPal. Ooh, if you're listening, beg you a favor. Please don't be a hater. Can't do this alone, should I be a stranger? Make you all discuss. Start a trend like who famous. The day we unite, build trust. I did it, crime go down. Can't do this on my own. No matter how we try, we can't do this alone. Mobile Chamber of Commerce unite and we're strong. No matter how we try, we can't do this alone. Jamaica want to do better. Me all and me treasure. Low out the war, no we been fighting forever. We been under the pressure. Oppression, me want see clear skies. No want nobody wait. I miss it from my wake up. Lone cocaine on my cup. Wave right to my neighbor. Collective security will go. Me no want see no guns, no only papers. Send it straight to my PayPal. Ooh, if you're listening, beg you a favor. Please don't be a hater. Can't do this alone, should I be a stranger? Make you all discuss. Start a trend like who famous. The day we unite, build trust. I did it, crime go down. Can't do this on my own. No matter how we try, we can't do this alone. Mobile Chamber of Commerce unite and we're strong. No matter how we try, we can't do this alone. Jamaica want to do better. Me all and me treasure. Low out the war, no we been fighting forever. We been under the pressure. Oppression, me want see clear skies. No want nobody wait. I miss it from my wake up. Lone cocaine on my cup. Wave right to my neighbor. Collective security will go. Me no want see no guns, no only papers. Send it straight to my PayPal. Ooh, if you're listening, beg you a favor. Please don't be a hater. Can't do this alone, should I be a stranger? Make you all discuss. Start a trend like who famous. The day we unite, build trust. I did it, crime go down. Can't do this on my own. No matter how we try, we can't do this alone. Mobile Chamber of Commerce unite and we're strong. No matter how we try, we can't do this alone. Jamaica want to do better. Me all and me treasure. Low out the war, no we been fighting forever. We been under the pressure. Oppression, me want see clear skies. No want nobody wait. I miss it from my wake up. Lone cocaine on my cup. Wave right to my neighbor. Collective security will go. Me no want see no guns, no only papers. Send it straight to my PayPal. Ooh, if I listening, beg you a favor. Please don't be a hater. Can't do this alone, should I be a stranger? Make you all discuss. Start a trend like who famous. The day we unite, build trust. I did it, crime go down. Can't do this on my own. No matter how we try, we can't do this alone. Mobile Chamber of Commerce unite and we're strong. No matter how we try, we can't do this alone. Jamaica, we have to do better. Me island, me treasure. Low out the war, now we been fighting forever. We been under the pressure. Oppression, me want see clear skies. Don't want nobody wait. I miss it from my wake up. Low cocaine on my cup. Wave right to my neighbor. Collective security will go. Me no want see no guns, no only papers. Send it straight to my PayPal. Ooh, if I listening, beg you a favor. Please don't be a hater. Can't do this alone, should I be a stranger? Make you all discuss. Start a trend like who famous. The day we unite, build trust. I did it, crime go down. Can't do this on my own. No matter how we try, we can't do this alone. Mobile Chamber of Commerce unite and we're strong. No matter how we try, we can't do this alone. Jamaica, we have to do better. Me island, me treasure. Low out the war, now we been fighting forever. We been under the pressure. Oppression, me want see clear skies. Don't want nobody wait. I miss it from my wake up. Low cocaine on my
Okay, can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Perfect. And let me try something real quick. Can you see the second slide now?
Yes, we can see the slides. Going over good.
Okay, perfect. And one last thing. Can you see me?
Not yet.
How about now?
Yes, we're seeing it now.
Okay, perfect. And do I seem lag to you? Can you see the slides and me moving at the same time?
Yes, we can.
Perfect.
Yes.
Thank you very, very much.
Awesome. So when you're ready to go, we have everything set and you'll be perfect.
Okay, I'm just going to stop sharing my screen now and I'll just stay here put until you let me know it's time to start, okay?
Okay, we'll do. All right,
Thank you.
PayPal. Ooh, if I listening, beg you a favor. Please don't be a hater. Can't do this alone, should I be a stranger? Make you all discuss. Start a trend like who famous. The day we unite, build trust. I did it, crime go down. Can't do this on my own. No matter how we try, we can't do this alone. Mobile Chamber of Commerce unite and we're strong. No matter how we try, we can't do this alone. Jamaica, we have to do better. Me island, me treasure. Low out the war, now we been fighting forever. We been under the pressure. Oppression, me want see clear skies. Don't want no bad weather. I miss it from my wake up. Lone cocaine on my cup. Wave right to my neighbor. Collective security will go. Me no want see no guns, no only papers. Send it straight to my PayPal. If you're listening, beg you a favor. Please don't be a hater. Can't do this alone, should I be a stranger? Make you all discuss. Start a trend like who famous. The day we unite, build trust. I did it, crime go down. Strong. No matter how we try, we can do this alone. Jamaica, we have to do better. Me island, me treasure. Low out the war, now we been fighting forever. We been under the pressure. Oppression, me want see clear skies. Don't want no bad weather. I miss it from my wake up. Lone cocaine on my cup. Wave right to my neighbor. Collective security will go. Me no want see no guns, no only papers. Send it straight to my PayPal. If you're listening, beg you a favor. Please don't be a hater. Can't do this alone, should I be a stranger? Make you all discuss. Start a trend like who famous. The day we unite, build trust. I did it, crime go down. Strong. No matter how we try, we can do this alone. Jamaica, we have to do better. Me island, me treasure. Low out the war, now we been fighting forever. We been under the pressure. Oppression, me want see clear skies. Don't want no bad weather. I miss it from my wake up. Lone cocaine on my cup. Wave right to my neighbor. Collective security will go. Me no want see no guns, no only papers. Send it straight to my PayPal. If you're listening, beg you a favor. Please don't be a hater. Can't do this alone, should I be a stranger? Make you all discuss. Start a trend like who famous. The day we unite, build trust. I did it, crime go down. Strong. No matter how we try, we can do this alone. Jamaica, we have to do better. Me island, me treasure. Low out the war, now we been fighting forever. We been under the pressure. Oppression, me want see clear skies. Don't want no bad weather. I miss it from my wake up. Lone cocaine on my cup. Wave right to my neighbor. Collective security will go. Me no want see no guns, no only papers. Send it straight to my PayPal. If you're listening, beg you a favor. Please don't be a hater. Can't do this alone, should I be a stranger? Make you all discuss. Start a trend like who famous. The day we unite, build trust. I did it, crime go down. Strong. No matter how we try, we can do this alone. Jamaica, we have to do better. Me island, me treasure. Low out the war, now we been fighting forever. We been under the pressure. Oppression, me want see clear skies. Don't want no bad weather. I miss it from my wake up. Lone cocaine on my cup. Wave right to my neighbor. Collective security will go. Me no want see no guns, no only papers. Send it straight to my PayPal. Ooh, if you're listening, beg you a favor. Please don't be a hater. Can't do this alone, should I be a stranger? Make you all discuss. Start a trend like who famous. The day we unite, build trust. I did it, crime go down.
Check, 1, 2. All right, we need to restart, guys. I know that the food is good. In fact, I had some of the best coffee just now. But we need you back. Can we ask that all persons please find their seats? Can we all ask the people who are fans of Queen Ifrica to please have a seat? Queen, I may tell you, 2 days in a row you come here and you are the most popular person in this thing. She was popular before. Well, she more popular now. Did you see the article about sending a message to Jashi? I'm loving it. We're ready for you guys. Please come back inside and have a seat. Pardon me? Did you cheer? Needs to come up more? All right. Sonia, can you ask them to stop serving the food outside? Tell them to close off the thing. Yes. Yes, my darling. No, this is the school children now. Yes, it's on here. I know. Okay, all right, cool. Where are the students that we were invited to be a part of this? Are they all outside? I want to invite the panelists to come on stage. The group that includes Principal Joseph Williams of the St. James High, Levon Brissett, Dean of Discipline. He looks so different today, I didn't recognize him. Thaddean Tingling, Deputy Head Girl, Anchovy High. Oriel Spence, Head Girl, Cambridge High School. And of course, the moderator for this section, journalist extraordinaire. You talk about extraordinaire? Yeah. Just like we spoke about Mr. Clayton earlier this morning, this is Damian Mitchell, integration editor at the Gleaner. He's visiting Montego Bay. Before we start, we're going to invite the lady of the moment, a woman who has made such an impact on this, our security summit. Her name is on the lips of everyone who has been talking about the summit. If anyone told me that Queen Ifrica would have come to Montego Bay and spent 2 days with us, taking over our summit, we probably would have said, no, sir. Queen Ifrica coming, yes, and she's coming for a day, she's going to speak, and then she's gone to the beach, maybe. We put her in one of the nicest properties in Montego Bay because we wanted her to experience what that property had to offer, or has to offer rather. But she chose to spend every minute with us here at this summit. And that is because of the kind of sacrifice that she's willing to make to ensure we reduce crime in this country. Ladies and gentlemen, she's going to do for us one of her songs. What's the name of it? Predator's Paradise. And you know we don't like predators. And I know she doesn't either. Help me to welcome Queen Ifrica as she heralds this panel into focus.
Good morning again, everyone. Enough respect, you know. We are here today again to seal up this effort. Set up the rhythm there. As the phoenix rises from the fire, truth will be the only bastion of justice. You hear that? Every day you wake up, it's another one, another rape, another kill, another con, another outrage, another plan. It's becoming a phenomenon. Culture, they say, tradition. Since forever, it's been going on and on and on. Nothing will change, they say. Hey, talk till the throat dry. Cry if you want, cry. You'll still be lonely. Facing the darkest days. People just go their ways. We're the forgotten ones. Pile up in file 13. Having a bad dream. In a predator's paradise. No one remembers me. Yeah. Predator's paradise. Hey. You out there, could you pray for me? Yeah. Perpetrators get away with everything, talk truth. Their cheerleaders and supporters only laugh at you. What the hell Mr. Chan can do? In other words, your outcome will depend on you. Prey becomes predator, the thing gets off a road. Frustration and grief, it upon overload. Some of this party shooting at the crowd. How the predator got his sword. In a predator's paradise. You think them nice? No one remembers me. Yeah. Predator's paradise. Hey. You out there, could you pray for me? Yeah. Every day you wake up, it's another one, another rape, another kill, another con, another outrage, another plan. It's becoming a phenomenon. Culture, they say, tradition, since forever. It's been going on and on and on. Nothing will change but the shape of commerce. A man to go be, I said, no, we have to change things, you know. Talk to the throat dryer. You still be lonely. Facing the darkest days. People just go their ways. We're the forgotten ones. Piled up in file 13. Having a bad dream. Predator's paradise. We are fixed that, yes, yes. Predator's paradise. Fix that, yes, yes. Janet, fix that, yeah. Woo! Let me hear the one people play a round of applause. Predator's paradise.
Yeah, man. Mr. Damian Mitchell, take us right there.
Well, thank you so very much. It's really been a headache for most stakeholders, school safety and security. Today we want to attack this issue over the next 60 minutes. We'll wade through the issues and of course we will seek to explore the solutions towards a model for safe schools and collective security. My name is Damian Mitchell, and with me today is a very esteemed panel. We have the principal of the St. James High School, Mr. Joseph Williams. We have also Thadine Tingling. She's the deputy head girl at Anchovy High. Ariel Spence is the head girl at Cambridge High, and we have, to round out the pack, Mr. Levon Brissett, the Dean of Discipline at the Anchovy High School. So let me begin by allowing each of you 2 to 3 minutes just to tell us exactly where we are in respect of school safety and security and where we should be heading. Principal, let's begin with you.
Thank you very much. Is it still morning or good afternoon? Okay, we are early. I'm accustomed to the early morning. Principal of St. James High School, Joseph Edwin Williams. This is my 18th year at the school, 36 years now in teaching in this profession. Talking about early morning, we are the only shift school in St. James. First shift is from 7 a.m. to 12:15 p.m. and then the second shift is from 12:30 to 5:30 p.m. We have over 1,900 students. We are coming down from 2,557. All right, so thanks for the government building more schools down here, and probably we still need more. In terms of safety and security, we know that right now we're very concerned. After that 2 years break, students were out of our space at school, and now they are back there with some uprising. But at St. James High, we have managed so far to keep them in check. We are doing some reorientation because we have, for example, those in grade 7. Their last time face-to-face would have been in grade 5 at the primary school. They have not gotten the high school experience as yet, just getting it now. Those in grade 8, their last time being face-to-face would have been in grade 6 at the primary school. They too need to get the real high school experience, and especially at St. James High School, a school that speaks for the parish which is under some amount of some challenges, and we need to set the pace because it was a mandate given to the school when the name was changed, and we carry the parish name, and we have been doing that very well. To God be the glory, because this is a spiritual mindset we are working on. And I'm glad I looked in the crowd and I saw Colonel Dr. Lee Bailey. You must remember me very much from the interview 2002. And I see Reverend Dr. Keene, who was also there. And Dr. Keene's church has been helping us in that we start with God first and foremost every Monday morning. There is a church that comes every Monday. First Monday, third Monday, second Monday, fourth Monday, and if there's a fifth Monday in each month to start school. That's how we have been working on it. So we don't have any violence or I'll say no bloodshed at St. James High for years now. As I said, this is my 18th year. And the narrative was different years ago, and it's like God who had sent me, and He's still keeping me. Thanks to the church working with us. And I want to call on like the media to be more mindful as you work with schools. Yes, you might be into sensationalism, but it was said earlier about stigmatization, and I want to speak to the primary school teachers and parents, what you say at the primary level about schools that your children are selecting. And if I sound like Tony Rebel, it's because I was sitting beside Queen Ifrika, who would have gone to St. James High School. She glad to hear she's from Montego Bay. But we are doing pretty well, and we mourn hearing of the loss of a life at William Knibb. We are very disturbed with what has happened at Petersfield, and I'm also calling on the community now, the business community. You know the number for St. James High School. If you see students misbehaving in the town because they don't misbehave at school, you are to call the school. I would appreciate that very much. Not for the media, media personnel to take a picture or anyone else to put it on social media that here is a fight. Please call the school. I think my 5 minutes are up. Thank you very much. That's where we are. That's where we are going.
Very well. You're right underneath it. Thank you so much. Let me ask Tadine Tingling, the deputy head girl at Anchovy, to speak for 2 or 3 minutes to tell us exactly what is your impression of what's happening in the schools in general, where safety and security is concerned, and where you'd like them to head.
Good morning, everyone. First, I would like to say that I am honored to be sitting on this panel this morning. Now, from a student's perspective, school safety is not talking to a stranger or not performing violent actions among the persons they're around. When you speak of school safety, you speak of being able to involve the children so that they can do their activities, their daily activities, bring out their daily activities, and not be around any violence, any harassment, any bullying, and or substance abuse. Now, our recent acts of atrocity is that there are physical altercations with our students. These violent acts are leaving the impression on outsiders, and they're spawning a bunch of questions and assumptions. Now, one such assumption is that our schools are no longer secured and the students have no discipline. Outsiders are using the reference that one bad apple spoils the entire bunch, which to me is a very naive way to view the situation. You cannot say that because there is one incident that the school is indisciplined. Now, where I feel like we should be going with this is that if there's an incident, it can be solved among the students. There shouldn't be any thought towards outsiders that are saying that this is the entire bunch or the entire school should be painted as an indisciplined school, because school and the teachers and everyone that is in their community is also responsible for the safety and security of students.
Very well, very profound. Thanks, Tadine. Oriel, it's your 2 minutes, 2-3 minutes.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me here today. I want to first say the absence of students in school for the past 2 years has been a very impact on some students. There are fights, gang wars, all of this in schools. Some students are not motivated at homes, so it kind of, put a little burden on them learning in school. I can say the musics that some of these young youths are listening to, it's a no-no. And I would like to take control of that, but I'm not in that space or whatever to take control of that. But it's really putting a burden on these students. The gatherings, gangs, it's hard for the students. And sometimes the absence of them not being to school with friends, and some students their homes are not happy. So when they're at school, you can say they go to a friend and say, listen, so and so. But the absence, they're not seeing each other, so it builds up an anger in them. So I don't know. These students need love. They need love. They need someone to hold them, someone to hug them sometimes and say everything is going to be okay. everything is going to be okay.
Thank you very much. Dean, it's your 2-3 minutes now for your intervention.
Good.
Where we are with safety and where we should be heading.
All right, so morning everyone. So when we think about moving towards a model for safe schools and collective security for schools, I think it's important for outsiders to understand what is being done in the schools. A lot of our programs inside schools are not shared with external persons. So as Ms. Tingling rightly said, you would have the incorrect notion of what's really happening in schools. For Region 4, many of our schools have the school-wide positive behavior intervention support. This is a school-wide approach to safety and security in terms of emotional security for our students, physical security in the space of the plants, and I have to thank the Safety and Security Unit at the Ministry of Education. They do an excellent job in ensuring that we have what we need to keep our students secure. They've given us metal detectors, training for our staff members. These are the sorts of things that do to keep the physical plant safe. At our school, in terms of emotional safety for students, we've developed a student services department. Our principal keeps an open door policy, our guidance counselor an open door policy. Any issue within our students, they know that they can come and talk to us. That entire space where a student feels safe. They've been out of school for 2 years, and I've seen personally where students are coming in and the stories that I've been hearing about what are happening in the communities, what's happening at home with them. We have to realize that a school is a mirror of society. Whatsoever happens out there in society, we're going to see it in our schools. We're going to see, these instances of violence, but what is important is how we treat with it. Now, for our school, for example, we practice restorative justice. After an issue, what is important is how do we move forward from this problem that we're facing? And that is important for our students to know that I may make mistakes, I may have an issue, but there is a space here where we can correct it. There are adults here who can guide, and that is very important for us. As Sir William said, we have to be facing what students are seeing from the outside, the stigmatization. If they are told by adults that, listen, you attend a violent school, you attend a school where this is likely to happen, then they're going to believe that. It is up to each and every one of us to guide our children and let them know that, listen, you can do amazing things, you can do wonderful things, regardless and irrespective of where you're from or where you go to school. I don't think it is fair for us to be at school and we have to be managing media as, employees of a school, of government employees, to be managing media to say that we have to be fighting allegations that our students are going to be prone to violence. Our students hear these things, they see these things, and these are the thoughts that they come to school with. So we have to be a little bit more careful with how we, stigmatize our schools and the impressions that we leave on our children. So.
Quite a lot to chew on. I want to go back to you, Thadeen and Oriel, particularly Oriel, in respect of the pressures that the children are now facing. Thadeen mentioned the issue of substance abuse, which also is one that we do not pay sufficient attention to, but we certainly will be doing that today as we look forward towards the new model. But how do you find students in this parish are coping with the pressures from their peers? Their peers are able to be demonstrating a more flashy lifestyle, illicit though it may be. How do you find children are able to cope with those kinds of pressures? I'll take you first, Ariel, and then we'll go to Thadeen.
Students can talk to their guidance counselors, their teachers. I know multiple teachers at my school that you can speak with. They are very good listeners. They listen to you anytime you have something going on. So yes.
Thadeen, you find that this issue of scamming seeping into the schools has become a real problem for students and a pressure on others to live that kind of lifestyle too?
I think that scamming with students, and then you have the adults, of course, who are portraying this action, and then you know that students, they're more likely to adopt what they see at home. So if this is an action or something that they see every day, if they have a relative that lives in the house with them and they're scamming and they're being like, all right, do you want to try? So some of the relatives that they live with sometimes invites them to also bring out this action. And even though they know that, all right, this is wrong, and this is a young mind, he or she can grow up to be better and do better than what I am doing right now, they would still involve these children, because children, they adopt and absorb the behavior that they see around them. But with friends, and you also have peer pressure. The thing is, some persons would say that students cannot handle peer pressure, but I think that if you have a set amount of friends, or if you have certain types of friends, you can still differentiate the good from the bad. So if I am a good child and I have friends that they do bad stuff, I can still say that this is where I'll draw the line. If they want to come to school late, I won't come to school late, but they're still my friends. I don't have to cut them off completely. I don't have to stop talking to them completely, but I can say, look, we are two different persons, we have two different personalities. I will come to school and you guys can
Very well. Principal, let me get you to weigh in on this, and we also will take some comments from it too, from the dean, because it's a real issue in this parish, the provision of lottery scamming, and it is seeping into the schools. The new model definitely has to take into account this issue of a response from the schools towards this big problem of scamming. Are you finding that in the parish of St. James, it is a live issue which is being dealt with, or is it not being dealt with?
Yeah, as far as I've seen, it is being dealt with. You have the security personnel from US, where I think a solution needs to start up there, where they need to advise those persons not to partake, to cut off that end, first and foremost. In the school, as I've seen it, it used to manifest itself earlier years. We have been dealing with it because we have to get to the mindset. I just talk about flashy lifestyle. There are certain rules. For example, I must speak to St. James High School. At the school, you don't wear any form of jewelry, so your guardian cannot come there. If you have an expensive, no, not watch, bracelet, it cannot come there. So if you have those ill-gotten gains, it cannot come there. It's not accepted. Your uniform, as the term uni means one form of dress code. So if you have millions of dollars wherever you get it, whether it's from Chamber of Commerce or whatever, you dare not come to show that at St. James High School. Because when I came there, I show you, it has to do, that's why we want the parents now to be empowered with us. Church has been working up with us. They give us from the manual, the Word of God, the spiritual part. The parents now, sometimes I even get opposition from the ministry, but I stand up to any force because I'm Jamaican, I won't leave here. I came and found out that there was this fatherlessness. I hear statistics, sociologists now, whoever, anthropologists, or whoever, finding that out. So I didn't realize, because I have about 4 fathers, father, grandfather, about 3 grandfathers, and whatever. And when I saw that when I just came 2004, I declared that I am the father for all these students. So the ministry know that, the parents know that, the children know that. Because what you have to do, the schools where we manage, St. James High, non-traditional, I put my very children in the school with 94 point of the averages. They have to wear the same uniform, cannot wear tight pants, like you rumpel pillar skin. You cannot scam. I used to hear them dialing, but I have security, I have the teachers, I'm patrolling the place. So there's no comfort zone. You cannot do it at school. It would have to be at home. That's how we deal with it. I am the father for them. Because many of them, when they get into trouble, I say, when I'm to fill out the form, what's the name of your father? Me not no father, sir. Then kill my father, sir. And I say, why? My father dead, sir. When I look at these, some of these fathers who were alive, they were living dead. So that's how we tackle it. You own these students as a principal and as study vice principals on the shift, and you have some excellent teachers. I'm in this thing for 36 years now. I've started first 5 years Clarendon College Traditional High School, 10 years Marcus Garvey Technical, taught at Ferncourt. When I was at UWI, I taught down at Kingston College for a short while at UWI. Then I was principal for primary, infant, junior high school, Lesterfield. Then I came to St. James High. It's the longest serving school, 36 years, 18 years now. But what I've seen some teachers at St. James High School who believe and love these students. You see, when you have that, somebody spoke earlier, that's Janet Sylvia, about leadership for the Chamber of Commerce. Even in school, you have to have that kind of leadership where you own the children. These are my children. Parents can't even come in as they ever like. You have to stop at the security and come in after they put on the uniform. It's a label. So I deal with everything. Scamming, I ask my students, those who are, because right now I have a 13-year-old who got shot over Norwood. You know it hurt me? You think it has to be my child? And my child that got shot. I pray a prayer for gunmen. There's a warrant out for them. For scamming, I let them know that it's ill-gotten gain. Because those who do those things, I ask them, check your people in your community. Is there any gunman, notorious gunman, who you know lived to reach 60? I just reached 60 a few weeks ago. So I put the reality. This is how I deal with it. I'm not playing with it.
Very well.
I'm not afraid.
Very well.
That's how we deal with it. The mind, you have to understand, so this won't work out.
Very
without
well.
fear or favor.
Very well. Mr. Brissett, let's tackle this issue once and for all. Going forward with the model for school safety and collective security, what should be the fix with dealing with this issue of lottery scamming, which has found its way into schools?
All right, so to handle this, we have to realize that healthy homes make safe schools. First and foremost, I feel that our parents have to be conscious of the child's diet. And when I speak to the diet, I'm not speaking to what they eat, but everything that they consume. Music, television, what they read, who their friends are. Parents have to be more aware of this. I recall going to high school and in the boom of scamming. I recall I'm a pretty young being. When I first started high school, this was the first time I heard of scamming. And it was very hush-hush. But what I've noticed that has changed is that it is now something that we see on the forefront and persons are proud of it. We hear it in the music, which was never something that happened before. So now we have to be there in schools doing social media guidance, teaching kids that, hey, because they're not hearing it at home, so that, listen, even though you're hearing this in music and you're seeing it in popular culture, what are your real thoughts to it? And a lot of times when we speak to the children, we realize that these are just malleable young minds. They don't know what they're following. The parents that are not present are leaving their children to be parented by popular culture. And we all know that popular culture is not right culture. We see what is popular in music now, and I was sharing with a group of students. So take a look at the YouTube views at some particular songs, and we see 10 million, 10.4 million views on a song about chopping. Chop the line, and we see it and we hear it. Where are these views coming from? They're coming from our students. Spoke to some parents and I asked them, I said, who's your son's favorite artist? Mother couldn't tell me. Asked the son, his favorite artist was Intense. I said, which song you like? He said, Yahoo boy, sorry, bud. And I said, do you understand what he's talking about? He said, yes, sir. And I asked him to explain, and listening to the explanation, I could see that he really never understood what was being said. So do we really see a problem with lottery scamming? I can speak for my school that I really don't see it there, but what I see is the mentality. And if they think that this is something that is cool, it makes them more susceptible to these criminal elements that will paint it as something positive. So we don't see the ill-gotten gains, but we see the means by which, criminal elements will prey on our children, and we really have to be conscious about this, in maintaining the children's diet. I pay attention to, my office has become student government and student services office where it is always filled with students. Cannot see my office without a group of 10 or 15 students in there just having a conversation, just talking about these things, because I feel that I have to be I never grew up with a father, so I have to be, what I never had to these students, this form of guidance, this form of, keeping up with popular culture, keeping up with what is out there, because if we as adults are not aware of what is out there, then we cannot speak to our children about these things. So that is how I...
And that brings me to a point I want to raise of the curriculum as it exists. Is there a time for redefining of the curriculum to face some of the realities that our students are facing, which will impact in one way or another their own safety and their own level of security?
All right, so if I could speak on that, I can speak to the Anchovy High School that we formed our Student Services Department, which consists of our 2 deans of disciplines, our guidance counselors, or HFLE teachers, and it incorporates what we know as a disciplinary committee. These are our coordinators, or principal and vice principal. So these persons are trained in, popular culture. Our HFLE teachers and our homeroom teachers are asked to, during these sessions, speak to students about this. We see where it is in the curriculum, but we have to modernize it. It is written in black and white to say that, we should speak to topics of, sexual misconduct, maladaptive behaviors, but we are now trying to change it in such a way to modernize it to say that, this is what is happening in our country right now, and these are the conversations that need to be had with students, because we need to guide the conversations. I ask teachers all the time, insert yourselves into the social groups of these children so that they have an adult to speak to guide them. As it speaks to the actual curriculum, I know that their change is being made to our curriculum, the HFLE curriculum, the guidance curriculum, or disciplinary committee members are trained in such. So there are changes being made. We have to stay modern. We have to update these things yearly. So we do, in fact, do these things.
Principal Williams, time for a review of the curriculum to face deal with the realities.
What is very important is how you teach what you teach. Because, for example, let me do St. James High School again. Attitude. I'm a social studies specialist from Teachers College. When we write our lesson plans, you write the content and the skills, but there is also an objective for attitude. Attitude is very important. And that is why, for example, our St. James High School is structured. Monday morning, you have General Assembly. So the church comes in and they play their part for an half an hour. They are teaching some values and attitudes. They're hearing it from out there. You go right down to Friday. Friday is gender devotion. And Reverend Dr. King is sending a team to help us with the men. When you go there, you teach certain attitude. Gender devotion. So the men will go with the boys, and the ladies, they go with the girls. When we get other expert from outside, now you teach attitude there. So we could call for a restructuring of the curriculum and we don't put in what is needed. We can put it in without calling on ministry to restructure, because we are looking at the situation which exists. We don't necessarily have to go to ministry might come with something else, put in some more subjects and squeeze us out at St. James where we only have half day to prepare the people. It's what you teach, the attitude. That says that what? Attitude determines your altitude. I think that's what is needed. And then how we deal with the parents now. Media, and I think Africa is going to call on my good friend Tony Rebel to do some tune now. We deal with the right attitude that students would have. I remember Bounty Killer did do a song, so on the pressure on the book. Or maybe some of our teachers, lecturers need to do some songs now, giving the right attitude. If you are a guidance counselor, put it in the music. Those who teach maths, put it in the music. You don't really need a restructuring. It's what you do, how you do, and where you reach them.
Right, and let me bring back the dean into the discussion. So we've heard so much about the stakeholders, and we want to limit them now to the school administration, the Ministry of Education, the parents, and the students. When you look at these 4 stakeholders, students, parents, school administration, Ministry of Education, are you seeing where any is failing?
wouldn't say any of them are failing per se. You have the parents, for example. You have parents that they take their lifestyle and they try to give it to their children, let's say. So if it's that parent lives a lifestyle of drugs, if they listen to Intense or the other artists that sing about certain and certain stuff, then that is what the child is going to grow up with. So I wouldn't say that it's not intentional that they're failing, but they're not seeing that what they're doing is affecting their child. You have our principal. Our principal plays a very vital role to the students of the school. I'm going to say, my principal.
Congrats, Principal.
She plays a very vital role in our school. Now, when we get to school each morning, she takes it upon herself to ensure that each and every student is there where they're supposed to be. So, at 8, you're supposed to be here for devotion. So, the principal, along with our dean of discipline, they'll get the other students. So, you have students, they'll be outside and they'll come inside and say, come inside, it's time for devotion. So the smallest things they do for our students help them a lot. So I don't think that the principal, the dean, the HFLE teachers, I don't think any of them are failing. Parents sometimes struggle with realizing how wrong they are, so therefore they cannot point out how wrong their students are.
Very well. Oriel, I'd like you to comment on that in respect of the stakeholders in the education system, the Ministry of Education, the school administration, students and parents. Is anybody failing?
I don't think so, but some of the parents are failing. There was an incident at my school where a conflict took place in class, and she ran up on the student, cursing her. When the child went to her bus stop, the other student, her mother and the student, fight the other student that was in the class. No, that is not acceptable at my school. As the head girl, these parents, you can tell me that a parent and her child go and fight a student who said something simple to the other student. That is not acceptable. The guidance team at my school is very good. They do guidance class once a week. My principal, Mr. Harry Hansel, excellent principal. He, in the mornings and in the evenings especially, he go in the square, in Cambridge Square, run around the square, see if students are doing okay, go and check up on students if they're getting through with drives to go home. So it's excellent.
Very well. Mr. Brissett, I want to come back to that issue of resource allocation as we look to fashion this model for school safety and security. Many schools are in poor conditions because of the resource allocation, and this provides a breeding ground for weapons lying literally around the school. Broken chairs that become weapons in fights and all these kinds of stuff. Do you think we should be moving towards a shift in the resource allocation to schools? Because right now it's just a matter of assigning you some money based on the number of students you have.
All right, so definitely to answer that, yes, we need more money. I always said more money. Right, Mr. Stewart? I always need more money. However, I can speak to our school in particular where we don't have an issue really with old desks and chairs. We would need more desks, but what we try to do is work with what we have. So our old desks are repaired by our mechanical engineering department and our carpentry department. So our students fix these desks and chairs. We have certain students who they work under our plant manager, and these are furniture wardens. So they will go around and look if we have any damaged desks and chairs, and they would take them to the department to be, restructured and fixed. And it gives students a sense of pride to know that, hey, this is a desk that I worked on. I built this with my hands. So that sense of pride to take care of their school, and they know the situation. I hear it from students all the time, sir, we can't just get some desks and chairs and government send down some. I say, yes, in a perfect world where all the money is flowing freely, but for right now, and it teaches them this sense of importance that I can do anything that I put my mind to and I put my hands to work on. And I've had students displayed maladaptive behaviors, and I took them down to the department and I said, look, you're going to work with the carpentry department today, and I need some desks and chairs refashioned and fixed. And they've come back to me, and I can see that sense of pride within them to say that I did something to help my school. We don't do detention, we do community service. You do something wrong, give back to your community. So for our school, to answer the question, yes, always need more resources, as we have programs that would desperately need the funding. We have all these ideas. We're contacted by the Jamaica Esports Initiative recently, wanting to work with our school. We were contacted by so many other persons that would want to help, that would want to start these projects, but we don't have the funding to do so.
Very well. And we're wrapping up. We want to go to the audience for questions in about 2 minutes or so. But Principal, I need to get your weigh in on this. Do you reckon that it's time to shift how resources are allocated to schools? Schools which are under-resourced, generally, we find are some of those at the pinnacle where violence is concerned.
Yes, that's where I know from before this moment that that's where the ministry, the government, they fail each time. And they are responsible for some of the ills in society because, for example, as you look, St. James High School, the largest populated school in Western Jamaica in Region 4. And in this parish, it is the only school that is on shift. You still have to sit the same exam because that's what I also used to empower the parents. They used to think that because at primary school, they told the children, oh, don't choose this school, don't choose. But they didn't realize that they did the same gene at our PEP, the same day, and it's the same paper, whichever primary school. And then when you come to high school, we are going into CXC now. My students are doing mock exam, that's why they are not here. They are going to sit the same exam, even those in Trinidad, Jamaica, and so forth. So people need to get information. Like we have it now, you see how this class is in a pensive mood, how they are listening. There's certain information that even the adults didn't have. They do the same exam, but at the same time, we have half the time to prepare our students who get the lower marks coming out of the PEP exams. So this should be fixed. And then there is a problem. Because you heard the dean spoke, in St. James, we have a coalition of principals. So it's my friend who actually appealed to me, Laverne, principal of Anchovy, to be here because normally I don't come here. I work at school. I work at school because not one, since I've been here, to God be the glory, not one student shall be killed at St. James High School, so help me God. And I've taken charge of that school. But even when we try to use our initiative, maybe that's why Colonel Lee Bailey should have come back as chairman. I didn't serve under his leadership. When you try to empower the students now and the teachers with the skill to say, prepare these desks, because when you ask ministry, how long them take to send it back, the school year would have ended. What's wrong with the mic? I think I'm louder than the mic. Anyway, so we now would say, you empower the student, because when a student doing carpentry repairs a desk, and then you now at the school, you pay the teacher, and the teacher pays gives some of the money to the student. They are going to see that they can get money out of doing carpentry. But then you're going to hear that the board and those in ministry tell you that, oh, you must go get somebody from outside. It's defeating what you want to do with the students. And for example, The main problem at St. James, I know, is not violence. Is the fact that we are on shift. And these are unlike, oh, well, nobody else in St. James is on shift. Yeah, the school in Jamaica, but the thing is, we need to get the schools off shift because they are preparing for the same exam and it's the same syllabus. We need more resources. And when we try to do it on our own now, we get called from all parish council or from wherever place come to stop me from building a play field.
The deputy mayor is here, so we can have a talk after.
There needs to be level playing field.
Literally.
Literally, the students, literally or figuratively, all the students must get, and if anybody should be on shift, it should be the brighter students, not the ones with the lower grades.
Very well. I'm going to turn to the audience at this point. We have just about 10 minutes. We can take your questions. Just indicate there will be a roving microphone. You just need to tell us your name and the organization you are representing. And we'd be happy to take your questions or comments, complaints or commendations in a minute or less. Go right ahead. We have one in the audience here. Just stand, tell us your name and where you're from, as well as your point that you'd like to raise. I think they're just changing the microphone's battery in the meantime. Thank you. You can go right ahead.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
My name is and I'm from Sagicor Life.
You said Martin. What's your first name?
Shauna K. Martin from Sagicor Life, Montego Bay. I'm asking the question to Mr. Williams or to Mr. Bristett. Both of you may answer if time allows. I understand what you're doing for your students while in the schools, and we are aware that a lot of the problems that the students are facing are coming from the homes. So I want to know, how do you encourage parents? What type of engagement do you do with the parents of the students?
Currently, I don't want to say thank God for the COVID, because what has been established now is that because they were online, every class has a parent group. So every parent and student, they are now linked to the teacher. So they can keep consultations, they can keep PTA meetings without having to come to school. Just that is one measure. Also, the grade supervisor is also in a group with the parents, and they are speaking to the parents. There are times when the vice principal, principal, guidance counselor, so we all have contacts now for every student, and by extension, every parent, so we can speak to them more. That is very good. It's working well now in terms of communication, and we are coming together much better than when they would have to come to school physically. That's one means.
Mr. Brissett?
All right, so I would say it is pretty much the same thing at Anchovy High School. Our network now becomes the network of the parents. So we liaise with the National Parenting Commission, the National Council on Drug Abuse. So it really is a blessing that has come from, the pandemic. Before, we would have to, most parents would be channeled through my office, but now that each individual homeroom teacher has contact and they're able to build that relationship with the parents. So the homeroom teachers generally, in essence, become additional parents to lend that additional support. So we really do see where we've been blessed in the pandemic and such. So we really do maintain that contact. I have parental consultation scheduled every other day. So today would be the fact that I'm here. No, I'm missing a parental consultation that was scheduled, so we have to reschedule. So every week we're seeing parents. So that is it.
Very well. Any other question, comment? We have 5 minutes to go. There is one person on this side we can take that question from, and then we'll come right back. We'll come right back to you. We'll just take the question here at the right, and we'll come right across. On the right side here, right. You can just stand. Remember to tell us your name and the organization you represent.
You hearing me? Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The question there are rules for students that use that are wear tattoo and stuff like that. Why is that here? That goes down.
If I can repeat your question for the purposes of the camera, you're asking if there's a rule against the wearing of tattoos in school. That's the question. Principal, you may want to weigh in on that, and Dean.
Yes, we don't want our students to come with tattoo. We don't want them to damage their skin. The same thing with bleaching, because we find that they are prone to skin cancer and so forth. So we care for our students. As long as they are coming to us, they are certain, we care totally. It's not just how many subjects they pass. Our motto, like at St. James, it's for all the other schools too, is towards better living. So it's peaceful living and taking care of your health and your body.
Yeah. Very well. Dean, you can weigh in on this quickly.
So it is the same at Antwerp High School. In our rule book, it actually states that, tattoos...
Not hearing you.
In our rule book, it actually states that tattoos are not allowed, so it is the same thing. However, I have had situations where I've noticed students with tattoos. This, for me, is a red flag, because it now tells me a little bit about the home that the child is coming from. So immediately, if we notice a tattoo on a student, I'd call the parents in just to get a general idea of the type of home that the child is coming from. Because as I mentioned before, a healthy home makes for a safe school. So the parents really are interrogated in this matter. And if it's a situation where I see that the home situation is unsafe, I would relay the issue to our SRO, or school resource officer. We have a very close relationship with government agencies, CDA, SISOCA, or local police stations to really not just handle it. Each case is different, and we really take it on a case-by-case basis. So it is not allowed, but it is a lot more than just tattoos are not allowed. My background is in psychology. I need to know where this child is coming from, what is happening in the home to have led the child to, getting a tattoo.
Very well. Let's go to the student who will identify herself and the school that she is representing, and go right ahead.
My name is Dejana Pam, and I am from the Spot Valley High School, one of the greatest school here.
Great.
My question is mostly about us as the leaders, because we ourselves have to help the students with what they go through. So how do you deal with your daily life when depression comes and you see a student going into a certain situation, and sometimes you say you don't want to take this, you can't manage it today, or you're just not in the mood? Because even sometimes when we take up this responsibility, our parents, they worry about us, and sometimes they think either to transfer us or to do something where we don't have to be in such a position to be such responsible for something. So how do you deal with your daily lives and depression?
So if I understand you, you're asking the student leaders, how do they deal with this responsibility?
Yes.
Very well. I can give you each 30 seconds to answer that question. Head girl Spence and Deputy Tingling. How do you deal with the pressures of being a student leader?
It's really challenging, because one of the major problems at my school is that the students, we cannot wear earrings at our school. So you know that there is students who doesn't listen and continue to wear the earrings. So I'm going to give you a little experience. One day I saw a student in the earring. I was walking and I looked back and said, I just see that student in earring, all right. I'm brave up and got to him and said, all right, strong up, Oriel. So I went to him and said, can you kindly take out the earring for me? He didn't listen. So I said, did he heard what I said? I said, take out the earring. Did not listen, walked away. So what you have to do is just calm down, brave up, and go to them. And if it doesn't work out, you find someone bigger, the principal, guidance counselor, to speak to those children. Trust me, they will listen.
Thanks. Tadine?
Okay, I'm going to speak as the deputy head girl. This is a position that I volunteered to go for. So it means that I knew the responsibilities that would come with being the deputy head girl and the different problems that I'd have to face, even if I don't have enough time for certain and certain stuff. So therefore, it means that I put myself in this position because I felt like I can handle what is being given to me. So the task at hand, I can handle it. So therefore, even if you come across a situation, as Oriel was saying, you come across a situation with students who aren't listening, because you have very audacious students. You'll speak to them once and they don't listen. And at my school, disrespecting a head leader is as offensive as disrespecting the principal or the dean of discipline. So don't take it upon yourself as a student leader to physically interact with them. Try not to do that, because if you say, using Oriel's example, take out the earring and the child doesn't listen, don't go and take out the earring for the child. They are aware what take out the earring means. They are aware how it's done. They don't want to do it. So therefore, you go to higher authority. Do not put yourself in a position where you feel like you're going to be stressed or overworked. If it's something that, if you have your studies, we have CXC coming up, CSEC coming up, and you have your studies, and you feel like the responsibility of a student leader is weighing down too much on you, you can always ask for a break. I am not sure about other schools, but at my school, I can always ask for a break. I am not the only person there. You have the head girl, the head boy, deputy head boy, and then myself. So I am not the only person there that has a responsibility. This is why you have these other three persons. You can look to them and say, I need your assistance with such and such. So they help you. That is why they are there.
Thank you so very much. And can I say thanks to you two for being such a very attentive audience as we looked into the model for safe schools and collective security for our students, anchoring that these students need love. And there is the importance for stakeholders. Are you indicating that there's one question you're taking? Oh, there's one question that we will take before we wrap up. You may go right ahead.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Shireen.
I'll probably repeat for you. I'm not sure the AC may be getting to the microphones.
Okay, so my and I'm aware there are a number of principals in the audience. So my concern is regarding expulsion. Is this still a practice in schools, and why are we still doing it?
So the question really is whether expulsion is a live reality in schools and why expulsions.
I don't really use the term expulsion. What I do is, like a student, you find another school, or I help to put you at another school. Because, and that's why, for example, that's why I'm here, for example, when probably somebody, Janet, it was Janet who called me, I'm older than you, Janet. If it was Janet who called me from the Chamber of Commerce to come here and speak, probably I wouldn't come, I would turn it down. But Laverne, the principal of Anchovy, called me. Because when I say, this boy hit a girl in her face and it is swollen, I can't keep him here. I said, please take him, Laverne. The parents better go and get the uniform for Anchovy. Because I must send a message that, look here, if I keep this boy who's so aggressive, then he might just grow up and come beat his wife. I'll kill him, sweetheart. You must be removed. And you lose the privilege of being at this St. James High School. That's the punishment we give. I don't expel, because now everything, the WW is World Wide Web. So when I go to, some parents want to force me to expel. When I tell them, move the student and I'm finding a place, they want to put up resistance. Right. If I go to the board and expel this child, everything is going to be on the internet.
Record, so yes.
Even when he gets a farm work program and then his name is put in, it's going to show that he was expelled, and it might end up like Levi Malvo, the boy
Yes,
from up
it
there.
is so.
So sometimes these people don't understand what we are dealing. But the fact, because the other parents is so grieved that her child was hit in the face by a boy. Maybe if she was cracked by a girl, she would more take it. So, but some parents now, that's how they need to understand. You're only looking out for your boy. And I'm glad a year later you have in the justice system. We have to practice justice from down there in school. And it must be served swiftly.
Very well. Can I ask you to respond quickly?
All right, so just to add to what Principal Williams is saying, it is a very delicate balance that we have to strike at school. Students have a very strong sense of justice. And if the rules are not upheld, each student has a copy of the handbook. And it says what each offense is based on a tier level, a tier 1 offense, a tier 2 offense, and a tier 3 offense. Tier 3 offenses are offenses that you can be brought to the school board for. We really do try not to expel or exclude students. We do the same thing. We have a very strong relationship with other principals within the region and even out of the region to see that if they would take the child. Because many times what we've seen, a change of environment really does shake up the child, and they really do operate better in that change of environment. So that is what we do.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Time is just never enough. And so we really have to wrap this time. Thanks so much to you. You've been really attentive. And if we should recap, let's anchor the discussion today on this thought. These students need love, as Oriel said. Let's remember that there are stakeholders who are part of this matrix: the education ministry, the school administration, the students, and you, the parents. And also, let's remember that it takes an entire village to raise a child, because a healthy home makes a safe school. Thank you so very much.
Boy, I tell you, we thought today was going to be as great as yesterday, and we were right? I knew that any panel that had Mr. Williams on it would turn out to be exactly like it is. So I have no doubts whatsoever. I had none yesterday and I had none this morning. Damian Mitchell, you did a fantastic job as well, bringing out the information that we needed here this morning. All the other panelists, boy, I tell you, I sit here and I listen to these young women and I said to myself, this is the future of the country. And to see how mature they are as it relates to decision making. For instance, I would not approach the child and try to get the earrings out of the ears. Now, you have to be mature enough to know that you can't do that, you know. Because if you do that, the possibility exists that it will start a fight. Right? And because of the inability to reason, the fight is going to happen. So I want to congratulate the two students as well. The Dean of Discipline at 28 years old. Yesterday I saw him and I said, but you're a student at the school. And he said, no, I've been a Dean of Discipline for 6 years. I started at 22. I said, how old you be? So he could be my son, to be honest with you. But he's able to communicate with these young people around him. This is what this country needs. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them another round of applause. Thank you. You may now exit the stage. I tell you, let me tell you something. We have some media people in the room, and they're still here. And let me tell you why they're here. They're still here because they want to hear what the Dominican Republic has done to reduce crime in their country, what Panama has done to reduce crime in their country, what are some of those best practices that we could probably adopt here in Jamaica. But let me tell you what I want to hear about the most. Lottery scamming. I have never seen another set of people who love to talk about lottery scamming than Jamaican media. It's as if nothing else exists in the country. So I feel sorry for Dominic, because Dominic, they have been waiting for you. All right? I'm just telling you from now, sir, that they have been waiting for you. I'm going to invite Her Excellency Angie Martinez. I'm sorry, Angie. I keep looking for your name on this paper, and then I remember that we never had it there in the first place because we forgot to put it on. So please forgive me. Please, I'm inviting you to come up on stage. Angela Martinez is going to be introducing the person who will be coming into us live from the Dominican Republic. And then when she's through, she'll have her seat on the stage, and then we'll have Dr. Lashford E. Douglas, Ambassador, come on up as well, and Mr. Dominic Riley, please come on up to the stage.
That's a lot of things here. Good morning. What a wonderful summit. Wow. It is a great honor for me to be in this beautiful city of Montego Bay, participating in this security summit organized by the Montego Bay Chamber of Commerce. I would like to extend congratulations to its president, my dear friend Janet Silvera, and her team for organizing this wonderful and very necessary forum to highlight a most urgent topic that is the vital importance not only to Jamaica, but our countries here in the region. At the Embassy of the Dominican Republic in Jamaica, one of our primary areas of focus is the strengthening of commercial relations between Jamaica and the Dominican Republic. As such, we have been closely monitoring the security issue on the island, as we know how this can negatively impact not only the lives of the citizens, but also the country's economy. No one is more disproportionately affected by this uptick in crime and violence than our poor people, our students. Those citizens on the lower rungs of the socioeconomic ladder, as well as the youth of the country. Of course, criminality also negatively affects the commerce and the investment climate of any country. And this creates uncertainty, which in turn limits or even halts our country's growth potential. I firmly believe that the best strategy to combat insecurity is to combat the root causes, which are usually numerous, as we have seen during these 2 days in this summit, and in large part are a socioeconomic origin. Scientific evidence supports this perspective. A study of the University of California showed that if we invest $1 million in tougher sentences, we'll be able to prevent around 50 crimes. However, the same $1 million invested in training for parents on raising children, the results triples. And even more, the same $1 million, if you invest that money in motivating young people, as those amazing young people that precede us on the speech, to complete high school and in creating opportunities for those young people, the results increased fivefold. Fivefold. In other words, we could prevent approximately 200 criminal activities. It is no coincidence, ladies and gentlemen, that the countries with the highest human development indices are also among the safest in the world. We have seen the expressed concern of important Jamaican stakeholders, such as the Jamaican Stock Exchange, the private sector organization of Jamaica, and others. Even the most honorable Prime Minister Andrew Holness, regarding the potential long-term consequence of COVID-19, he has a stake on the country's education system and the domino effects on those consequences on the increase in crime numbers and consequently the negative impact on the business environment in Jamaica and the economy. In this regard, we have seen the implementation by the Jamaican government of important measures to achieve a greater social return on education. And for this, we have seen the Jamaican Education Transform report has recently been launched that seeks to place more capital in educational system to generate the necessary innovation, technological and otherwise, to create opportunities for young people. During the Jamaican Stock Exchange 17th Annual Conference on Investment and Capital Market in the region, it was stated that the markets are not the main concern, but other social issues that impact economic growth and the attractiveness of Jamaica to investors. These issues are of great interest for us at the Embassy of the Dominican Republic because, as part of the Caribbean and very close neighbors of Jamaica, we share similar challenges. And a space like this helps greatly in promoting cooperation to identify solutions. We have realized as an universal first step that work needs to be done in promotion of a strong family values and family structure, where, for example, a figure as important as that of the father present in the home is normalized and sought after, as the lack of the father usually leads to frustrated, angry children who end up trapped in a circle of violence and delinquency. As the Chinese proverb states, if you are planning for a year, sow rice. If you are planning for a decade, plant trees. But if you are planning for a lifetime, guess what? Educate people. So that is the key. Let's start this push to educate our young people by strengthening the technical professional training of the country. A young person educating in family values and professionally trained will be a self-confident, self-aware human being and will be unlikely to fall into the clutch of delinquency. And of course, as a state, we can not only train our young people, we must provide them with greater opportunities to grow in the labor force and to see tangible results so he can or she can financially able to support themselves and their family. During this conference, we have also discussed the power of music and its content and how it is strongly influencing the new generations, including the children, because the children are one of the main targets of this industry. Let's seek to make music a powerful instrument to inspire better societies and better citizens. Until the recommendations made here are implemented, we have to seek ways to protect our citizens and visitors with the application of new technologies in the crime-fighting endeavor, which is paramount. creating new social formulas that contribute to greater security in our communities. Where citizens, ladies and gentlemen, have a long-established social protection system with economic stability and decent living conditions, crime, violence, and social unrest are drastically reduced. In the DR, Dominican Republic, our government has been working toward this end. Today, we will have the opportunity to present the Dominican experience since the creation of the national system for attention to emergencies and security called 911 system, and how this has contributed to crime fighting in the country and in the creation of a safer environment. We like to present the 911 system within the framework of a vision of a South-South cooperation, so we can share lessons learned and best practices between Jamaica and the Dominican Republic. We as a country, we are very proud of the progress of the 911 system. There is a coverage of more than 90% of the population. The service are offering in Spanish, English, and Creole, because we have a lot of Haitian in our country. The service is offered 7 days per week, 24 hours per day. There is a satisfaction level of more than 94% of the emergencies attended to. And it is important to highlight the impact that this national system has had in reducing the rate of violence and homicide in the Dominican Republic. From 24 in 2012, when we established this system, to less than 9% to date. This summit creates a platform where we can unify our voices and actions as we explore tangible ways in curbing the monster of crime and violence that seek to prevail over our societies. I applaud the Montego Bay Chamber of Commerce for making this possible and starting the conversation in this regard. I anticipate the new and valuable ideas and initiatives that will be born from this summit. Let us keep this conversation going and growing. Let us give more love, because all we need is love. As we continue to work together and achieve a secure city here in Montego Bay, in this wonderful island in Jamaica, and secure our region. And again, wish to thank you I would like to thank again the Montego Bay Chamber of Commerce and its president, Janet Silvera, for the invitation to me to participate in this important forum. And I hope that the Dominican contribution can aid in Jamaica becoming a more secure country and in achieving its vision 2030 National Development Plan of making Jamaica a place of choice to live, work, raise families, visit, and do business. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias. So I don't know if I am the one who will present or you.
Well, you are supposed to.
Oh, okay, I can introduce. So now we are going to see in more detail about the 911 system of the Dominican Republic. We have virtually Tammy Ramirez, who is the officer in charge of emergency operations at the National System for Attention to Emergencies and Security 911. So, Tammy, we welcome you to Montego Bay. I wish you could be here in this beautiful city. I wish to stay. 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 Terrible. I'm so sorry. So I think that we have Tammy. Tammy, are you there?
Okay, can you hear me? Perfect. Thank you very much for that kind introduction. As our ambassador said, we're very honored and pleased to be able to participate in such a great summit. It is an amazing effort, and we would definitely like to share what we have done, our best practices, and what our system is about, which has enabled our country to lower the crime rate and provide a safer environment for our citizens and our residents and our visitors. So the first thing that I would like to mention is that we have a management model that is our 911 system. And this model enables the coordination of response institutes and their resources to the situations of emergency and unsafety. So we are also a very strategic tool for the governance, prevention, and response to incidents regarding safety risks or emergencies to the public. We have different ways of getting notified of such incidents. The main one is a regular phone call to the 911 number, but we also have panic buttons. We have applications and surveillance cameras, which are coordinated through our public safety answering points, or BSAPs. As far as the law, we are under a legal framework of our Dominican law 184-17, which established our national system for 911 and also a regulation for its application. So basically everything regarding the 911 operations is done under a legal framework that was previously established. Within our strengths, I would like to share our robust technology. What you're seeing there is a very quick video of how one of our reception areas look like. We have implemented and developed both software and hardware to guarantee the functionality of these PSAPs, because not only we're dealing with situations that regard safety and health, but also it could be a natural phenomenon. So we need to be safeguarded against those situations. Our management model is completely based on policies, norms, and processes. Everything has been thoroughly documented, so everybody knows how to conduct themselves and how incidents should be managed. I already mentioned our legal framework for our emergency responses, and we do interinstitutional coordination for integral and efficient response in case of adverse effects, the natural phenomena as well, human activity related, or of course, common delinquency. As our objectives and coverage, the first objective is to provide assistance in all our national territory to any person in circumstances of need who is affected on their physical or psychological integrity, their freedom or safety, as well as their property. So if someone's property is being threatened, we also intervene there. Another objective regards video surveillance, which is installing and monitoring video and audio cameras in public spaces with the purpose of preventing and detecting situations that jeopardize the integrity of people or their property, public property, or public access. That has been extremely important and instrumental in the fight against crime because of what we can prevent. We also support the necessary actions to achieve compliance of regulations related to prevention, suppression, and limitation of anything that has to do with noise pollution. In our country, noise pollution tends to evolve at some point in violence because of how it affects others. So we want to make sure that that is kept at bay so we can prevent those escalations. As our ambassador said, we cover more than 90%, currently 91.7% of our population covered. That is roughly 9.3 million people covered by the system. And we cover them from two areas, our PSAP or answering point in the capital, which is our metropolitan area, and also a secondary PSAP, which is the one located in the center of the country in Santiago in the North region. Between those two PSAPs, the one that receives more, I would say, incidents or more emergency is the one in the metropolitan area. As we cover from here, almost 60% of all the population. So as I mentioned, we are based on a model of interinstitutional integration. So we have response institutes. We, as a system, we coordinate but they're the ones who execute the work on the field. So we have anything related to public health management done by our SNS or the National Service of Health. Public safety is done through our national police. Anything that has to do with traffic and mobility is done via two agencies, one that is Metropolitan for traffic and a secondary one, which is MOPC, which is the one that has their framework as everything that has to do with highways and a little bit of more rural roads. And anything that has to do with the civil protection of the property, we aid ourselves from the fire department. To this side, I would like to draw your attention to this very vast amount of agencies or institutions that assist us as well. We, the first 5 that I mentioned are here in our system, are located within our premises, and we have staff from there here 24/7. Now, the other ones we only use in special cases. For example, here I have the women's ministry, who we would contact in a case of domestic violence involving a female if we needed to get some assistance for a place for her to stay, or some legal counseling, some psychological counseling, or anything in regards to that matter. So this liaison institutions, we only contact them for very specific cases. Therefore, we don't need their presence here 24/7. Our operations model, which is a little bit different from what you may have seen at other 911s. The first thing is that we have a different and a segregated department to handle everything that has to do with the communication with the user or the caller, and a department that dispatches the emergency. We have found this model to be very effective because as long as that call taker has already gathered the address and identified the information, input it on our data system, we have the dispatchers proceeding to actually contact the units and dispatch them. So what that means is, let's say that I have a fire, and in that fire, I need the fire department, but I also need ambulances, which are handled through the National Health Service. I would have 2 people at the same time dispatching those units versus having a single person doing the work of recovering the information plus dispatching those separate units. So we believe that that is a model that has worked very effectively for us. In terms of safety, for us, it's not only the important the safety of our citizens, our visitors, our users of the service, but also the safety of our staff. So in every single event that is dispatched, the National Police attends to safekeep those units, to safekeep that personnel, and to control the scene in case something happens. Depending on the situation, not everybody reacts on the same way. And also we handle cases that have to do with aggressions and violence that may escalate very quickly. So we also have here in this part, I would like to mention this. We have also assistance over the phone by doctors. So if one of our operators determines that the situation involves a person that is affected on their health, or it's a trauma, anything of that sense, that call will be transferred to a doctor who's going to give information to the people who are there on how to assist that patient and prevent any further damage while the ambulances get on site. This is also very useful when we have cases of, for example, childbirth unexpected, and we let people know what to do with the baby and with the mother before the ambulance arrives. We are also considering, as part of increasing efficiency, a similar model for our police department, because even though we want to make sure that everything is safe kept in terms of the units and the scene, it does create a very big bulk of work for our units that have to, our police units that is, that have to be dispatched for every single case. But that is something that is in the works. After that emergency is serviced, and let's say someone is transported to a hospital or maybe to a police station, that information in regards to what happens gets fed back to our database. That helps us with statistical data, that helps us with heat maps, which let us know, well, in this area, I'm having more cases, so we might need to organize a little bit better how we handle that area, or we need to notify the police so they can do some preventive patrolling. Any type of information and data that can help us be more efficient in the safeguard of lives and property. And mobility. There's here a quick look of how our dispatch area looks like and how our staff works 24/7 to attend this kind of situations. We have a robust technological platform, video surveillance and radio system. I'm going to, in the interest of time, go a little bit quick and summarize that basically technology-wise, everything is based on redundancy. The telecommunications, the electricity, the database, everything is fully redundant. So we can operate as a standalone or in autonomy in case of any situation that happens with external services. So our video surveillance, which has had a great impact on security. First of all, we have close to 5,000 cameras installed in different points of the country. 8,817 emergency events have been detected through the video surveillance network. We have monitors operating 24/7, and this early detection of delinquent activities is done by them. And they see usually attempts of people breaking into businesses, residences, or people in risky situations, among others. This is the top 5 events that video surveillance detects. The first one is person in danger, and this is very preventive because something has not yet happened, but we see that it could. So units are dispatched. Another one is investigation, where we don't see a person particularly in danger, but the situation is kind of suspicious. Also road assistance, traffic accident, and fire. Our video surveillance system is also arranged in a way, the coverage. So we have a lot of information for the statistical high density zones that should receive additional focus during holidays, and the patterns fluctuate. For example, we have several places that now, as Easter is upcoming and it's a very major holiday here, we know where people usually go so we can attend to their situations. We have video analytics that reinforce human inspections. We have alerts that are configured based off timeframes, amounts, proximity, among others. So if someone is too close to an X place, we will get an alert. In case of remote location surveillance, we can surveil the whole country from 3 different locations, and we have a designated location for a model city project that is on the outskirts of the capital. We also provide a very robust network to support the different institutions, including the police, and all their telecommunications in regards to radio are provided through us, and we maintain the network. We provide them with the radios, the frequency, and everything is through our system. Last but not least, some quick facts. We receive 64.76% of non-productive calls, which means that our calls that are not real emergencies and our operators need to filter. We have received over 4 million emergencies, most of them through the 911 line, and our global satisfaction currently is at 88%. This includes the satisfaction of the service of the units, not only the coordination from 911. We can see here quickly that in one of the provinces that we last started as of 911 as part of our expansion, we were able to almost cut in half the amount of deaths on site due to traffic accidents. And these are studies that we do to measure how the impact of the attention has been in the different provinces that are being included in our coverage. I would like to thank you very much for the opportunity of participating here. And in the interest of time, if anyone has any questions, you can feel free to contact us at the information that is being provided right now in the slide. And thank you very much. You have a great day.
Well, thank you so very much. Ooh, this is loud. Thank you so very much. And we will pedal on to hear the stories of success in respect of the other countries that we have represented here. And of course, we will take time to take some of your questions and a few that I may have. So at this point, we'd like to invite Dr. Lasford E. Douglas, Ambassador of the Republic of Panama to Jamaica, to present for us elements of crime and solutions in Panama. And then we'll go to the big issue of lottery scamming. But for now, we'll take Dr. Douglas. Go right ahead.
Well, good afternoon. I have a short
short story, 2 minutes, to share with you. 2 years ago, a new government took over in Panama, government that I supported as part of the campaign team, hoping that I will be assigned to an institute that had to do with virtual education, which is my specialty. I received a call from our vice president informing me that he had assigned me to become ambassador in Jamaica. Jamaica didn't mean much to me, even though I'm a Jamaican descendant. All we knew about Jamaica, to be honest, was reggae, a famous musician, Bob Marley, and the shaky, shaky thing, you know, that women, that's what we see about Jamaica, how you call it? I call it shaky, shaky because it's, you know what I mean? When women, how you call that? Well, I call it shaky, shaky. Yeah. Dancing, okay. So I was quite disappointed because I wanted a different position in Panama. So I went home and I mentioned it to my mother. My mother, at the time, she was 89. She's 91 now. And she said, son, that's a blessed opportunity. I said, why? And she shared this story with me that she had never shared before. She said, your grandfather left Jamaica in 1924 to go and work in the Panama Canal. Really? And because he was bilingual, like in Spanish Town, there was a group of Spanish people, and he learned Spanish, and he had the English and the patois. So he got a very good position in the company, and he had this lady who was also Jamaican taking care of his clothing, which became my grandmother. They married. She was from Anato Bay. That exists? Okay, I don't know where that is, but Anato Bay. And they married. They had 9 children, and my father was the oldest. And I'm the oldest of my father. And it's about close to 250 Douglases in Panama that we know. And I'm the first one to be back to my roots in Jamaica. And believe me, when you ask me how I feel about that, I say I'm very blessed, and I feel that I'm privileged to be here, serving my country in my root country, which is Jamaica. And we are working with COPA so that we produce a promotion so that Jamaicans that have family in Panama, and many of you have families in Panama, and Panamanians that have family in Jamaica, so we can get some promotions and cheap tickets so you can visit and know the Williamses that are in Jamaica with the Williamses that are in Panama, and the Douglases, like Colette. Discover Colette is my cousin now, Colette Douglas. But we're working on that. Okay, let's go into business. We want to share briefly on some elements of crime and some of the programs that we have been developing in Panama. First of all, we want to define what is a problem. I've been teaching methodology, research methods at the University of Panama for 38 years. That's my field. I was in charge of the graduate studies department, where we deal with PhD students preparing their thesis. So the first thing that we have to define is, what is a problem? Sometimes we don't understand what is the difference between an issue and a problem. And the difference is complexity. when a situation has many variables that are not easy to control, that are not easy to be dealt with and to change, that takes time to see results, you have a problem. When it's not the case, where things can be solved easily, you don't have a problem, you have an issue. When I was 20 years old, overweight wasn't a problem. You feel that you're picking up some weight, so you go play a little basketball, and extra weight will go. Now I'm 64. And when I detect that I have overweight, I have a problem. Because I go into diet, I don't eat after 6 o'clock, I go to the gym, I buy a walking machine, and after 3 months, all I lost was half a pound. Some of you have the same problem. I know it. So it is a problem because the solution doesn't appear to be easy. Yeah? Well, we have a problem with crime. Solutions here are not easy. They're complicated. They have so many variables, and that's why this Congress was so well planned, because we have students, we have the church, we have music. That means that we understand that we're dealing with very variables here, yeah, that are very important. I learned so much about this music thing yesterday. Tremendous. I never thought about it, yeah? But it is a problem because definitely we have to invest resources, we have to invest time, be patient to see results at the end. And we are presenting here, we are classified 4 types of crime: property crime, violent crime, business crime, and organized crime. And for 3 of these types, we have specific programs that we have been developing in Panama. Property crime. Okay, we have some stats here that has to do with a global index. Don't worry about that. We're presenting it because it shows tendency. And in property crime, we have a positive tendency. We have been reducing the tendency in this aspect, in property crime. And this has been happening for over 15 years. The program that we are presenting here is, let me read it in English. Vigilant Neighborhood Citizen Security Program. Vecinos Vigilantes in Spanish. In every sector, police go and they organize the community against crime. Not providing guns or these things, but organizing them. For example, they all have their phones of each other. So if they detect some situation in any home, they have phone numbers that are connecting to the police station in this sector. And this has worked really good for the past 12 years. And note something that Commander George Overton mentioned yesterday. There is no silver bullet. You mentioned that yesterday. In other words, there's no magic about this thing. You know, a formula that you do it and, you know, surprisingly everything changes. No, it takes time. And with this organization, then we had, beside citizens, now we have vigilant businesses. And we have the same connection where the pizza guy is connected with the supermarket guy, and the other one is connected with the bakery store, and they're all connected. So when there is a case in one place, they're all connected and respond. And this has been working. And again, 12 years. And why I emphasize 12 years? Because in Panama, governments change every 5. And in the history of Panama, we have never had a party governing consecutively. Never. Never. From we are a republic. There is always a new government. Always. We never repeat it. Never. So what I'm saying, that we had 3 governments following the same program. And that's important. If there's one thing that damages the whole process is when a government ends and then the new government doesn't want to give credit to the previous ones and wants to start from 0 so that I come out in the picture. That doesn't work. And this program has funding. $5 million a year is given to the police for this program. Okay? So funding and process. Next, violent crime. Well, we have to see what are the results of 2021. Okay? We know that in 2020, because of the lockdown, probably the tendency that this index is showing now probably change. But the tendency is positive. And there is a program that we developed back home, and is My First Job Opportunity, or called Friendly Hand, Mano Amiga. Young people are tempted when they don't have a job. You said it yesterday. When they don't have opportunities, well, and they see these guys, 20-year-old driving new BMW. Listen, I have been in many countries of the world. And honestly, I haven't seen a city with as many BMWs, Audis, and Mercedes-Benz as Kingston. And I don't know if the same situation here, probably worse, probably more. How do they make it? Everything is so expensive here. All people can manage to have so many, expensive cars. I don't know. Hard work. Yes. Thank you, artist. The thing is that our young people need options, but they need to be prepared for them. And the government has provided this program so we can train young people. Up to now, this program has 18 years in action. And we have a training for community activities where they get paid, I think the range is $600 to $800 a month. And they work for 3 years. Yeah? And you need to be between 15 and 18 years old. Yeah. On training. That's a good salary. I wish I was making something like that at that age. Especially if I didn't have options or if I didn't have a dad at home. And this has been working. And then we have the other level of training for older young people, men and women, trained to work in different areas of the canal and in construction, where salaries are a lot better. And they can be making between $800 and $1,200 a month, US dollars a month. And that has been working. That has been working. We have over 8,000 people involved in that program. Again, 4 different governments been working in the same direction. And finally, I didn't plan to stay here long. We have organized crime. We must admit we haven't been that successful here for different reasons. Because of the dollar and the type of economy we have, Panama has become a magnet to traffickers. You know that we have had criminals convention in Panama. Criminal conventions. Yeah, probably that's not the right name, but they gather. They come from Mexico, Salvador, Colombia, and Jamaica. They killed 2 Jamaicans the other day, gang leaders, in Panama. Again, you don't need visa to go to Panama. So they just go and have their meetings, hold their meetings at a hotel. Yeah? They are well organized. And when the government or the police think that we are getting to something, they reorganize and they go somewhere else, and it's not easy because they are well organized. And they have in their planilla, in their payroll, engineers, lawyers, politicians, people that know how to do things and work for them, and they pay very good. And we have a program that has been on for 11 years. And this program is called Firearms for Food. And this has the biggest funding. Where 3 times a year, the government announces that we will be exchanging vouchers, checks, for any type of firearm that you bring. Usually it's grandmothers who bring the arms, Nobody else will do that. No questions are asked. And you get for a 45, for example, $300. For a revolver, something similar to that. To a shotgun, it's $500. And we have like M16s and AK-47s, and you get $1,500 worth of food. US per arm. Look at this figure here. In 7 years, I don't know how the situation here is here in Jamaica. In 7 years, we have received, in terms of arms, 316,000 firearms off the streets. I don't know if it's more or less here in Jamaica, but there's a big, great amount of arms in the streets, killing our people. Because those who work in drug trafficking, they're also trafficking arms for protection and for whatever. Well, I consider this a successful program. And it has a good funding, $10 million, $10 million US dollars a year, so that we can take out arms off the street. These are 3 things that we are doing. There are other programs that we have had, not that successful, I must recognize. But these, in my consideration, are successful because it trespasses governments. It's not this party's program. It's a vision that goes past beyond a party. It's a national vision over time. And what happened is that at the end, we all benefit from that. Yes, Janet? Yes. Charles Davis was a policeman from the British police force who said, "The absence of proposals is the mother of crime." And we must remember, in what we have been doing, we must allow young people, yeah? We must involve young people. The future is going to be determined by young people and women. The difference is that we must allow young people to take charge, not women. They don't need any allowance from us. They're going to take over anyway.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so very much. Mr. Dominic Riley is from the U.S. Postal Inspection, and so he is the U.S. Postal Inspection and Service Attaché at the U.S. Embassy in Kingston, and he will be engaging us now on the matter of lottery scamming. Janet has said no questions, but I'm sure that we may want to have at least one after Mr. Riley caps off this discussion on lottery scamming. Over to you, Mr. Riley, on a global exchange on crime and violence and citizen security.
Absolutely. Thank you for allowing me to be here to participate in today's panel on lottery scamming and the impact of crime and violence. To the esteemed panelists, dignitaries, and guests, I'd like to say thank you, although I think I may be in a little trouble because I know that I'm in the worst time slot ever because I'm in between you and lunch. So I'm going to try to make sure I keep my remarks brief and go through them. But the most common theme that I hear or read regarding scamming is that it's a victimless crime, perpetrated on greedy, rich Americans who just want to give their money away. I ask you to contemplate this. If your elderly relative forgot to lock their house and a criminal walked in and stole all their valuables, would you blame the elderly person for making a mistake of leaving their house unlocked? Or would you blame the criminal for committing the crime? Scammers are, while not physically going into someone's house and swindling people out of their hard-earned money and savings. This is a targeted attack on the most vulnerable population of people, the elderly. Cognitive decline is a key factor, whether brought on by disease or other changes in the aging brain, even without the presence of disease. When cognitive decline begins, financial impairment is often one of the earliest signs for patients, families, and doctors. Physical decline and dependency are also risk factors for elder financial exploitation. Let me see, I'm sorry here. Trying to make sure I stay on task here. Changes in judgment may be related to Alzheimer's or other forms of dementia, or it may not. As we age, even healthy older adults experience a decline in decision-making ability. We tend to become more trusting and less skeptical of lies and deceit. Under the right circumstances, anyone can be a victim of scam, but scammers are especially successful at targeting people with certain risk factors like social isolation, loneliness, limited sight or mobility, and cognitive aging. Most quickly realize they've been had, and the victimization stops. The majority don't get involved. Older adults often lose the ability to detect deceit or trustworthiness, or the ability to be skeptical of too good to be true offers. They may become overwhelmed by messages that instill fear or create a sense of urgency. The average victim of scamming is over 65 years of age. And there's a reason for that, because of this cognitive decline. Scammers are increasingly adept at finding, deceiving, and manipulating victims. The scammer forms an intense relationship with the victim. They take active interest in the victim's lives. They act concerned. They flatter and flirt. The victim may not even be aware that they are being manipulated. Many victims continue to engage with scammers and send them money even after they've been told that this is a scam. I know that I've personally gone to victims' houses and shown them my badge, my credentials, and even sometimes my gun, and they'll continue because of cognitive decline. The victim will try to conceal their activities from family, friends, and from law enforcement. Family members can be oblivious to the financial damage done to an older relative before the victimization comes to light. The victims in the States are real and are suffering immensely, but I would venture to say that the average everyday Jamaican is a victim as well. Not in the sense that they have lost their life savings, house, car, or other material things. Scamming not only impacts those who participate and directly profit from it, but those who associate with them. The Jamaican victims live in fear of retribution from the violence that scamming funds and brings to their doorsteps. Family members of scammers have been killed as a result of the rival scammers not being able to directly confront their enemies. The influx of illicit funds that scammers rake in fund a lot of violence and tools of violence that you see in your communities today. The Jamaican victims are engulfed in violence and the infama for dead culture. The Jamaican victims often know who the scammers are, but are afraid to speak out for fear of retaliation. The Jamaican victim is the family that has been living in a community for decades and suddenly is riddled with violence because someone decided to start scamming in the community. The Jamaican victims are silenced in a Robin Hood fashion with money. Lottery scamming, or the money game, is smearing the country's reputation internationally. The Jamaican victim is the country. It's the country's reputation and good name. Lottery scamming and its impact on crime and violence is great, but not irreversible. We have to all work together to stop this crime, eliminate the proceeds, and bring the perpetrators to justice. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Riley. You were excellent on time. You've left 6 minutes for questions. You see how that goes, Janet? There you go. So my first question, are you winning the war against lottery scamming?
Am I winning the war? The war is not over, and we win several battles, but scammers can stay ahead and they can advance some of the battles. So we have not lost this war, but we are definitely in for a fight.
Do your discussions with the government involve or include any at all a discussion on the inadequacy of the penalties for convicted lottery scammers?
Yes, they do, and that goes on both fronts, from the Jamaican government as well as the U.S. government.
And in respect of the epicenter, there was a time when Montego Bay was the epicenter. Are you seeing a shift from that?
Montego Bay is probably by far still the leader in scamming, but it has definitely grown across the island. I've been here long enough now to see that it is not only in Montego Bay, but in just about every other parish on island.
Meaning the eastern parishes too?
Yeah, absolutely.
I know that extradition has been a tool in the kit, and in recent times we've seen several persons waiving their rights for extradition. Are we expecting more this year?
We are. With the way that the extradition laws changed in the summer of last year, in August of 2021, extraditions will be picking up. You shall see a lot more extraditions coming in the future.
And future means next year or this year?
This year.
Very well.
This month.
This month. How many are we talking about?
There are several in the pipeline. You know, of course, extradition is not an easy thing. It's not a quick thing. So, you know, it has to go through the proper process. So you'll see more in the future.
Are you getting the feeling, though, that there's more recognition of this as a huge problem that, as Ambassador Douglas said, also has its victims in Jamaica?
I believe that what's happening now is they are looking at the connection with the money and seeing what that money can buy and influence, and it's the funding source of a majority of the violence.
This takes resources, though, and you've moved from the areas. Well, I know Mrs. Henry, who is a part of the BPO sector, has been at pains to say that there is a very strict vetting process that goes on for the employees there. But this issue takes resources from those who will be seeking to perpetuate or perpetrate these acts of crime. Where is the breaking in the system for the importation of these resources to facilitate, to assist the perpetrators of lottery scamming?
Well, I kind of equate lottery scamming to how the drug game was back in the early 90s, where you had drug dealers who would start to legitimize themselves and go into private industry and have businesses and car lots and gyms and a lot of cash-based industries. And so that's what you're seeing with lottery scamming. Lottery scamming is starting to mirror how drug dealers were back 30 years ago.
I'm going to allow one question from this side and one question from that side, but I want to put a question to Ambassador Douglas before I do so. And your questions have to really be brief because we're running quite tight on time. Ambassador Douglas, you spoke about the issue of continuity in governments. Is that a message you're finding seeping through Caribbean governments' heads?
You said that if it's happening in...
Yes. Are you finding that in the Caribbean, our governments are understanding the importance of continuity?
I'm a diplomat. I can answer that question.
Well, let me put the question a different way. What would you like to see in the Caribbean in respect of continuity?
Of course. Well, we have a good example of actions that we can take, but is making our politicians aware that these problems will go on if we don't decide to have a national vision that will prevail over political periods. It's not easy to get politicians to agree with themselves because they all have their own view and their own interest. But when you set the country's peace as the main interest, then I think we have a good basis to achieve our goal.
Very well. Is there a question on this side? No? There's one on that side? Oh, there is a question. We've been given 5 minutes, Ms. Silvera, and we're managing it very well. Can we get a microphone on this side, please? Just identify yourself and go right ahead with your question. We have 4 minutes and 29 seconds to go.
Good afternoon to you. I have a question from Mr. Riley, which really relates to what Your Excellency said. Your Excellency mentioned about his observation on the type of vehicles you see throughout Jamaica, which is very obvious to all of us. And your job has that linked, your link in terms of a lottery scammer is very obvious with what His Excellency pointed out. In other words, if there's so many high-end cars, is a lottery scammer directly linked to some of those things?
Do I believe that the lottery, I believe that it's like if you can't explain your wealth and you are a 20-year-old male or female and you're driving a $100,000 vehicle, then that may be something that needs to be looked into.
Very well. Ambassador Martinez, may we ask you in respect of education? There is a critical link between education and the perversion of crime in Jamaica. What would you like to see in respect of education where crime is concerned?
Okay, thank you. Well, thanks for your question. Education is one of my greatest passion, actually. So I thanks for pointing out that aspect. I have been working, even if I am a career diplomat of 18 years, working in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in different countries. This is my first time being ambassador. And I have been so blessed to choose to be ambassador, female ambassador in Jamaica. But as I said, I consecrate my whole life in education. And because I'm a good example of what you can or a country can achieve in education, or what an individual can achieve through this powerful instrument that is education, which is the key, as I mentioned in my words. If you allow me very quickly, I don't belong to a rich and wealthy family in my country, but I have a dream, and I wanted to be educated. I wanted to do my degree as a lawyer, and then I wanted to continue and do a master's degree, which my parents obviously say, because I was planning to go abroad and do that. And my parents obviously say, how do you do that? Because we don't have money. But God always finds a way to help when people have a strong purpose. So for my example, that I've been able to do my lawyer degree, to do my master, and to do my PhD, several PhD and several master degree, I am who I am. I am an ambassador here in Jamaica now. So what I want to see, answer your question, is most people educated. Our government understands the power of education and higher education. I read the report that you recently launched on education, and I would like to see here in Jamaica and in other countries of the region, just asking more investment in higher education, because that is the way that we could see more ambassadors as me, more businessmen, more good and better politicians, really concerned about the growth of their people. So that's my answer.
Well, thank you so very much. We are now entirely out of time. I am very grateful to the organizers for allotting us an additional 5 minutes to complete the questions, but we're now entirely out of time. I want to say thank you so very much. You've really been excellent, have opened our eyes to so many more things than we thought we were seeing before. And thanks to you, you've been really attentive for this session. Yes. We could go on if you want.
I am the voice between you and lunch. And I'm obviously going to take the advice of that gentleman in the middle right over there. I am not going to speak any further. You have heard it all. They did an exceptionally good job, and I want to just give them a round of applause. Let me tell you something. I feel like a mother who has children who has made her proud. I feel like you're all my children. Thank you. Particularly getting higher education. We have given a lot since this morning. It is now time for lunch. We're going to invite you. Lunch is buffet style. I'm going to ask the convention center people to turn on the lights. You know, I like to see when they turn on the lights, because all of the last 2 days has been about bringing in that light into your lives, ensuring that you do what you need to do as citizens of this country to help collectively to reduce crime. Thank you. See you again in a short while, eh? I think Queen Africa is going to perform during lunchtime. But we have to allow her to eat, you know, after she eats.
do this alone. Mobile Chamber of Commerce United.
Yo estoy,
we're
primero voy a tirar una así para que quede
No
bien.
matter how we try, we can do this alone.
Oh no, es aquí.
Jamaica, we have to do better. Me island, me treasure. Low out the war, now we've been fighting forever. We've been under the pressure. Oppression, me want to see clear skies. Don't want nobody wait. I miss it from my wake up. No one cocaine on my cup. Wave right to my neighbor. Collective security will go. Me no want see no guns, no only papers. Send it straight to my PayPal. If I listening, beg you a favor. Please don't be a hater. Can't do this alone, should I be a stranger? Make you all discuss. Start a trend like who famous. The day we unite, build trust. I did it, crime go down. Can't do this on my own. No matter how we try, we can't do this alone. Mobile Chamber of Commerce United, we're strong. No matter how we try, we can't do this alone. Jamaica, we have to do better. Me island, me treasure. Low out the war, now we've been fighting forever. We've been under the pressure. Oppression, me want to see clear skies. Don't want nobody wait. I miss it from my wake up. No one cocaine on my cup. Wave right to my neighbor. Collective security will go. Me no want see no guns, no only papers. Send it straight to my PayPal. If I listening, beg you a favor. Please don't be a hater. Can't do this alone, should I be a stranger? Make you all discuss. Start a trend like who famous. The day we unite, build trust. I did it, crime go down. Can't do this on my own. No matter how we try, we can't do this alone. Mobile Chamber of Commerce United, we're strong. No matter how we try, we can't do this alone. Jamaica, we have to do better. Me island, me treasure. Low out the war, now we've been fighting forever. We've been under the pressure. Oppression, me want to see clear skies. Don't want nobody wait. I miss it from my wake up. No one cocaine on my cup. Wave right to my neighbor. Collective security will go. Me no want see no guns, no only papers. Send it straight to my PayPal. If I listening, beg you a favor. Please don't be a hater. Can't do this alone, should I be a stranger? Make you all discuss. Start a trend like who famous. The day we unite, build trust. I did it, crime go down. Can't do this on my own. No matter how we try, we can't do this alone. Mobile Chamber of Commerce United, we're strong. No matter how we try, we can't do this alone. Jamaica, we have to do better. Me island, me treasure. Low out the war, now we've been fighting forever. We've been under the pressure. Oppression, me want to see clear skies. Don't want nobody wait. I miss it from my wake up. No one cocaine on my cup. Wave right to my neighbor. Collective security will go. Me no want see no guns, no only papers. Send it straight to my PayPal. If I listening, beg you a favor. Please don't be a hater. Can't do this alone, should I be a stranger? Make you all discuss. Start a trend like who famous. The day we unite, build trust. I did it, crime go down. Can't do this on my own. No matter how we try, we can't do this alone. Mobile Chamber of Commerce United, we're strong. No matter how we try, we can't do this alone. Jamaica, we have to do better. Me island, me treasure. Low out the war, now we been fighting forever. We been under the pressure. Oppression, me want see clear skies. No want no bad weather. I miss it from my wake up. No one cocaine on my cup. Wave right to my neighbor. Collective security we go. Me no want see no guns, no only papers. Send it straight to my PayPal. Ooh, if you're listening, beg you a favor. Please don't be a hater. Can't do this alone, should I be a stranger? Make you all discuss. Start a trend like who famous. The day we unite, build trust. I did it, crime go down. We're strong. No matter how we try, we can do this alone. Jamaica, we have to do better. Me island, me treasure. Low out the war, now we been fighting forever. We been under the pressure. Oppression, me want see clear skies. No want no bad weather. I miss it from my wake up. No one cocaine on my cup. Wave right to my neighbor. Collective security we go. Me no want see no guns, no only papers. Send it straight to my PayPal. Ooh, if you're listening, beg you a favor. Please don't be a hater. Can't do this alone, should I be a stranger? Make you all discuss. Start a trend like who famous. The day we unite, build trust. I did it, crime go down. Strong. No matter how we try, we can do this alone. Jamaica, we have to do better. Me island, me treasure. Low out the war, now we been fighting forever. We been under the pressure. Oppression, me want see clear skies. No want no bad weather. I miss it from my wake up. No one cocaine on my cup. Wave right to my neighbor. Collective security we go. Me no want see no guns, no only papers. Send it straight to my PayPal. Ooh, if you're listening, beg you a favor. Please don't be a hater. Can't do this alone, should I be a stranger? Make you all discuss. Start a trend like who famous. The day we unite, build trust. I did it, crime go down. We're strong. No matter how we try, we can do this alone. Jamaica, we have to do better. Me island, me treasure. Low out the war, now we been fighting forever. We been under the pressure. Oppression, me want see clear skies. No want no bad weather. I miss it from my wake up. No one cocaine on my cup. Wave right to my neighbor. Collective security we go. Me no want see no guns, no only papers. Send it straight to my PayPal. Ooh, if you're listening, beg you a favor. Please don't be a hater. Can't do this alone, should I be a stranger? Make you all discuss. Start a trend like who famous. The day we unite, build trust. I did it, crime go down. We're strong. No matter how we try, we can do this alone. Jamaica, we have to do better. Me island, me treasure. Low out the war, now we been fighting forever. We been under the pressure. Oppression, me want see clear skies. No want no bad weather. I miss it from my wake up. No one cocaine on my cup. Wave right to my neighbor. Collective security will go. Me no want see no guns, no only papers. Send it straight to my PayPal. If you're listening, beg you a favor. Please don't be a hater. Can't do this alone, should I be a stranger? Make you all discuss. Start a trend like who famous. The day we unite, build trust. I did it, crime go down. We're strong. No matter how we try, we can do this alone. Jamaica, we have to do better. Me island, me treasure. Low out the war, now we've been fighting forever. We've been under the pressure. Oppression, me want to see clear skies. Don't want nobody wait. I miss it from my wake up. No one cocaine on my cup. Wave right to my neighbor. Collective security will go. Me no want see no guns, no only papers. Send it straight to my PayPal. If you're listening, beg you a favor. Please don't be a hater. Can't do this alone, should I be a stranger? Make you all discuss. Start a trend like who famous. The day we unite, build trust. I did it, crime go down. Strong. No matter how we try, we can do this alone. Jamaica, we have to do better. Me island, me treasure. Low out the war, now we've been fighting forever. We've been under the pressure. Oppression, me want to see clear skies. Don't want nobody wait. I miss it from my wake up. No one cocaine on my cup. Wave right to my neighbor. Collective security will go. Me no want see no guns, no only papers. Send it straight to my PayPal. If you're listening, beg you a favor. Please don't be a hater. Can't do this alone, should I be a stranger? Make you all discuss. Start a trend like who famous. The day we unite, build trust. I did it, crime go down. We're strong. No matter how we try, we can do this alone. Jamaica, we have to do better. Me island, me treasure. Low out the war, now we've been fighting forever. We've been under the pressure. Oppression, me want to see clear skies. Don't want nobody wait. I miss it from my wake up. No one cocaine on my cup. Wave right to my neighbor. Collective security will go. Me no want see no guns, no only papers. Send it straight to my PayPal. If you're listening, beg you a favor. Please don't be a hater. Can't do this alone, should I be a stranger? Make you all discuss. Start a trend like who famous. The day we unite, build trust. I did it, crime go down. Strong. No matter how we try, we can do this alone. Jamaica, we have to do better. Me island, me treasure. Low out the war, now we've been fighting forever. We've been under the pressure. Oppression, me want to see clear skies. Don't want nobody wait. I miss it from my wake up. No one cocaine on my cup. Wave right to my neighbor. Collective security will go. Me no want see no guns, no only papers. Send it straight to my PayPal. If you're listening, beg you a favor. Please don't be a hater. Can't do this alone, should I be a stranger? Make you all discuss. Start Start a trend like who famous. The day we unite, build trust. I did it, crime go down. Can't do this on my own. No matter how we try, we can't do this alone. More Bay Chamber of Commerce unite and we're strong. No matter how we try, we can't do this alone. Jamaica, we have to do better. Me island, me treasure. Low out the war, now we've been fighting forever. We've been under the pressure. Oppression, me want to see clear skies. Don't want nobody wait. I miss it from my wake up. No one cocaine on my cup. Wave right to my neighbor. Collective security will go. Me no want see no guns, no only papers. Send it straight to my PayPal. If I listening, beg you a favor. Please don't be a hater. Can't do this alone, should I be a stranger? Make you all I discuss. Start a trend like who famous. The day we unite, build trust. I did it, crime go down. Can't do this on my own. No matter how we try, we can't do this alone. More Bay Chamber of Commerce unite and we're strong. No matter how we try, we can't do this alone. Jamaica, we have to do better. Me island, me treasure. Low out the war, now we've been fighting forever. We've been under the pressure. Oppression, me want to see clear skies. Don't want nobody wait. I miss it from my wake up. No one cocaine on my cup. Wave right to my neighbor. Collective security will go. Me no want see no guns, no only papers. Send it straight to my PayPal. If I listening, beg you a favor. Please don't be a hater. Can't do this alone, should I be a stranger? Make you all I discuss. Start a trend like who famous. The day we unite, build trust. I did it, crime go down. Can't do this on my own. No matter how we try, we can't do this alone. More Bay Chamber of Commerce unite and we're strong. No matter how we try, we can't do this alone. Jamaica, we have to do better. Me island, me treasure. Low out the war, now we've been fighting forever. We've been under the pressure. Oppression, me want to see clear skies. Don't want nobody wait. I miss it from my wake up. No one cocaine on my cup. Wave right to my neighbor. Collective security will go. Me no want see no guns, no only papers. Send it straight to my PayPal. If I listening, beg you a favor. Please don't be a hater. Can't do this alone, should I be a stranger? Make you all I discuss. Start a trend like who famous. The day we unite, build trust. I did it, crime go down. Can't do this on my own. No matter how we try, we can't do this alone. More Bay Chamber of Commerce unite and we're strong. No matter how we try, we can't do this alone. Jamaica, we have to do better. Me island, me treasure. Low out the war, now we've been fighting forever. We've been under the pressure. Oppression, me want to see clear skies. Don't want nobody wait. I miss it from my wake up. No one cocaine on my cup. Wave right to my neighbor. Collective security will go. Me no want see no guns, no only papers. Send it straight to my PayPal. If I listening, beg you a favor. Please don't be a hater. Can't do this alone, should I be a stranger? Make you all I discuss. Start a trend like who famous. The day we unite, build trust. I did it, crime go down. we're strong. No matter how we try, we can't do this alone. Jamaica, we have to do better. Me island, me treasure. Low out the war, now we've been fighting forever. We've been under the pressure. Oppression, me want see clear skies. No want no bad weather. Me say from my wake up. Lone cocaine on my cup. Wave right to my neighbor. Collective security we go. Me no want see no guns, no only papers. Send it straight to my PayPal. If I listening, beg you a favor. Please don't be a hater. Can't do this alone, should I be a stranger? Make you all a discuss. Start a trend like who famous. The day we unite, build trust. I did it, crime go down. Strong. No matter how we try, we can't do this alone. Jamaica, we have to do better. Me island, me treasure. Low out the war, now we've been fighting forever. We've been under the pressure. Oppression, me want see clear skies. Don't want no bad weather. Me say from my wake up. Lone cocaine on my cup. Wave right to my neighbor. Collective security we go. Me no want see no guns, no only papers. Send it straight to my PayPal. If I listening, beg you a favor. Please don't be a hater. Can't do this alone, should I be a stranger? Make you all a discuss. Start a trend like who famous. The day we unite, build trust. I did it, crime go down. We're strong. No matter how we try, we can't do this alone. Jamaica, we have to do better. Me island, me treasure. Low out the war, now we've been fighting forever. We've been under the pressure. Oppression, me want see clear skies. Don't want no bad weather. Me say from my wake up. Lone cocaine on my cup. Wave right to my neighbor. Collective security we go. Me no want see no guns, no only papers. Send it straight to my PayPal. If I listening, beg you a favor. Please don't be a hater. Can't do this alone, should I be a stranger? Make you all a discuss. Start a trend like who famous. The day we unite, build trust. I did it, crime go down. We're strong. No matter how we try, we can't do this alone. Jamaica, we have to do better. Me island, me treasure. Low out the war, now we've been fighting forever. We've been under the pressure. Oppression, me want see clear skies. Don't want no bad weather. Me say from my wake up. Lone cocaine on my cup. Wave right to my neighbor. Collective security we go. Me no want see no guns, no only papers. Send it straight to my PayPal. If I listening, beg you a favor. Please don't be a hater. Can't do this alone, should I be a stranger? Make you all a discuss. Start a trend like who famous. The day we unite, build trust. I did it, crime go down. We're strong. No matter how we try, we can't do this alone. Jamaica, we have to do better. Me island, me treasure. Low out the war, now we've been fighting forever. We've been under the pressure. Oppression, me want see clear skies, no want no bad weather. Me say from me wake up, low and cocaine on my cup. Wave right to my neighbor. Collective security will go. Me no want see no guns, no only papers. Send it straight to my PayPal. If you're listening, beg you a favor. Please don't be a hater. Can't do this alone, should I be a stranger? Make you all discuss. Start a trend like who famous. The day we unite, build trust. I did it, crime go down. Strong. No matter how we try, we can do this alone. Jamaica want to do better. Me island, me treasure. Low out the war, now we been fighting forever. We been under the pressure. Oppression, me want see clear skies. No want no bad weather. Me say from me wake up. Low and cocaine on my cup. Wave right to my neighbor. Collective security will go. Me no want see no guns, no only papers. Send it straight to my PayPal. If you're listening, beg you a favor. Please don't be a hater. Can't do this alone, should I be a stranger? Make you all discuss. Start a trend like who famous. The day we unite, build trust. I did it, crime go down. Strong. No matter how we try, we can do this alone. Jamaica want to do better. Me island, me treasure. Low out the war, now we been fighting forever. We been under the pressure. Oppression, me want see clear skies. No want no bad weather. Me say from me wake up. Low and cocaine on my cup. Wave right to my neighbor. Collective security will go. Me no want see no guns, no only papers. Send it straight to my PayPal. If you're listening, beg you a favor. Please don't be a hater. Can't do this alone, should I be a stranger? Make you all discuss. Start a trend like who famous. The day we unite, build trust. I did it, crime go down. Strong. No matter how we try, we can do this alone. Jamaica want to do better. Me island, me treasure. Low out the war, now we been fighting forever. We been under the pressure. Oppression, me want see clear skies. No want no bad weather. Me say from me wake up. Low and cocaine on my cup. Wave right to my neighbor. Collective security will go. Me no want see no guns, no only papers. Send it straight to my PayPal. If you're listening, beg you a favor. Please don't be a hater. Can't do this alone, should I be a stranger? Make you all discuss. Start a trend like who famous. The day we unite, build trust. I did it, crime go down. Strong. No matter how we try, we can do this alone. Jamaica want to do better. Me island, me treasure. Low out the war, now we been fighting forever. We been under the pressure. Oppression, me want see clear skies. No want no bad weather. Me say from me wake up. Low and cocaine on my cup. Wave right to my neighbor. Collective security will go. Me no want see no guns, no only papers. Send it straight to my PayPal. If I listening, beg you a favor. Please don't be a hater. Can't do this alone, should I be a stranger? Make you all discuss. Start a trend like who famous. The day we unite, build trust. I did it, crime go down. Strong. No matter how we try, we can do this alone. Jamaica, we have to do better. Me island, me treasure. Low out the war, now we've been fighting forever. We've been under the pressure. Oppression, me want to see clear skies. Don't want nobody wait. I miss it from my wake up. Lone cocaine on my cup. Wave right to my neighbor. Collective security will go. Me no want see no guns, no only papers. Send it straight to my PayPal. If I listening, beg you a favor. Please don't be a hater. Can't do this alone, should I be a stranger? Make you all discuss. Start a trend like who famous. The day we unite, build trust. I did it, crime go down. Strong. No matter how we try, we can do this alone. Jamaica, we have to do better. Me island, me treasure. Low out the war, now we've been fighting forever. We've been under the pressure. Oppression, me want to see clear skies. Don't want nobody wait. I miss it from my wake up. Lone cocaine on my cup. Wave right to my neighbor. Collective security will go. Me no want see no guns, no only papers. Send it straight to my PayPal. If I listening, beg you a favor. Please don't be a hater. Can't do this alone, should I be a stranger? Make you all discuss. Start a trend like who famous. The day we unite, build trust. I did it, crime go down. Strong. No matter how we try, we can do this alone. Jamaica, we have to do better. Me island, me treasure. Low out the war, now we've been fighting forever. We've been under the pressure. Oppression, me want to see clear skies. Don't want nobody wait. I miss it from my wake up. Lone cocaine on my cup. Wave right to my neighbor. Collective security will go. Me no want see no guns, no only papers. Send it straight to my PayPal. If I listening, beg you a favor. Please don't be a hater. Can't do this alone, should I be a stranger? Make you all discuss. Start a trend like who famous. The day we unite, build trust. I did it, crime go down. Strong. No matter how we try, we can do this alone. Jamaica, we have to do better. Me island, me treasure. Low out the war, now we've been fighting forever. We've been under the pressure. Oppression, me want to see clear skies. Don't want nobody wait. I miss it from my wake up. Lone cocaine on my cup. Wave right to my neighbor. Collective security will go. Me no want see no guns, no only papers. Send it straight to my PayPal. If I listening, beg you a favor. Please don't be a hater. Can't do this alone, should I be a stranger? Make we all a discuss. Start a trend like we famous. The day we unite, build trust. I did it, crime go down. Can't do this on my own. No matter how we try, we can't do this alone. Mobile Chamber of Commerce unite and we're strong. No matter how we try, we can't do this alone. Jamaica want to do better. Me island, me treasure. Low out the war, now we been fighting forever. We been under the pressure. Oppression, me want see clear skies. Don't want nobody wait. I miss it from my wake up. No one cocaine on my cup. Wave right to my neighbor. Collective security will go. Me no want see no guns, no only papers. Send it straight to my PayPal. If you're listening, beg you a favor. Please don't be a hater. Can't do this alone, should I be a stranger? Make you all a discuss. Start a trend like we famous. The day we unite, build trust. I did it, crime go down. Can't do this on my own. No matter how we try, we can't do this alone. Mobile Chamber of Commerce unite and we're strong. No matter how we try, we can't do this alone. Jamaica want to do better. Me island, me treasure. Low out the war, now we been fighting forever. We been under the pressure. Oppression, me want see clear skies. Don't want nobody wait. I miss it from my wake up. No one cocaine on my cup. Wave right to my neighbor. Collective security will go. Me no want see no guns, no only papers. Send it straight to my PayPal. If you're listening, beg you a favor. Please don't be a hater. Can't do this alone, should I be a stranger? Make we all a discuss. Start a trend like we famous. The day we unite, build trust. I did it, crime go down. Can't do this on my own. No matter how we try, we can't do this alone. Mobile Chamber of Commerce unite and we're strong. No matter how we try, we can't do this alone. Jamaica want to do better. Me island, me treasure. Low out the war, now we been fighting forever. We been under the pressure. Oppression, me want see clear skies. Don't want nobody wait. I miss it from my wake up. No one cocaine on my cup. Wave right to my neighbor. Collective security will go. Me no want see no guns, no only papers. Send it straight to my PayPal. If you're listening, beg you a favor. Please don't be a hater. Can't do this alone, should I be a stranger? Make we all a discuss. Start a trend like we famous. The day we unite, build trust. I did it, crime go down. Can't do this on my own. No matter how we try, we can't do this alone. Mobile Chamber of Commerce unite and we're strong. No matter how we try, we can't do this alone. Jamaica want to do better. Me island, me treasure. Low out the war, now we been fighting forever. We been under the pressure. Oppression, me want see clear skies. Don't want nobody wait. I miss it from my wake up. No one cocaine on my cup. Wave right to my neighbor. Collective security will go. Me no want see no guns, no only papers. Send it straight to my PayPal. If you're listening, beg you a favor. Please don't be a hater. Can't do this alone, should I be a stranger? Make we all a discuss. Start a trend like we famous. The day we unite, build trust. I did it, crime go down. we're strong. No matter how we try, we can do this alone. Jamaica, we have to do better. Me island, me treasure. Low out the war, now we've been fighting forever. We've been under the pressure. Oppression, me want see clear skies. Don't want nobody wait. I miss it from my wake up. No one cocaine on my cup. Wave right to my neighbor. Collective security will go. Me no want see no guns, no only papers. Send it straight to my PayPal. If I listening, beg you a favor. Please don't be a hater. Can't do this alone, should I be a stranger? Make you all I discuss. Start a trend like who famous. The day we unite, build trust. I did it, crime go down. Strong. No matter how we try, we can do this alone. Jamaica, we have to do better. Me island, me treasure. Low out the war, now we've been fighting forever. We've been under the pressure. Oppression, me want see clear skies. Don't want nobody wait. I miss it from my wake up. No one cocaine on my cup. Wave right to my neighbor. Collective security will go. Me no want see no guns, no only papers. Send it straight to my PayPal. If I listening, beg you a favor. Please don't be a hater. Can't do this alone, should I be a stranger? Make you all I discuss. Start a trend like who famous. The day we unite, build trust. I did it, crime go down. Strong. No matter how we try, we can do this alone. Jamaica, we have to do better. Me island, me treasure. Low out the war, now we've been fighting forever. We've been under the pressure. Oppression, me want see clear skies. Don't want nobody wait. I miss it from my wake up. No one cocaine on my cup. Wave right to my neighbor. Collective security will go. Me no want see no guns, no only papers. Send it straight to my PayPal. If I listening, beg you a favor. Please don't be a hater. Can't do this alone, should I be a stranger? Make you all I discuss. Start a trend like who famous. The day we unite, build trust. I did it, crime go down. Strong. No matter how we try, we can do this alone. Jamaica, we have to do better. Me island, me treasure. Low out the war, now we've been fighting forever. We've been under the pressure. Oppression, me want see clear skies. Don't want nobody wait. I miss it from my wake up. No one cocaine on my cup. Wave right to my neighbor. Collective security will go. Me no want see no guns, no only papers. Send it straight to my PayPal. If I listening, beg you a favor. Please don't be a hater. Can't do this alone, should I be a stranger? Make you all I discuss. Start a trend like who famous. The day we unite, build trust. I did it, crime go down.
Ladies and gentlemen, We are going to break from lunch, return to the program in 3 minutes. So we're asking you to make your way back to your seats so we can leave here early. Want to leave here early? Come back to your seats now.
Send it straight to my PayPal. If you're listening, beg you a favor. Please don't be a hater. Can't do this alone, should I be a stranger? Make you all I discuss. Start a trend like who famous. The day we unite, build trust. I did it, crime go down. Jamaica want to do better. Me island me treasure. Low out the war. Now we've been fighting forever. We've been under the pressure. Oppression. Me want see clear skies. Don't want no bad weather. Me say from my wake up. No one cocaine on my cup. Wave right to my neighbor. Collective security will go. Me no want see no guns. No only papers. Send it straight to my PayPal. If you're listening, beg you a favor. Please don't be a hater. Can't do this alone, should I be a stranger? Make you all I discuss. Start a trend like who famous. The day we unite, build trust. I did it, crime go down.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're inviting you to return to your seats now. Thank you. Please come back to your seats. If you have dessert, you can take the dessert with you. We're about to restart, and we would like all of you at the front. We don't want anybody in the back. The next group of speakers want to be able to speak to you.
Please don't be a hater. Can't do this alone, should I be a stranger? Make you all I discuss. Start a trend like who famous. The day we unite, build trust. I did it, crime go down. Jamaica want to do better. Me island me treasure. Low out the war. Now we've been fighting forever. We've been under the pressure. Oppression. Me want see clear skies. Don't want no bad weather. Me say from my wake up. No one cocaine on my cup. Wave right to my neighbor. Collective security will go. Me no want see no guns. No only papers. Send it straight to my PayPal. If you're listening, beg you a favor. Please don't be a hater. Can't do this alone, should I be a stranger? Make you all I discuss. Start a trend like who famous. The day we unite, build trust. I did it, crime go down. Jamaica want to do better. Me island me treasure. Low out the war. Now we've been fighting forever. We've been under the pressure. Oppression. Me want see clear skies. Don't want no bad weather. Me say from my wake up. No one cocaine on my cup. Wave right to my neighbor. Collective security will go. Me no want see no guns, no only papers. Send it straight to my PayPal. If you're listening, beg you a favor. Please don't be a hater. Can't do this alone, should be a stranger. Make you all discuss. Start a trend like I'm famous. The day we unite, build trust. And the day crime go down.
Listen.
Can't do this on my own. No matter how we try, we can't do this alone. Mobile Chamber of Commerce unite and we're strong. No matter how we try, we can't do this alone. Jamaica, we have to do better. Me, I
We
like
are
the
late.
treasure. Low out the war.
Guys, we're running late. I'm going to ask all of you, those of you who are sitting in the back, to make yourselves up close and personal. Come up front. We are about to sign a memorandum of understanding between the Montego Bay Chamber of Commerce and Industry and M&M Jamaica. I'm going to invite Mr. Mullins to give us 1 minute. Good, thank you. We are running so late, Mr. Mullins.
Ready? Hi, good afternoon. I don't know. I'm the speaker after lunch. I don't know if that's a bad thing or a good thing. Everybody? The lights are bright. I can't see the sleepiness in the eyes. So greetings, salutations. I have 1 minute, so I'm going to condense it. I will just say protocols observed for the many distinguished guests. A big thank you to the Montego Bay Chamber of Commerce and President Silvera and her team for facilitating this spirit of cooperation. M&M Jamaica Limited is a civil engineering and general contractor. We're approaching 30 years of operation. You would know some of our landmark projects like Emancipation Park. Recently, we were part of the remodeling or the makeover and rebirth of Dump Up Beach into Harmony Beach. Now we're engaged at Cornwall Regional doing some of the major structural repairs in advance of the rebuilding of the internal hospital. That's all well and good, but what does a engineering and construction company have to do with national security? Why is M&M Jamaica here? Why are we signing this MOU? M&M Jamaica has and continues to be committed to development. Not just physical development, not just the structures, the infrastructure, your pipelines and your roads and your buildings. We are committed to national development. That is, and from our view, that's developing people. So while we spend most of our time in the trenches getting things done, we have our founder, our management team, myself, our directors, were devoted or committed to developing people. If you look over the years, we've done mathematics competition in St. Elizabeth for, I think, over a decade now. In recent time, we've been doing university scholarships. We have 13 students that we're supporting through university right now. Previous to this MOU, we have over 22 bursaries over multiple years for students going to high school to support their education costs. We have a special scholarship, a 10-year scholarship that we just started at Church's Teachers College. That's the Randolph Watson Memorial. And then we have a technical training program, which is also part of this MOU, where we have engineer and technical students coming to get work experience in the field with us. But why? Because we're trying to make a difference in the communities that we work in. Jamaica is the big community, and we're trying to make a difference across every little place, nook and cranny that we go, so that there is return for this, the tax dollar, for the effort of Jamaican citizens. And there's no mistake in the profound effect of education on human outcomes. And I think through the summit, you would have heard many references to education and building of the youth, and how we think and how we are certain that that will have an impact mitigating security challenges. So that's why we support education, and that's why we're keen on the youth. We are a strong Jamaican company. We benefit from the Jamaican taxpayer, and we benefit from Jamaicans on our staff. And that means we have a moral commitment to give back to Jamaica. And I like to think of it as even selfish. The more Jamaican youth I help, the bigger the pool is that we have to draw on in the future to continue developing the country. Agree. So that looked like a minute, right? So thank you again. Thanks, everyone.
Our VP to witness the signing of this memorandum of understanding between the Montego Bay Chamber of Commerce and M&M Jamaica Limited. All right? This is just one of the many positive things coming out of our security summit. This is the beginning. Somebody said to me earlier, next year we're not going to have space in the room to hold people. And I believe that. I do believe that. Thank you.
Jamaica, we have to do better. Me island, me treasure. Low out the war, now we've been fighting forever. We've been under the pressure. Oppression, me want to see clear skies. Don't want to bad weather. Me say from my wake up. Low and cocaine on my cup. Wave right to my neighbor. Collective security we go. Me no want see no guns, no only papers. Send it straight to my PayPal. If I listening, beg you a favor. Please don't be a hater. Can't do this alone, should I be a stranger? Make you all discuss. Start a trend like who famous. The day we unite, build trust. I did it, crime go down. Jamaica, we have to do better. Me island, me treasure. Low out the war, now we've been fighting forever. We've been under the pressure. Oppression, me want to see clear skies. Don't want to bad weather. Me say from my wake up. Low and cocaine on my cup. Wave right to my neighbor. Collective security we go. Me no want see no guns, no only papers. Send it straight to my PayPal. If I listening, beg you a favor. Please don't be a hater. Can't do this alone, should I be a stranger? Make you all discuss. Start a trend like who famous. The day we unite, build trust. I did it, crime go down. Chamber we're strong. No matter how we try, we can do this alone. Jamaica will have to do better. Me and me treasure.
So we have even better news for you guys. Outside of the engineering students that will benefit from this MOU, there are also 15 students, high school students, who will get $30,000 per year for 4 years towards education. So that's $450,000 from M&M. That's per year, sorry. So when you check that out and you do 4 years, we're looking at almost $2 million? Right. If I can add, almost $4 million. So we have just signed off on a $2 million project in addition to our engineering project that we have signed off with M&M. Congratulations to you. I mean, Mr. Surprise, me shock. Can I say that? That Mr. Surprise, me shock? Yeah, me shock. Because I know that I knew that his father had told me something about scholarships, but we thought we were just doing the engineering program. So now that we know that we have 15 scholarships for young high school students in Montego Bay, God, it feels good. And the fact that we have so many high school students in the room, maybe some of you high school students right here will benefit from it. All right? We have some prizes that we need to give away. You know, Lord, I forgot.
The mentors.
Here, go ahead.
The chamber doesn't have to find the money for the scholarships, but they have a lot of work to do. We have demanded or gently asked that they find mentors for each one of these students to mentor them. This is what we think is how you make future leaders in this country. Mentorship and support.
That's easy. That is very easy for us at the chamber because we are designing a mentorship program. So it's very, very easy for us. I'm so excited. I can't hide it. I want to. I think I like it. I love it. I love it. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. So, while they take the table off the platform, I want to invite a lady who has been burning up the media since yesterday. I don't know what Queen Africa has done, but I can tell you that every single media house right now is carrying Queen Africa. Because Queen Africa speaks the truth. Is not afraid to speak the truth. She says she not in no gun lyrics. And those who support gun lyrics, she's not supporting it. We need to do better for our young artists. That's exactly what she has said. We invite her now to bring us into the next segment of this event.
Yes, thank you guys so much. My belly full and so. And we've been having a great 2 days so far. It's absolutely my pleasure to be a part of the change that we want to see. Because that's how we're going to do this, you know? Together, collectively. Are you ready? Are you ready? Montego Bay. Are you ready? Are you ready? Wow, 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 well. Are you ready? Are you ready? Yeah, 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 yes. Are you ready? Are you ready? Yeah, yeah, yes. When the roll is called up, yeah, we're standing tall up to face the darkest and the hardest of times. We'll be taking care of all the children thereof. If it's required, we'll be on the front line. You can call her by her name, Janet, ready to roll. Once the rules remain the same, how the story's been told. Call me anytime, never never cop out. A lioness is on the rise, don't you ever have doubt. Never say never, willingness forever to fight and be strong. Yes. Once it's for better, I'll write every letter and moving right along. And I'll roll with the punches, accept changes, work with the formula, we do what we got to. You feel just call where I am ready to roll. Once the rules remain the same, how the story's been told. I tell you that I never cop out. We're there up on the rise, yeah, don't you ever have doubts. And you know what? When you are willing to serve, we have room to observe, to see if you can walk the walk you talk. Let me give you my word, my voice must be heard. Bravery is a piece of my heart, yeah. Call me by my name. Yes, once the rules remain the same, yeah. Hey, call me anytime, I tell you that's a neighbor. Take the rhythm down low a little bit, take it down low a little bit. Yeah. A gentleman had an experience with the Scotch bonnet pepper earlier in his chicken soup. I want to apologize for the heat that we carry, even in our food. Yay! So there's a little youth in the audience as we're talking about, empowering our youth. He's an artist, and he says that he has a black empowerment song that he wants to share with us today, and I'm allowing him in this space right now. His name is Explosive, tough as explosive. Come and let the people hear your voice, please. And thank you guys for listening to me.
Anna take queen, love. This song is an upliftment song. Right about 2-3 months ago. Upliftment song meaning you have a year gone, but it's not what you mean, not what you expect. Alright? My people, love black people, my people, show love black people, my people, love black people, love my people, love my people, black people, love black people, my people, show love my people, black people, love my people, put some love in your life, put some peace in your life. I'll do my people, things now run right, take this strive out of life. War out a life, I work hard, God work lead to success in life. Put some love in your life, some peace in your life. I'll do my people, things now run right. Take this strive out a life. War out a life, I work hard, God work lead to success in life. Follow me no good over evil, but I try me show me blessing. Time really hard, I me never confess. You know why I say to myself, I'm more time and I'll cry. I looking at the street, I just the youth, them just a die. They just a live them life first and ants and fly. I know for tons sad might not for ton spy. Sometimes me have to go down on my knees and cry and ask you, me go really, oh why? Put some love in your life, peace in your life. I'll do my people, things now run right. Take this strive out of life, war out of life. I work hard, work lead to success in life. Put some love in your life, some peace in your life. I'll do my people, things now run right. Take this strive out of life, war out of life. I work hard, work lead to success in life. The youth them not they get to tell me said them not play. They busting up them M16 and them AK. A long time them a work and them not get no pay. Fed up, no fall, I go astray. No for ton spades and them want AK. They go up on the road, them no want no hear say. Wake up this morning and me sight a gun place. I said them bust it in your face, okay, nobody want say. Put some love in your life, peace in your life. I'll do my people, things not run right. Take this strive out of life, war out of life. I work hard, work lead to success in life. Put some love in your life, some peace in your life. I'll do my people, things not run right. Take this strive out of life, War out of life, work hard, work lead to success. Get a youth. You can't go on the road and no one work. Cause the girl, them a go treat you like jerk. Them say you can't flex, no sex, don't make it worse. Bad mind running all of them out of thirst. Man a real touch, liver and fire bird. When fire burn, them boy they figure sir. Tell me a lie and jacket and tie. So you can't come touch be a judge I work. And me tell you put some love in your life, peace in your life, love.
My people, put some love in your life. Wicked. Yeah, man. Whole heap of love me having in my life right now. Whole heap of love. Let me tell you something. This summit has opened the door to so many things. You guys cannot imagine what's going to happen because the entire country, we hope, will take it on. Somebody named Trudy and is calling this phone. I'm not answering it. The other group that I want you to stay here and listen to is a group, some legal minds we're talking about. But these are young, I calling them young because some of them I know from them are wearing nappy, like the deputy DPP. Yeah, and I probably knew Hemmings too when he was wearing nappy, as young as I look. Our next group and the final panel for this afternoon will speak on the legal system. And this will be moderated by our third vice president, who is an attorney at law, and I did not know her when she was wearing nappies. But I can tell you that we're very fortunate to have her as one of the team members on our board. Damia Dawes Monthrope, who has had 20 years at the Jamaican Bar and attended the University of the West Indies and the Norman Manley Law School. She also holds a master's degree in business administration from the University of New Orleans. She has extensive experience in advising on both legal, industrial relations, and human resource related matters. She is our moderator, and she will have come on stage. She will have on stage, as soon as I call your names, you can come up. Mr. Michael Hemmings, attorney at law and president of the Cornwall Bar Association. Mr. Adley Duncan, deputy director of public prosecution, Montegonian. Lieutenant Commander George Overton, who we have now adopted as one of us. Right here, we're going to tell him to come and live in Mobile, but he'll tell us that, you know, he can't live so many places. Group Director, Guardsman Group. All four of them will take us through what I hope our moderator will now tell you a little bit about. Do you need my microphone? Okay. You are?
Yes, I am, because we are also going to invite Ms. Janelle Carr, attorney at law, investigative legal officer with the Jamaica Constabulary Force.
Okay.
To complete our panel.
Could I? Do you know they never introduced me to a beautiful lady like you? Anyway, welcome to the panel.
Thank you so much, Ms. Janet Silvero. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm Damia Dawes Monthrope, and I'm your moderator for this afternoon's session. It's an exciting session. Well, I think it is. It's related to law, and that's my area, even though we'll probably be touching more on matters dealing with the criminal aspects, and that's not my area. That's why we have the panelists who will be actually expounding and sharing their knowledge this afternoon. And so what we'll be looking at is an overview of the role of our justice system and the role it plays in collective security. We'll be looking at the legislative and procedural hurdles faced generally. And even though, because it's a wide area, we'll be focusing mainly on aspects dealing with the amendments to the Firearms Act and aspects dealing with the interception of communications, as well as the Jamaica Eye program. But because the lady and the gentleman have so much knowledge generally, they will first give an overview of where we are in the legal system, what the legal system is getting right now, and what perhaps are procedural hurdles and what we may want to still improve. Because as the criminal minds get more sophisticated, as they get more organized, we can't just sit back on our laurels. We have to ensure that the legislation moves with the times so that the legal standards that are required in order to obtain convictions are in place. And so first of all, what I would ask them to do is to, well, I haven't even properly introduced you. No, I have not, and that is remiss of me, because I have to do that. Even though Ms. Silveria did, in fact, say their names, you probably want to know what qualifies them to be here this afternoon. And so that is my role as well. And so first of all, we have Mr. Michael Hemmings. Michael was admitted to practice law in Jamaica in 2015 after obtaining his Bachelor's of Law with honors at the University of the Technology, Jamaica Western Campus, and his certificate of legal education at the Norman Manley Law School. He is a member of the Jamaican Bar Association and the Cornwall Bar Association. And whilst attending the Norman Manley Law School, he was an active member of the Men at Work Club. He was part of a mooting competition team who were victors of the 2015 competition against the Hugh Wooding Law School held in the Bahamas. Michael now serves as an advocacy coach of the Margaret Fort Inter-Schools Regional Trial Mooting Competition, and he currently serves as the president of the Cornwall Bar Association. Please welcome Mr. Michael Hemmings. Next to Michael, we have Mr. Adley Duncan. He's the Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions for the island of Jamaica, with over 12 years of prosecuting experience. He's a member of his office's Legal Reform Unit, which reviews legislative and policy proposals affecting Jamaica's criminal justice system. And he heads the office's Judicial Review Unit. He is also a member of the Criminal Practice Subcommittee of the Jamaica Bar Association. He's a graduate of the UE as well, and Cornwall College and Norman Manley Law School. In 2015, he received the Chevening Scholarship to attend University College of London, from which he graduated with a Master's in Law in Jurisprudence and Legal Theory. He frequently offers training to lawyers, law students, and police officers in various areas of criminal law, evidence, and court procedure. Next to him, we have Lieutenant Commander George Overton. He is the director of the Guardsman Group, and he is said to be a most valuable asset to that group, bearing in mind his wealth of experience in both private and national security. Prior to joining the company, he served in the JDF, the Jamaica Defense Force, and received his training in both the United Kingdom and the US. And so we welcome him here this afternoon. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, we have Ms. Janelle Carr. She is an investigative legal officer of the Legal Affairs Division for the Jamaica Constabulary Force. She's currently assigned to Area 1 of the JCF, which includes St. James, Westmoreland, Trelawney, and the Hanover divisions. She was admitted to the Jamaican Bar in 2016. She holds her bachelor's in law from the UWI and her certificate of legal education from Norman Manley Law School. And she has been with the JCF as well as the Clerk of Courts for 3 years and worked briefly in a law firm before. And so she has gained experience in areas of criminal law, civil litigation, probate, and family law. Ladies and gentlemen, my eminent panelists this afternoon, please welcome them again. And so to proceed with this afternoon's panel discussion, I would just want each one of my panelists to speak generally on the legal system, what is going right, and what procedural hurdles there may be. And even though we'll be focusing, as I said, on the Firearms Act and the act dealing with the interception of communications and also Jamaica Eye, if there are any pertinent, pressing issues that they want to also highlight in their opening, they may do so. Afterwards, we will then have my questions and then questions and comments from the audience, and then we'll ask them to do their 1-minute wrap-up if we have the time to do that. And so, will we start with you, Adley? Why not?
Sure. Why not? I thought we were going in order, but yes. And it's quite difficult to speak with persons whose stomachs are full, fresh after lunch, because the attention span does begin to waver a bit. And we're talking about law, which truthfully isn't always the most interesting thing to talk about after a very robust musical selection. So I have a very difficult task to try to keep everybody's attention. And it's a range of ages in the audience. I see school children and persons who've known me since I was in diapers. So it's a very wide range of ages to try to cover. But the thing is that crime is something that as Jamaicans living in Jamaica, and I dare say living in Montego Bay, affects everyone. And one thing I'm very, very, very passionate, I would say, or keen about, is that I work in court, I'm an attorney at law, but the truth is that what I do affects everyone. And it's really important to me that people at all levels understand what is going on in what we call the justice system, because people have legitimate, understandable complaints about the justice system, and if people don't believe in the system, they won't participate in it. And our system of justice, of criminal justice, cannot operate properly if the stakeholders in the system don't believe in it. And I think belief in it commences with understanding. So when I was invited to speak about these specific things, what I really wanted to do in a way that everybody can understand, hopefully quite easily, is to get everybody on the same page about law when we're talking about legislative policy and proposals. So one thing living in St. James, because I'm from Montego Bay, my family still lives here, I still come here very frequently, I'm sent to work here often, I'm coming from court today, I was working in Lucy, Hanover, and I came here. One thing I'm seeing is that lottery scam cases are on the rise. The judge with whom I'm working has called it a serpent, right? And we are seeing that it's not just about scamming, but we're seeing that firearms are coming into play to sort of enforce some of the gains obtained from scamming, or that are attempted to be gained from scamming. Now, a lot of old people respectfully sit in Parliament, right? And these older persons don't always have their ears to the ground or their finger on the pulse, right? So criminals are getting younger, criminals are getting smarter, criminals are using social media to recruit other persons. A lot of these parliamentarians do not know what TikTok is. They don't know what Snapchat is. They don't know these things. So a lot of times, legislative methods aren't keeping pace with the increasing sophistication of younger criminals. And so it's a problem. And one thing I believe I'm talking really long, so let me wrap up really quick. I just caught myself, sorry. I'm making sense, I hope so. Yes. Let me wrap up really quickly by saying, I welcome questions. I hope there's time for it. We're after a bit of a late start this afternoon. The firearms bill is something we're here to talk about, and a lot has been said about it. It's like 100 and something pages. Most of it doesn't matter to most of us, but there are aspects that if I'm asked questions about them, I'd be very happy to answer, because guns are a problem in this country, right? And the tendency is to treat people charged with crimes as abstract criminals, as animals, and we lock them up and we throw away the key. But remember that people come from a society, and they live in a society, and they still have family members who live and work in that society. So our justice system works best, I think, when we treat offenders as human beings. And I'm not saying we cuddle and hug up anybody and anything like that, but I'm saying that we must not forget that the participants in the justice system include the persons charged for crimes, right? And so the Firearms Act is one attempt to balance the scales between apprehending persons to be charged for very serious crimes, and also the human element of the criminal justice system. That is my very super long, way too long introduction. I'll say more when I field questions, and I'll be open to questions later on.
Thank you so much, Adley.
Sorry that took so long.
No, actually, you were quite within time. Don't worry about it. And so, Michael, maybe now is a good time for you to kind of give that balanced approach, seeing that Adley is more on the prosecutor's side, and you would be more on the defendant's approach, even though we like a balanced view anyway.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm also a lecturer at quite a few universities, so I'll bring you to a law and society class. Because first we must understand separation of powers, because that's a very important fabric in our legal system, where we have the judiciary, the legislature, and the executive, where there's the creator, the administrator, and the interpreter of the law. So it's very important. And in order to create law, one must look towards the mischief in society to see where we can use that law to somewhat cure the mischief in society. So Adley made mention of lottery scamming. Pre-2013, we did not have any legislation in Jamaica that dealt with lottery scamming. And therefore, lottery scamming was a mischief that was in society that we needed legislation to assist us with. And therefore, there was the creation of the Lottery Scamming Act. And we're going to be speaking about the Firearm Prohibition, Restriction, and Regulation Act 2022, because it is no surprise that the gun is the weapon of primary choice within Jamaica to commit crime. And therefore, it is now creating a mischief in society. And the government has sought to put forward a piece of legislation hoping to utilize it to cure that mischief. There are certain aspects that we need to look at because they did not get it all right, but they did not get it all wrong. And that is why we're here to see how best we can assist in that process. Thank you for having me thus far.
Thank you so much, Michael. I think perhaps we will ask Lieutenant Duncan to comment at this time, and we leave the lovely lady for last. Overton, sorry.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. Madam Moderator, members of the panel, ladies and gentlemen. I feel like Canon fodder up here. I have 3 lawyers on one side and one on the other. And normally, you know, the lawyers, whether they're wrong or right, the clients still pay. So I think I'm going to pay this afternoon. You know, the first thing we need to understand is that the legislative framework of the country, for me as a layman, sets out the rules of the game of the society. It tells us what we are expected to do. It tells us the parameters in which we should operate, and it tells us the consequences of us going outside of those parameters. Some of the laws also set out various procedures that the judicial system must adhere to ensure that our rights are properly protected and that we have a fair trial when we get before the judiciary. For many years, Jamaica has not reviewed their laws, and we found ourselves with some outdated practices. We still have many laws on our books that are outdated and need to be brought into this century. And I think the evolution of man today is so fast that We can't do those reviews in decades. We almost need to do them annually. The review of the Firearms Act, which is a fairly new legislation in relativity to everything else, is one that was sought to try and stem the use of illegal weapons in crimes and violence within the society. I think the amendments that are being proposed and currently being debated in Parliament are ones which have far-reaching implications, not just for the criminal element, because the intention of the legislations is to be a deterrent also to offenders in the society. The legislation has clearly created that deterrence to those who use the illegal gun, but it has also set out very clearly in there some consequences for licensed firearm holders who either willingly or unwillingly step outside of the bounds. It has further put restrictions on the society as to what are the parameters in which you can have guns, how many guns you have, how much ammunition you have, and when you breach those, the consequences of it. It's a legislation that I'm not sure will have full popularity across the country, but it's one that is necessary. As we look at the Jamaica Eye program, it's one that is a no-brainer. It's a force multiplier. With the simple cost of a camera, you can do the work of 10 policemen. And therefore, for me, it's a no-brainer. It's how we fit it into the legislative framework. How do we ensure that the information that we can glean from those cameras are usable? You know, as a layman, I really shouldn't delve into the processes of the court. But for my sins, I also sit on the National Council for Justice, which is one that reviews the justice process and that we seek to modernize the justice system in Jamaica. From where I sit, I believe we're going in the right direction. The modernization of the court system is underway. We hear the Chief Justice speaking of being able to reduce the backlog. In my mind, we're nowhere near where we need to be in reducing the backlog, but at least we are now having a greater output of the courts than we have input to the court system. The laws being reviewed and modernized should make it a little more efficient. And as we embrace technology in the justice system, we should see the improvements and the efficiencies going forward. I'm sure many of you would have read of my recent sojourns through the justice system, and I was quite stunned to see that in the Supreme Court, the judge is still taking handwritten notes, and you need to pause and speak no more than 6 or 7 words at a time. But we will soon get there. We're on a path of modernization, and I do believe we will get there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lieutenant Overton. And next, Ms. Carr, could you just expound generally on the areas of law that we'll be looking at today?
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Such an honor to be the only female here on the panel. However, as has been indicated by my panelists, co-panelists, there are a lot of areas, there are a lot of legislations that are in existence that seek to address the issues of national security and crime fighting.
Could you raise your mic a little bit?
Sorry. However, we cannot deny that there are some deficiencies that exist in the legislation, the existing legislations. Perhaps it is that we can have, perhaps it is that there can be some increase and improvement with regards to the penalties, which can act as a deterrent in relation to certain offenses. There are certain issues, as was indicated by Mr. Duncan, that there are certain legislations and certain offenses that are now in existence that never existed a few years ago. For example, the law reform legislation that deals with lottery scamming. Criminals have evolved. We're in a technological era. Everyone is technologically savvy, and as such, we believe that the legislations as well as the justice system needs to start moving with the time. There are certain legislations that need to be put in place in order to address these issues. We also note that there are issues with regards to lack of resources that are faced by some of the ministries and some of the organizations that seek to fight crime. These are some of the issues that perhaps need to be addressed in order for us to move the justice system in a place and to a place where we wish. With regards to, I noticed that most persons have spoken a lot on the Firearms Act, well, the proposed act, the bill. However, what I would want to speak on is the Jamaica Eye, which touches and concerns the JCF. I don't know how many persons are aware of the Jamaica Eye system and what it seeks to achieve. However, what we would want to appeal to persons who have businesses and who are part of certain platforms to register, become a part of the Jamaica Eye in an aim to make the society safer. The aim of the Jamaica Eye is to have certain video footages captured and stuff so that it can assist in the investigation as well as perhaps the prevention of the commission of certain offenses. We will also be speaking on the Interception of Communications Act, and that legislation touches and concerns essentially the tapping of phones or devices. This too is also an important tool that can be utilized in stemming crime, preventing crime as well. And I know that there is going to be the discussion as to the balancing of your privacy, confidentiality, along with that of the general need for crime to be solved in the society. So these are certain things that will need to be discussed. Certainly, I do believe that that balance has to be created where this will be utilized or should be utilized with regards to solving crime, but also there needs to be that balance with regards to privacy, one's privacy. With regards to the firearms bill, the JCF welcomes the balance, somewhat of a balanced dichotomy of the proposed amendments. There has been a separation of the prohibition offenses and that of the licensing regime. And as we're well aware, majority of the offenses that are committed in Jamaica are committed through the use of firearms. And the intention behind or the object of the legislation or the proposed bill is to stem or to clamp down on the use of these offenses, the use of firearms with regards to commission of certain offenses. So we have noticed that there are some offenses that have been created that never existed before. And we welcome those. With regards to crime fighting, I noticed that there has been somewhat of an increase with regards to some of the penalties. Some of those are welcome to act as a deterrent with regards to criminal offenses, serious offenses. Those are a few words.
Thank you very much, Ms. Carr. Excellent, and I think that's a good opportunity for us to probably segue into discussing, before we get into legislation, get into focus on the program of Jamaica Eye, because that's really about the closed circuit television being used as surveillance, so that private citizens who have their CCTV can position them so that it's viewing public spaces, and then whatever footage is captured, if there's a crime committed in a public space, then there's an opportunity for that footage to be used in actually prosecuting an alleged criminal. And in looking at that, something came to mind, because you have camera footage, right? You actually see in front of you the crime being committed and the persons that are committing it. It should be a done deal at that point, right? What could be the challenges of bringing that before the courts? But I'll tell you something. Something happened to me yesterday. I was in the break and I saw someone, eating during the break, and our eyes, connected. And so I smiled and said hi. And her eyes kind of perked up really bright. So at first I was wondering if she recognized me or if she knew me, but I didn't really recognize her. A little later she came up to me and she said, "Excuse me, miss, are you Queen Africa?" And I was like, "No, I'm not, but I'm so sorry to disappoint you." But that just kind of brought to mind the whole thing of, you see something on a camera, the persons look alike, there are some similarities in features. What is the issue now to actually bring this before the court and actually have someone prosecuted based on footage from a camera?
All right, so I realize you're looking directly at me, the prosecutor. So I want to answer this in two ways. I don't know if anybody, certainly younger people might not know, but some persons may recall a couple years ago, or if you don't know, I'll tell you the story. There was a man of unsound mind who had killed a woman in a community in St. Anne, and the residents had held on to him, beaten him, and so forth. And then the police came on the scene, and he was on the ground, and he was on the ground. So he was unarmed, and he was on the ground. And it came on TV, actually, in Buckfield, St. Anne. And the police officer brandished his service weapon and shot and killed the man on the ground. So people are allowed to defend themselves, of course, including police and especially police, but the man was unarmed, half naked on the ground, right? And citizens, the style is now, you take up your phone and you record what's going on. Everybody does that. It was happening today. That's what people do nowadays. And the thing went viral, right? So the policeman was charged, because when statements are given now in the police matter, you hear how this man was attacking me and I had to fend for my life and whatever. You look at the video and say, but the man is on the ground. So it reaches court, right? It reaches court and the case is thrown out. And everybody is upset and calls my boss incompetent and how could this happen? And, these things happen. But one thing I want to say by way of hopefully an answer is that we are talking about where we are, and hopefully we can talk about where we want to go. Right. So video evidence can be very reliable because I am seeing you on a screen, right? Just like we have Zoom and I can talk to the person, or Skype, which used to be very popular before, I can look at you on a screen. So if somebody is recorded shooting somebody or hitting somebody or stealing something from somebody, it should be open and shut. It should be a done deal. The problem, though, is that digital evidence can also be manipulated. Most people can't do it. Some people can do it. So any court is going to want to be satisfied that what I'm seeing, what is produced to me, is authentic. And over the years, centuries actually, because before video there were other means of reproducing this kind of information. The general rules still apply, just been modified as time went on. When you're trying to adduce, meaning put in digital evidence, you must prove two things. They call it provenance and authenticity. But I did say in the beginning, I'm using language everybody understands. So provenance means origin, where it comes from, and authenticity means that it's real. And a video cannot be admitted into evidence unless a prosecutor, a competent prosecutor, establishes both things. Now, in the Buckfield shooting case, as an example, and it happens very often because videos very often go viral, right? And people think it's on video. Why can't it just go into court and it's thing? Things don't walk into court, right? Witnesses have to give evidence. You don't put a video doesn't play automatically in court and a trial happens. No, there is a process. Witnesses, human beings, have to go into court, give an oath on the Bible or promise to speak the truth, and give evidence. And so when it comes to the video, right, somebody received the video on their phone and was able to come into court and say, this is the video that I received on my phone, here is the video. The person couldn't say where the video came from. The person could say, I got it forwarded from so on, and that person got it from so on, and so on, and so on, but we don't know where it originated from. And at the very beginning, I told you have to prove provenance, which is origin. That's the first problem. The reason you need to prove origin is because if I, Adley Duncan, take a video of this wonderful audience, I can say, listen, I got this phone from Apple. It's an iPhone. Nothing is wrong with the phone. I use the phone every day. I don't have any computer skills to splice any video. I just see something going on, and I personally took out my phone, which works, pressed the video function, and recorded it as I saw it. And when I watch back this video, this looks like what I saw on the day. That sounds good, right? The people who are taking these videos are not coming to court to say that. People are afraid of court. That's the next thing. We'll get into that maybe some other future conference. People don't like coming to court. I don't like going to court, and I work there, so I can understand, right? So the people who are taking the videos aren't coming to court. So whereas I can say that this video was not subject to any manipulation, I didn't splice any video. As you see it, is how I recorded it. Most times that does not happen in a trial. So in the Buckfield shooting, to circle back to it, nobody came forward to say that I was the person who took the video. One other peculiarity about that case is, talking long again, give me 2 more minutes. Okay. One other peculiarity about that case is that the police officer in that case was very popular in that community. Many times in Jamaica, many policemen don't have a good reputation. They're not popular with citizens. Sergeant Kelly, they love Sergeant Kelly. Him work with the community. He's not an abusive, he wasn't an abusive police officer. He was a very community-oriented, good-spirited officer based on the reports. So they weren't too keen to come forward and give any evidence that would have implicated Sergeant Kelly, because the man who was shot and killed, it is wrong to murder people. The citizens were not sympathetic towards him because he was a known troublemaker in the area who had just killed a woman quite viciously down the road. So they had no sympathy for the man who died, and they loved Mr. Kelly. So what's going to happen? Obviously, nobody came to court to say, this is what I saw. And nobody came to court to say that this video is an accurate representation of what I saw on the day. So that is where we are. So when you hear about problems and how incompetent the DPP's office is and how we're not getting any cases, and you hear all these things, understand that there are problems that most people, because they aren't legally trained, just not going to be aware of. And that's why I'm trying to bring these issues forward to enhance a greater understanding of these kinds of things. That's where we are. Where we want to go is legislation that makes this kind of evidence easier to be admitted. It has been done in other countries that have more mature justice systems because they've been doing it for longer. That is where I would like to see us go. We still have some of the older rules for the admission of evidence. So when it comes to the Jamaica Eye program, for example, the camera can record everything it wants to record. When it comes to court time now, what is going to happen? So I think if our legislators are sensitive to these criminal justice needs and make it easier to introduce this kind of evidence, I think that will enhance justice outcomes for our justice system.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Adley. Just before we move on from Jamaica Eye, because, for example, we in Montego Bay, through our chamber and our businesses, we are ready and raring to go. We want to be a part of Jamaica Eye, and we're wondering, what are some of the hindrances? Lieutenant Overton, maybe you could take that one.
Thank you. The Jamaica Eye program is something that the PSOJ Standing Committee on National Security is monitoring. We get a quarterly report from the Ministry of National Security on the progress of the Jamaica Eye program. Unfortunately, the Jamaica Eye program had a false start. Before the infrastructure that was required to support it in the back was in place, it was launched. And therefore, it had about a 2-year hiatus whilst the backbone was fixed. Today, there are roughly 1,600 cameras on the Jamaica Eye program across the island. They are predominantly government-owned cameras. They are in ministries, departments, and agencies of government. The program is today preparing to embrace cameras in a public-private partnership program. They have areas of hotspot, and it's not that they're going to take any and every camera that is offered to them. They have specific needs at this time, and they have to build out in a controlled way. So they're asking for contributions of cameras for particular hotspot areas. They have not gone public with that program yet, but it's about to go there. For me, I believe that it's an excellent program, if only to multiply the eyes and ears of the constabulary on the ground and in the public space, to be a deterrent in the public space, but more importantly, if we can get the legislative framework in place for it to be usable, that we can capture a number of crimes that are committed and have convictions based on strong video evidence. It's a program that I think all of Jamaica should support. Private sector across the island should be clamoring for it. But we have to go at a pace that is manageable.
Okay, thank you so much, Lieutenant Overton. I think because of our time constraints, we'll probably move straight into the Firearms Prohibition, Restriction and Regulation Act that's being proposed. In terms of that act, we have harsher penalties being imposed for under this new act. For example, 15 years for offenses such as the possession of a prohibited weapon, which includes any prohibited firearm. So my question that perhaps Michael might want to assist me with is this a move that is really able to aid in the fight of crime? And is there any harm in removing the judge's discretion because now there is a fixed penalty?
All right, thank you for that question. So I will say outright that I am not in support of the mandatory minimum for 15 years for prohibited weapons, and I'll tell you why. John Brown is in his backyard cutting lawn. He finds a prohibited weapon. He is familiar with the sergeant at the police station. He decides that he's going to take that weapon to the police station to turn it in. On his way there, he's stopped by a police officer, finds him with a weapon, does not believe that he's going to take this weapon to the station. He's now in a bind. Minimum 15 years. There's no discretion that is allowed. So that's one example. I will say this, it also takes away the discretion of the judge, because one will also agree with me that a guilty plea is a way in which there is a clearing of the backlog of cases in the court. And therefore, as it relates to a person offering a guilty plea, knowing that he's going to get 15 years, then there's an issue as it relates to that. It also takes away from the judge the ability to utilize his or her discretion as it comes to the sentencing of an individual. Although there is legislation, Section 42, Section K, I believe, of the Criminal Justice Administration Act, amended act, that speaks to the application of a certificate where the matter is then referred to the Court of Appeal, where it is that a judge wants to resolve from the mandatory minimum. In this case, 15 years is being proposed. But that is additional expenses that would be incurred by a litigant or a defendant who is trying to ensure that he is not sentenced to the 15-year minimum period.
Okay, thank you so much, Michael. We also have persons who are joining us by Zoom, and they are listening keenly, and there is a question from someone on that platform. Do you believe in Jamaicans having the right to keep and bear arms under the Constitution based on the fact that there are so many illegal firearms and there might be some inadequacy in the security forces actually keeping us safe? I don't know who wants to be able to. Okay, all right, go ahead, Adley.
So I have to unpack the question. And my understanding of the question is, given the, I guess, rampant crime rate and the deficiencies in resources that allow the police to really serve the community, do we really need to have stringent standards that limit the number of persons to have legal access to firearms when there might be a greater need to bear arms given the realities of our social crime? That was my understanding of the question. And so the questioner referred to a right to bear arms in the Constitution. That's the American Constitution. We are Jamaicans living in Jamaica. And there is no constitutional right to bear firearms. And even in the US, if you follow the cases, there is some controversy where that is concerned. I will express, though, my own view in what is hopefully a short way to answer the question, which is that this is squarely a matter for Parliament and the direction in which they need to see Jamaica going. The view I personally take, not speaking for my office on this, but speaking for myself, is that the persons who need firearms most are often the persons least likely to get them. So when you live in an inner city community, for example, where the crime rates are higher than more suburban communities, those persons arguably might need the guns more than somebody who is perched in Cherry Gardens or Spring Farm or wherever, where there is less of an immediate kind of overhanging threat of physical violence or firearm violence. I do think that there needs to properly be a restriction on the right to access firearms. I think we need to study the experience of persons in other countries, because there are two divergent schools of thought. One being that if everyone knows that everyone has a gun, then people will be more cautious about using guns, and therefore gun crimes will drop. The other school of thought is that if everybody has a gun, they'll use guns more. Yes. And I don't think anybody on this panel, I could be wrong, has an answer to that question. What I do think is that this is something that requires very careful attention. It requires consultation. It requires maybe submissions to a joint select committee set up for this purpose. But I do think that this specific issue in terms of access to firearms is something that requires very individualized, specific legislative attention.
Okay, totally agree with you. Thank you, Adley, for that. I think we want to then at least touch on the area of the Interception of Communications Act and possibly speak a little bit about its practical use. You know, has there been a case that we have seen where it has been used successfully? If there was any challenge in that use, who wants to be able to take that?
Well, if I could kick off,
Sure.
more for the need and the situation as it is today, more than how it will impact those who are in the courts. Certainly, the evolution of the cell phone has created, for all walks of life, a very efficient and convenient means of communication. It is no secret that the criminal element has capitalized on the use of the cell phone. Their mobility, their communication is stronger than ever. As technology advances, there are probably going to be even newer and more efficient methods of communication. And as these methodologies are hijacked by the criminal network, there is going to be a need for law enforcement to be able to intercept. And it is therefore important that our legislators educate themselves as to where these technologies are going, educate themselves as to how you are able to intercept these new technologies, and how can we ensure that where it is legitimately needed, that there is a fast process of authorization that enables the law enforcement people to do their job, but at the same time protects the citizen and assures them of their privacy and confidentiality. I believe the amendments that are being proposed, I don't know if it is yet under review, is one that enables the leaders of the two law enforcement agencies, the military and the police, to be able to make informed, snap decisions for authorization for intercept, and then follow through with the process afterwards to ensure that it was properly done so that what has been captured can be utilized. We also need to look at our legislations to ensure that the technologies that are available are being covered for intercept, and the means of interception, more than anything else, is also adequately covered in those legislations. Now, how the courts will deal with that, I won't go beyond my limitations.
Thank you, Lieutenant Overton. Yes, Michael.
If I could just add though,
Yes.
the challenge that I have is that every solution that is put forward seems somewhat to be robbing us of our rights.
Right, and that is actually something I'm hoping you'll touch on in your response, because how do we balance the rights of the individual to privacy?
I know that most of us in here would not be opposed to giving away certain rights if we know what it is for and for the greater good. And the challenge that we have is that there is no public awareness or public education as it relates to the benefit of certain legislation and if they're used. So for example, Jamaica Eye. When I was asked to speak about Jamaica Eye, I went to my secretary and I said, do you know what Jamaica Eye is, and would you connect your camera to that? No, I wouldn't, because they're going to be watching me. But that's not really the case, because you can just connect a camera that is pointed to a public space, and then that camera is going to be monitored by as I understand it, a software, and if not a software, by qualified persons who will monitor to see whether or not a crime has been committed. So persons are not aware. There's no public awareness, public education as it relates to the benefit of certain legislations that are to go in place. But also the legislation as it is put forward certain safeguards and guidelines. Section 4, Section 11 of the Interception of Communication legislation is very instructive as to how you go about ascertaining the necessary requirement to go about and intercept my communication. So for example, Section 4 will tell you the persons who can go and do it, the Commissioner of Police, the Chief of Staff for the Jamaica Defense Force. And Section 11 will tell you when you obtain that information, how it is that you are to treat with that information. But how many of us as laypersons in this room knows where to find that piece of legislation? Even if you find the legislation, when you read the legislation, will you understand it? And therefore, I think they ought to have persons made aware as to the benefit of this legislation and how it can make our lives better as citizens within Jamaica. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Michael. I think this is an opportune time, ladies and gentlemen, to actually have you become more involved and pose your questions. We have a few minutes left, and we are able to take your questions at this time. Yes, go ahead. Dr. Lee.
So my question, good evening everyone.
Good evening.
I hear about gun laws, and my biggest question is, I think we have a problem with enforcement in this country. And I think gun law is a big one, But what about the small things that are not being enforced? I think everybody feels as if if you feel like you can just get away with, the small things. For example, I remember when I got my driver's license, I paid for it, and that's the honest truth. Because what I was being told was that, and I read the book, I drove, but I was told that I was doing internship. I didn't have time to go and drive 4 times to get my driver's license, right? And it's not just that. Even being in business, you go through all the necessary steps to do the right thing. And then at the corner, or not even somebody, a long line of people are doing or uncertified things, and nobody's saying anything to them. Now, if we cannot fix these little problems, which in a sense creates a bigger problem where people feel as if I can do whatever and get away with it, or even not just that. You have the little man on the road who commit on, do something we call simple. He gets charged for it. But somebody who is, I'm guilty of that as well. Some traffic offense and you call up a friend and then you get away with it. And then that disparity, people are gonna always feel as if, I am poor, it's just, I think these small things needs to be fixed, because how can we enforce these bigger things if we cannot enforce these smaller things?
Thank you so much for your question. It's a matter of, we have the legislation, there are issues with enforcement. In the end, what's the point of legislation?
I'm in the courts every day, and I will disagree that we have an issue as it relates to enforcement. I don't agree. But there are laws, and you can use them to inure to a benefit to yourself. So, for example, a person pleads guilty at the first opportunity is entitled to a discretion from the judge. That's something that inures a benefit to someone. So the law is always unfavorable until you need to use it for yourself. I'll say that. As it relates to her comments, as it relates to, she said a lot of things. Can't remember them. I can't remember them. But
the disparity between the small man and the big man.
I have every confidence in my judiciary. Big or small man, you're going before the court, the same dispensation, the same justice you will get. Oftentimes, quite frankly, the small man goes to court unrepresented, and certain things submissions that are to be made for him may not be made, opposed to a big man who goes to court with an attorney who will speak on his behalf, make certain submissions, and use the law to inure to a benefit. That's the harsh reality.
However, we also have the legal aid system for the small man, just to bring that in, so that there is at least some amount of representation. Adley, quickly,
How much time do I have?
question.
10, 20 seconds? Give me a figure. How much time do I have? I can meet it. Just give me 30 seconds.
Okay, yes.
These things are cultural and structural, so they don't start with an individual. The entire thing has to be overhauled, right? So we do have a very robust functioning judiciary, but a lot of things don't reach the courts, and that was the very point that was being made. Corruption is something that is almost seen as normal and abnormal, if you are honest. This is a cultural thing that must start in the homeschool church, and it's not something any of us on the panel can do. It has to be something, it has to be an initiative led, I think, by our leaders, and there is corruption in government doesn't assist the perceptions of corruption either at the smaller levels, and it's a cultural thing, and we have to start with the individual and then outwards. We have to look in then out and not out then in. That's my answer.
Perfect. We do have a question for Mr. Damian Mitchell. Go ahead.
Sorry. Something I've noticed, though, that I really think that Mr. Hemmings may want to explain. You said that you are in the courts every day and you don't see on that basis that there is an issue with enforcement. But I think the court is the place where you would be seeing the outcome of enforcement. I mean, there has to be prosecution for you to be at court. So that's a clear case of enforcement where when you're in the courts. But the problem really does exist outside of the courts, where there so many people, and probably this is a question that JCF Legal Affairs can take on, as to whether, as part of your strategy meetings, these small issues, offenses on the roads among them, are being seen as critical matters which are spiraling into some of the big problems that we have outside or that eventually end up in the courts.
Certainly. These are things that are discussed. Oftentimes, even though I'm a legal officer, oftentimes I am a part of the meetings and discussions and strategies with regards to enforcement on the road. These are things that, you know, the JCF, we do appreciate and we do understand that they exist. But however, I must indicate and agree with what Mr. Duncan has said, is that some of these issues, they start from the individual. If it is that I see certain things that are happening that are corruption, certain acts, do I say something to the authorities or to the police officers? Do I say certain things to certain persons who are supposed to become aware of these so that these issues are dealt with? It starts from the individual. I do agree also that within the media and generally, these are issues that would have to be tackled. Issues of corruption, you know, indicating to persons that certain things should not be normal or become normalized. We do, in fact, take into consideration these things that are happening, certain things with regards to the smaller offenses, and we do take them seriously. I believe that they are taken seriously and are being dealt with, but we do have a far way to go, and I believe that it is a collective effort. Starts with the individual as well. So, you know, we have to, when we see certain things, if it is that there's the opportunity for us to get the driver's license the correct way, we go ahead and we do that. We don't facilitate or turn a blind eye to certain things. We go and we try to do the right thing from the individual.
Thank you so much, Ms. Carr, and perhaps Lieutenant Overton, you wanted to
Yes, I wanted to just jump in on that. You know, there's a perception that the enforcement of the law is not there. And I do believe that there are the majority of cases that are observed by the constabulary force that people are charged. For instance, the Road Traffic Act. I know that in the earlier part, or actually for last year, over 500,000 tickets were issued by the Jamaica Constabulary Force. And of that 500,000, not very many were settled. And the cause of that is that the Road Traffic Act, which was passed in 2018, still today has no regulations to give it the teeth to become a deterrent. And therefore, tickets are being issued. Tickets are not being paid. Tickets are being paid. But we still don't have a deterrent to the misdemeanors on our roads. And I'm one of those who believe that there is no Jamaican who is not exposed to indiscipline on the roadways that causes an impact in their broader life. And if we don't fix those little things, and similarly, whilst we are in the review of the Firearms Act, I have not seen or heard any discussions about the related regulations that need to follow. And we keep making this mistake by amending legislations and forgetting that the enabling component of it is the regulation. Having the legislation without the regulation is pointless.
Very good point. Thank you so much. And I think that's an opportune time for us to close off this very interesting and engaged. Oh, Queen Africa had a question. My twin, I have to allow her.
I mean, what I wanted to say was said in a sense, because it's almost as if the regulator need regulating then, you know what I mean? Because we're even looking at the Jamaica Eye program. The people that operate these cameras, are they of reputable characters? You know, are they criminals waiting to see if it's their friend on the camera or something that connects to them so they're not going to they're going to erase that evidence that they saw yesterday, and they're going to go through the entire tapes that they have and try to save the things that are connected to them, because that's a big issue that we have here, where there's a sentimental attachment to things that we like. And it doesn't matter what that thing is. As long as we like it, we find all the defense mechanisms to defend it at our peril. So I'd love to just understand and know for a fact that we will have regulators for some of these regulators.
Okay, all right. Who's going to take that one? And it touches on issues of trust as well.
So I'll say only perhaps 20 seconds that the big problem is the perceptions of our authorities, right? A person can be the most honest person in the world, but if people don't believe that, they won't work with that person. And we have particular difficulties with the perceptions of police in this country, coming back from the status of crime legislation in the 70s, where police could do anything pretty much, kick off somebody's door with no consequence, shoot somebody with no consequence, kill somebody with no consequence, and that bred a lot of negative behavior in the force that we're only just trying within the common to course correct. So these are cultural things within the force as well. So nothing can improve unless our perceptions of our persons in authority improve as well. And that is for them to reach out to improve perceptions. It's their responsibility because of the harms that have been created generationally over time. So you ask very valid and understandable and legitimate questions. And I think the solutions is that persons need to feel confident in our systems, and that confidence doesn't happen magically or organically. It must take place proactively, not reactively. And I think it's for the persons in authority to sell us on their bona fides and the good perceptions that they need to have, that we need to have of them.
Thank you so much, Adley. I think we've been so engaging that we have been allowed one final question. So go ahead.
Someone who is proud to be a Jamaican, but have made a choice to not live in Jamaica and to limit the amount of time I spend here and close my businesses here because of security concerns, I am happy to see this conference. It's also, however, very glaring that this is being done by the private sector.
Yes. However, with support from the public sector, for example, we do have Ms. Carr here and the police force. They have been here earlier, and they have lent their support.
So here is the question I do have. This legislation for arms control seems to me to be something that's a big old fence being put up with alarms and lights after the horse gone through the fence. Crime is a byproduct of the community. So how are we addressing our citizens, i.e. our children? Are we redirecting these youth who are committing crime? This whole issue with the scamming is being primarily done by the youth, because they can crack this in 2 seconds. If they are that smart, what are we doing to redirect them, to avoid them getting to the precipice, into the courts, into the system, and becoming productive citizens? How can we do that? Instead of investing all this time and money in this great big legislative act that most of us will never read and half of us cannot comprehend, can we do something more proactive? How can we harness these great minds? We're a bright people. Because if we can crack this and scam people everywhere, I have gotten the calls with speaky spooky call. Me take come off from my phone, me a Jamaican, wrong number. But I've gotten those calls and it scares me. What can we do to redirect? Because that legislature will do absolutely nothing if we do not impact the people who are the citizens, i.e. our youth.
Thank you. Very good question. I don't know who wants to take that. Go ahead, Lieutenant.
I will take that one on. You know, it would be great if we could draw a line in the sand and start over. But unfortunately, we are a nation, we're a society, and we have to keep running. We have found ourselves in a very unfortunate position. And what we have to do is start to fix the future of Jamaica by our social interventions, our education, our mentoring of the youth, divert the youth from crime. But at the same time, we still have an element of the society that has embraced crime as a way of life. So we have to deal with them. Therefore, we can't avoid making those spends that you talk about to deal with those who have already gone through the gate and crossed the line into a life of crime. So we have to work together. We have to ensure that the youth who are coming up are diverted from crime. Those who are not yet in the clutches of the gangs and crime are diverted away from it. Those who have gone to the dark side of crime, we need to ensure that we do things to either rehabilitate those who can be rehabilitated, or we punish severely those who continue and persist on the life of crime. So we don't have the choice anymore of where we spend. We have to spend it in all places.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. It has been a wonderful afternoon, an engaging panelists and this engaging discussion. I would just want to have you close off very quickly in 1 minute or less, and perhaps someone can touch on, in that closing off, the issue of rehabilitation in terms of whether or not there's any legislation dealing with that, or is it simply about punishment as a deterrent? Could we start off with closing off from Ms. Carr, and then we come back this way? Well, I'm hearing that we have no time. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry about that. And so maybe just 30 seconds then, Adley, just kind of close just generally and touch on that.
Okay, so I set my timer for 30 seconds and go. What I will say is that as we have observed, crime is something, defeating crime is something that requires everyone to participate. It is, there are problems of perception, there are problems of attitude, those things that Parliament can only solve those things to an extent. It requires the community at the community level to parents, children, school, all of that to improve things. As for the Firearms Act, that is not a silver bullet, it's not magical, it won't change anything. It's the operation and enforcement of the act that will make the difference. Most people will not read it, but when it comes to obeying the law and participating in the achievements and aims of what the law seeks to achieve, that is something that is a collaborative effort, a group work project that all of us need to participate in.
Thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and help me to thank my very informative panelists. Obviously, the open dialogue and discourse must continue, and we thank you so much for being an engaging audience, and we thank you for being a part of the Montego Bay Chamber of Commerce Security Summit. Thank you, panelists. Have a great evening as we invite our MC, Ms. Janet Silvero, to give her closing remarks.
Or it is, but people tired of hearing me talk. Boy, I tell you, what a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful 2 days of inspiring beginnings. Thank you very much, Queen Africa. I just came off the radio station at the back, More FM. I want to thank More FM for spending the last 2 days with us as well. Boy. And he said to me, you know, how you feel about it? And I said, I'm inspired. But I'm also humbled and I'm honored to have been a part of this historical moment. Let me tell you something. We know within ourselves that the rest of the country is going to emulate us. We're going to have more security summits coming out of the one that has been put on by the Montego Bay Chamber of Commerce. because it is a necessity. Look at the quality of the panelists that we have had over the last 2 days. Some of the brightest minds in the country. Some of the most innovative. And let me tell you something, they're packed full of ideas. Ideas that many people who have been talking about helping to solve the issues that we have in this country. They never tapped into these people. What we have done here in the 2 days is to show that there's so many other people in this country that you can tap into to help reduce crime in Jamaica. I want to big up all the panelists, every single one of them that made it possible. And I want to big up the committee that came up with the ideas of those persons who we should have on the panel. Because, let me tell you something, we met on a Monday morning at 7:30. Some mornings we're meeting, Paulette Neal is taking a shower. And we call him and say, Paulette, you hearing us? Yes, President, but I'm going to work as well, so I'm in the shower. And she's in the meeting, but she's in the shower, and she's ready to go to work. And we understood that they were making the kind of sacrifices that would bring us to where we are today. We are very fortunate. I see Damian Mitchell left Kingston and come to be with us for the 2 days. But I'm still working, you know, because I see my post about champs. Every day, same way. I see Queen Ifrica came home. I call it a homecoming for Queen Ifrica. For her to have come for 2 days, spend the 2 days with me and make me feel such a vibe. My God, girl, I love you. She knows I love her. Yeah, somebody sent me a message for you on Facebook. When I look at how the PIOJ bought into the idea and helped us to ensure that it happened, I want to say thanks to Charmaine Muirhead for all the assistance that she gave us. I want to say thanks to Mr. Randy. I don't remember Randy's last name now, but he's from the SDC. He was at some of our meetings. And I want to invite the members of the committee to really come back up and stand in front of us here, because we could not have done it without you. Deputy Superintendent of Police, where is she? Yvonne White Powell. Please come up. She don't want to come up, but Director Paulette Neal, Director Nadine Spence, I want you up front. First VP, who chaired the committee and is co-chair, Dr. Sheridan Lee. Who don't come up, let the people them see who know what's behind all of this. Yes. The Reverend Peter Burnett, where are you? Where is he? Dr. Keane, Richard Keane. Richard Telwell, is he here? From Sagicor? All right. We have any other member of the committee in the midst? I don't want to forget any member of the team. Well, yeah, but Karen Benjamin, I don't know where he is. But let me tell you something. It's one of the most dedicated group of people that I've ever had to work with. Because let me tell you, we were big and hard taskmasters, right? And even when we wanted to give up, we got the encouragement from the team. Teamwork makes the dream work. And it's a fact. It does. I want to thank you guys for all the work that you have done. I want to thank the team on the left, the audio and the engineering and you name it. The men behind the camera, the young lady behind the camera, Ashley Angwin, and I see Christopher Thomas over there from the Gleaner, spent the last 2 days with us. It's almost like the Gleaner became our print sponsor, honestly, because the Gleaner spent the last 2 days with us. And I know that they're going to leave with a lot to write about. We hope that we'll be seeing news about this event in the next 2 months, just the same in the media. There's a young man who wrote the song for us. Is he still around? Where is he? Come on, come up front because you're one away. We're proud of you. Come at the front. He wrote our jingle. And let me tell you something. You see my hold down him head? Because we probably not begin to do the jingle today. But him do the jingle last week, Thursday at the launch. Him do the jingle yesterday. And he want to do the jingle today. And I'm saying, by the time he finish, we can't write about it because people will get tired of him and the jingle. We want to leave some for the media. Okay, jingle? Okay. I want to recognize a lady in our audience who is visiting with her husband from overseas. Natalie? Oh, I'm so happy to see you, my darling. She's one of my inspirations as well. Please stand. So this is a Jamaican who believes in her country. Yes, I want you to know that. She's constantly trying to find ways in which she can give back to Jamaica. And you see, she come and spend her afternoon when she could be on the beach. All right. I want the other members of the Montego Bay Chamber of Commerce directorship to join us up here. I'm talking about sponsor RSD Shipping's Sonia Clark Bowen. Please come up. VP Damia, VP Carlene, and Director Nicole. I want you to see the kind and the caliber, yes, that we have at the Montego Bay Chamber of Commerce, who are dedicated to ensuring that the Montego Bay Chamber of Commerce makes a change in the society. I demit office as president next month after almost 3 years in the position. And I can tell you that these are some of the most wonderful people that I've ever had to work with. Thank you, guys. You, our audience, I want to thank you. Those of you who were here yesterday and are back today, want to thank you. Commander George Overton, I want to make a special thank you to him. He has been here with us as well from Kingston, but he understands how important it is to be in Montego Bay. This is the place to be. Yes, it is the place to be. It's the happening place. I want to thank Dr. Charmaine Tapper. Is she around? Where is she? So what happened to her? She's a part of the committee. What? Dr. Charmaine Tapper, didn't I ask the committee members to come up here? No, man. Now, listen, you work too much. This lady is from Mandeville. Mandeville. She works at NCU, Northern Caribbean University. Come at the front, you're short. And let me tell you something. You would think that she was Montegonian, not from Moby. I think it's Nadine Spence who introduced us to you, you know. Nadine, I love your style, cook food. Nadine Spence brought her in, and the lady came in, and you would think that she was a director of the chamber, a member of the chamber. No, this is the kind of collective security what we're talking about, you know. People from all walks of life coming together in unity. Unity in action to ensure we have a better Jamaica. So that nobody not tell me that them want to go to Canada, cold Canada to live. We're not encouraging Canada. We are saying fix Jamaica because it is one of the most beautiful countries in the world. Fix Jamaica. And we cannot fix it by running away. We fix it by staying here and dealing with the problems head on. Wanna hear me? Yes. All right. Me stop talk. We have a lot. We have some things at the back that we want to give away to persons before they leave. It's not a lot, but we want to give to the students first. So we invite the students to leave first. Yes, so they can leave the stage. We want to thank Scotiabank, Guardsman Group, IDOC Wellness Concierge, the Jamaica Hotel and Tourist Association, Sagicor Life, Sixth Rent-A-Car, Sea Gardens, Deja Resort, Holiday Inn, Half Moon, Sandals Resorts International, Ibero Star. You see how me can remember all of them? Me good enough? RSD Shipping, did I say that again? All right. Yes. And Rosal Developments. I remember every single one of the sponsors. And I want to officially thank my colleague, my friend, Damian Mitchell, for coming from Kingston and moderating for us. Thank you again, Damian. All the best. Bye.
Low the war, no, we've been fighting forever, we've been under the pressure. Oppression, me want to see clear skies, don't want to bad way, I miss it from my wake up. No one cocaine on my cup, wave right to my neighbor. Collective security will go, me no want see no guns, no only papers. Send it straight to my PayPal, if you're listening, beg you a favor. Please don't be a hater, can't do this alone, should I be a stranger? Make you all discuss. Start a trend like who famous. The day we unite, build trust. I did it, crime go down. Can't do this on my own. No matter how we try, we can't do this alone. Bay Chamber of Commerce unite and we're strong. No matter how we try, we can't do this alone. Jamaica we have to do better. Me island, me treasure. Low out the war, no, we've been fighting forever. We've been under the pressure. Oppression, me want to see clear skies. Don't want to bad way, I miss it from my wake up. No one cocaine on my cup. Wave right to my neighbor. Collective security will go. Me no want see no guns, no only papers. Send it straight to my PayPal. If you're listening, beg you a favor. Please don't be a hater. Can't do this alone, should I be a stranger? Make you all discuss. Start a trend like who famous. The day we unite, build trust. I did it, crime go down. Jamaica we have to do better. Me island, me treasure. Low out the war, no, we've been fighting forever. We've been under the pressure. Oppression, me want to see clear skies. Don't want to bad way, I miss it from my wake up. No one cocaine on my cup. Wave right to my neighbor. Collective security will go. Me no want see no guns, no only papers. Send it straight to my PayPal. If you're listening, beg you a favor. Please don't be a hater. Can't do this alone, should I be a stranger? Make you all discuss. Start a trend like who famous. The day we unite, build trust. I did it, crime go down. Strong. No matter how we try, we can't do this alone. Jamaica we have to do better. Me island, me treasure. Low out the war, no, we've been fighting forever. We've been under the pressure. Oppression, me want to see clear skies. Don't want to bad way, I miss it from my wake up. No one cocaine on my cup. Wave right to my neighbor. Collective security will go. Me no want see no guns, no only papers. Send it straight to my PayPal. If I listening, beg you a favor. Please don't be a hater. Can't do this alone, should I be a stranger? Make you all discuss. Start a trend like who famous. The day we unite, build trust. I did it, crime go down. Strong. No matter how we try, we can do this alone. Jamaica, we have to do better. Me all and me treasure. Low out the war, no, we've been fighting forever. We've been under the pressure. Oppression, me want to see clear skies. Don't want nobody wait. I miss it from my wake up. No one cocaine on my cup. Wave right to my neighbor. Collective security will go. Me no want see no guns, no only papers. Send it straight to my PayPal. If I listening, beg you a favor. Please don't be a hater. Can't do this alone, should I be a stranger? Make you all discuss. Start a trend like who famous. The day we unite, build trust. I did it, crime go down. Strong. No matter how we try, we can do this alone. Jamaica, we have to do better. Me all and me treasure. Low out the war, no, we've been fighting forever. We've been under the pressure. Oppression, me want to see clear skies. Don't want nobody wait. I miss it from my wake up. No one cocaine on my cup. Wave right to my neighbor. Collective security will go. Me no want see no guns, no only papers. Send it straight to my PayPal. If I listening, beg you a favor. Please don't be a hater. Can't do this alone, should I be a stranger? Make you all discuss. Start a trend like who famous. The day we unite, build trust. I did it, crime go down. Strong. No matter how we try, we can do this alone. Jamaica, we have to do better. Me all and me treasure. Low out the war, no, we've been fighting forever. We've been under the pressure. Oppression, me want to see clear skies. Don't want nobody wait. I miss it from my wake up. No one cocaine on my cup. Wave right to my neighbor. Collective security will go. Me no want see no guns, no only papers. Send it straight to my PayPal. If I listening, beg you a favor. Please don't be a hater. Can't do this alone, should I be a stranger? Make you all discuss. Start a trend like who famous. The day we unite, build trust. I did it, crime go down. Strong. No matter how we try, we can do this alone. Jamaica, we have to do better. Me all and me treasure. Low out the war, no, we've been fighting forever. We've been under the pressure. Oppression, me want to see clear skies. Don't want nobody wait. I miss it from my wake up. No one cocaine on my cup. Wave right to my neighbor. Collective security will go. Me no want see no guns, no only papers. Send it straight to my PayPal. If I listening, beg you a favor.